Sun. I love how everyone's typing soon and Rain just says sun. Who's sun? That is the question. That is what I was wondering. Wait, there's drops? Oh, nice. There's sub drops now. Chat, there's drops. Let's go. Yay! Congrats on the first. Oh my god, Rain with the 29. One away. One away, Rain. One away.
Hi,
oh, shooty poopy, I forgot.
Hey Duder. Hi Oriaini.
Hello, how's it going?
I'm in the middle of a Hades run RN, but I'll be active after I finish clapping Astrias. Hi Sherb. Hi Ty.
Give me just a second, give me just a second.
I got aches. D6.
Give me just a second, chat. I know. I've completely forgot the Discord notification. I didn't write it up yet, so I have to write it up. Okay, there we go. There we go. I have it ready. I have it ready now. I usually write it out so I can just like copy and paste it when the time comes. I wait for the Twitch automatic Discord notification to pop up and then I shoot it over. Okay, there we go. It's poop. What's poop? It's poop. 61. Let's go. A 3. I got home like an hour ago from my road trip. I said, Pixie, let's go. What's up, Mage? How's it going? You got ace? I'm cry. No, Sherbs, feel better. Feel better immediately. That is a threat. Chat, how are you doing? How are you doing, chat? Let me resume that timer, perhaps. Chat's like, no, you don't have to. You don't need to. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I thought the game was harder from the little I've seen of LoRE. Like, it isn't that difficult to keep your car in good shape or to not die. Listen.
Look in Image Media Ori. I got some good pics of the inside of a cathedral.
I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Ori likes to have fun.
I'm fine. Give me just a second. Where is Image Media? Oh, it's right here. There we go. I'm dumb. Ooh, oh my god, that cathedral is so pretty, chat. Holy shit. Ooh. 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 That's so pretty, dude. What the fuck? God, I love that.
Whoa, HHH.
Wow. Wow. Yo, what's up online? How's it going? Welcome in. What's up? What's up? Wow. Come on, automatic Discord update. You can do it. You did it. Good job.
The announcement. Look at me.
Yeah, let's go. What's up, Sky? Welcome in before the announcement. What's up, Cantaroon? How's it going? Welcome in. Hello, hello. The sun was killing us, but the pics and vids were so worth it. That's honestly so real. Does it greenhouse really bad in there? Get like super hot because of the windows? New redeem. London and a new redeem. That's cribsy. That's cribsy.
So bad.
What's up? Why are you
Hello,
back
Rain.
above that again? Stop. Chatbot, sit down. Sit down, chatbot. I'll be voting for chatting because it's what the dice told me to vote for. Interesting. so bad. Oh goodness. Chatbot wants to say hi. There's like, hey, look at this informational chart, and chatbot's like, what? Chatbot is already sitting. Collie spotted. What's up?
Vote for.
Gosh dang it. Best. London really wants to play party games right now.
Wolf hi. We had to go back to the car after an hour walking around to see the other cathedrals because our heads were hurting so bad and we were so dehydrated.
Oh, goodness. I'm gonna vote for something. What archetype is chatbot? We were talking about that before, and I think executive. I personally think it's executive.
At Cantaranoa, that's a complicated question.
It is a complicated question. It's absolutely a complicated question. But I think that the way that they like show themselves is very executive, in my opinion. But what do I know? I don't know anything. Where's the... Not that. Not that. Where's the stuff? The stuff and the things. I know it's... Hold on a second. Thank you so much for the PhD. I appreciate you, London. What's up, What's up, Ashton?
Just
depends on who's in chat.
Wrong.
Yes, I think it often ends up red.
_heights
possibly
list.
Because
REQ 25
itemized list. Goodness. Possibly because reds are the loudest. Hello, people. Your favorite judgmental person has arrived once more. What's up, Luna? Speaking of that, so I've had to do a little bit of planning for the maid stream chat, and I have to figure out exactly what I'm gonna do. The TLDR of what's gonna happen with the maid stream is one of two things. Either it's going to happen very soon,
there's virtually no
or
filter on who gets spoken aloud.
Yeah, or it's gonna happen like a month and a half from now. There's not really an in-between right now, unfortunately, and I need to figure out exactly how I'm gonna go about that. Oops. I forgot that I have this. Oh my god, I had a completely different adventurer's guide thing.
At Tyguy614, then don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, not the ads. Yes, there are ads right now. There's 1 more minute left. Where's my itemized list story? I don't know. Go find it. Scheduling is a nightmare. The downfall of every party. The real BBEG was the scheduling. Sorry, I'm late. I was helping my dad. What's up? Yo, what's up, Forge? How's it going? I have a week left with no ads. This is cry. This is the worst possible outcome. This is a 1 minute of soft speak. I'm excited for last session trauma. Last session trauma is phenomenal, chat. While we were waiting, I have an idea, chat, because I think there's a topic that I think that some people might be interested. I don't know how many people. It could be a couple people. But chat, how interested would you be in talking about the gods? Not stop thinking about it. See, you need JSON for the plushies, Ori? I will need a JSON. It might be easier.
Hey,
I'm gonna have to figure out what the pipeline for this is. I'm about halfway through the
last map needed for the next West March session I wanted to host.
That's amazing. I still remember the scream. Am interested. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh no, I just JSON file works. It might be good to send the Blockbench editable file as well, but I can see if I can run with just the JSON. I can usually work with at least that, but don't say less gods.
There are 2 file types, yet I can send both.
Yo, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Welcome in, Day Crescent. How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Make yourself at home. I had like a little bit of an idea for like an unplanned impromptu interview to talk more about the gods, because the gods is something that I feel like a lot of people have like wanted more for, and there just wasn't really for. So now it's kind of like its own division. Don't take it seriously when I say interview. Like, it's not like I'm gonna like whip out a clipboard or anything. I just want somebody who knows more than I do to ask questions. And that's some hydrates. All right.
At blue 3 underscore mag 3 go well.
Hades. Yes, I am also curious. Did it go well?
We love informal interviews, aka interrogations.
aka interrogations. That's okay, Ty. We'll keep up with
Rain,
you.
that reminds
There will
me.
be an entire
I completely
merchant.
forgot.
You know what?
You're
This is
gonna
actually
get a long
perfect.
while of
Chat,
Ashton
hear me
is
out.
typing for a bit.
I know that there's a faction meeting coming up, and I have an idea, right? So if Ty is gonna
And
change
now
his
for our
skin
special
every
guest,
time we make
Nether.
a plushie of Ty, then what if we just have a Ty plushie
Ray Nice
merchant
fouling, I
that just
lost to
keeps
Dad.
up on the series?
Granted, it was packed improved Dad, but
Um,
failure at the last step none thells.
Just a series of like historical like Ty skin plushies.
Vote for. At
Saying,
Sky_Heights
hello, accessory videos. Want to say I love your work. I appreciate you so much,
just
Dick Crescent.
aggressive.
That's so awesome. I'm so glad you're here. If you have any
I can
questions, you're
find
always
the
free to
skin every
ask.
time, Ty, you
we
can't
always
escape.
we always start the stream with some just chatting to answer any questions you might have, whether it be about Utopia, the Compass, anything like that. So beginning a stream is always awesome. It is also chat decides today for what we do today. So it could be end up that we stay just chatting. It could end up that we play Utopia, so on and so on. So absolutely always questions are completely accepted. And also, of course, make yourself at home. Have
Who
fun.
made it go up 20H yesterday?
A collection of Ty. What's up, section? What's that? Who made it go up 20 hours yesterday? That would be Speedy right there. See that right there? Yeah, no, that was Speedy. That was Speedy. Absolute mad lad. Since that will just become default Steve skin. That's okay. We'll make a plushie of it. Don't tempt us. Speedy and $375. Yes. Speedy calculated what it would take to get to 80 hours because 80 hours is the threshold for the maid cooking stream. Yeah. Speedy is an absolute mad lad. I would love to host a Westmart stream. People want to listen. The map is almost done anyways. Ooh. Utopia is reserved. Utopia is reserved. We do love Speedy here. In our defense, we try to talk him out of it. Yes. It never works. Utopia will be
56 if Utopia gets
Elf.
voted in, it would be Elf's campaign.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yep.
You didn't
Horrors
stop
beyond.
him enough.
You didn't stop him enough. Honestly, if you tell Speedy not to do it, I feel like that's just going to be incentive to do it. Finally, my time has come. Quote unquote. I did table edits already, so I don't forget later. I'm still traumatized from the last cooking you made. Don't worry, it only gets worse from here. Oh, wow. So many cool new viewers. Sorry, no, there was a bot. I was just reading what it said.
At the Luna03 same. We have to spend the weekend Targeter again while he does.
God damn it. That could be very soon, or it could be very far away. I don't know. Like I said, it's either going to be coming up like within a week, or it's going to be coming up in like a month and a half. I don't know, because the next 2-week period, I'm going to be out of town.
Oh my
with
god,
like
IT isn't
with like
the Rage song finally, yii.
I have bad news. This is the right song. Anyways, I'm gonna be out of town with like kind of like a makeshift setup for the next 2-week period, right? And I really prefer to do it on a weekend. And there's only one more weekend. There's only one more weekend in this 2-week span, and it's approaching very quickly. Can I make a suggestion for the stream? It's chat decides, so you can make a suggestion, but chat does have to vote it in for it to be. No. Wait. Oh, I have 10 plushies made so far, not all the leaders. Where do you want first, or should the D10 decide? Who do you want first? Just send all of them. Thank you for the hydrate. Can't stick around for about an hour. Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you for being here. Happy to have you. Must get the council to approve. You must approve it by the cancel. What's up, Divide? How's it going? All right. Chat, it's mini interview time. Chat is the most chaotic cancel. You were correct. I need to keep drawing trauma if chat games doesn't win. Oops. Goodness me. Another hydrate. Why, hello there, Rain.
Why, hello there.
Would you happen to know anything about the gods?
I've definitely not spent hours of my life thinking about that.
Chat! Do you have any initial questions? So for everyone who doesn't know that what we're talking about right now, we're talking about the kind of like Utopia gameplay side of things. in like kind of like a little bit of world building. So one of the things that people have talked to me about and have wanted was some kind of like religious figures to be able to base characters around, to be able to base beliefs on and things like that. And what are gods has been has been a big question. What are gods? And the truth be told, there's kind of a hierarchy to that. And I've told people before, can they have champions? And this is all going to be questions that these are all going to be very important questions. Now, I've told people in the past that they are abstract entities, right? And that is still true.
At Sherbert
those, or I should say,
Ori has said they can.
That is to say, that is a type of god, right? But there's more to it than that. Okay, Rain, go.
What am I going?
Go.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Give me an example of a god or how we would refer to gods that are not abstract entities.
Okay. So mechanically, well, okay. The thing is, there's what they are mechanically, and then there's what people view them as, which are two very different things. And I would say, like, the average person that exists on Paya is going to view them similarly to how, like, you know, probably like the Norse gods are seen and stuff like that, which is like beings that are like kind of people and kind of not people, and they kind of have their own history, but you like don't really know a lot about them or whatever. But the way that they mechanically work is that they are essentially a type of species that is created and born and just lives on a different plane. And that other plane is very, very, very dense in mana. Much more so than like the plane that Paya resides on, to the point that if someone was born on Paya and went to that plane, you would probably just melt, because your body was not born with the intent to exist in a plane that has that much mana in it. So they're essentially just a species that is incredibly powerful because of where they were born and exist, essentially. And mechanically, there's still a little bit of like working out to figure out exactly how they mechanically interact with Paya, but they essentially have a way to interact with Paya and influence what goes on in the normal plane. And then people can be like, wow, please, you are so amazing, will you do this for me? And then they can be like, yeah, sure, why not?
I presume that there's probably more outward forces than just mana. And I presume that mana's the compounding force there.
Yeah. There's some mechanical stuff to work out for sure.
Wasn't there a deity race also? Yes. Is there a name for these creatures?
The running name currently are divines.
Yes. So, and divines come in many different shapes, right?
Yes. Theoretically, a divine is not like
You
a
sound like you are in a
necessarily
podcast.
genetic title. It's just a title for essentially a being that is of a naturally high power level. So there's multiple ways that someone could be a divine beyond just being a part of that exact species, theoretically.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I feel like this is probably going to end up being like one of the big, like we talked about how there's going to be species that have a minimum level requirement. I feel like when Among Gods touches ground, I feel like divines are going to be like the number one go-to, right? Like that's just like the base species essentially.
Mm-hmm.
That, or there was an idea for a moment where, like in the Adventurer's Guide, there's a specialist talent called Demi-Mortal, right? Which basically means it requires or prevents you from aging entirely.
People get invited to talk on the podcast.
And it incites a huge other list of specialist talents that goes beyond the mortal coil, if that makes sense. But another question, a couple of things that people have asked is,
Chocolate,
first one is, can they have champions? And the second one was, are gods mortal?
Champions.
Would demigods
I mean,
be mortals
theoretically,
that have some
yes.
sort of
I don't
influence
know
from
if
the high
that
mana density
means-
species?
I don't know exactly what that entails. I mean, if they have like a specific person that they like interact with and talk with more and kind of send to do on tasks that they view as like closer
I
to
love the
them,
idea
then
behind how
that's
gods
possible.
behave. Like
I
say
don't
ants
know
started
exactly
talking
how,
and praying
like,
to you for water.
there's probably, because
You'd
like
be
you've
like,
talked
"Cat,
about the
sure,
concept of
whatever,
like
give them a
pacts
drop
and
and
pack
they start
magic.
Hold on just a
worshipping you,
second,
you'd
Rain.
just be like, neat. Let's see where this goes."
Okay, continue. I apologize.
I would assume that something along the lines of a pact with the divine could emulate being a
At
champion.
Sherbert_plays full
But
yum
I
kinda
don't know
stuff.
exactly what that entails. I don't know if there's any like
At
exact
KK_plays, I think they
definition
could
of what
have this
that
for
means,
all
but
of
I
the
can
different
definitely
forces and
see
elements.
that concept being used for sure.
At Sky_Heights, highly
The other one
unlikely.
was, are they
At least
immortal?
not before the main character, at least.
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time, Rain?
What was the second question? Immortality?
Are they mortal? Yes.
I mean, yes, they're able to die. They are incredibly powerful. So it's not like you
Maybe
can just
mute
like take a
Chotbit for
sword to
chatting.
them and they'll like keel over or
Yeah,
anything.
Chotbit is loud.
But the running concept and theory as of right now is the more time, if they're able to move out of the plane that they reside in, the more time they spend out of that plane, the weaker they will become. So the best thing that you could do would be to somehow grab them, yoink them out of their like fancy ass plane, keep them on Paya for like a couple hundred years, and then kill them.
Yeah, so basically atrophy. They atrophy if not in their plane. Is there any examples of gods being born outside of that plane?
Yes. There's one.
Okay. What is your example? How much can you talk about your example? I should ask first.
I don't know how much I should talk about that. I think you might know who this example is, though.
Okay, we'll keep that one slated.
Okay.
One of the things that people have talked to me about, right, is like introducing gods into their campaigns and things like that. And I think it's very important to have a mechanic for basically being able to produce a god that wasn't born on some other plane of existence. So like for instance, I was talking to someone who said that they have a god that was born in the belly of a volcano. You know what I mean? And I'm like, honestly, if you can reproduce the conditions that the divines had, even in like a tiny vacuum, I could see it producing a god for the same reason. They would atrophy sooner, right? Because they either have to stay in their tiny little bubble or they have to begin atrophy, right? But the point is that if you're in those conditions and you're born in those conditions, then you're going to be a divine one way or the other. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, that's definitely the current. Yes.
Just interesting to listen to note the parallels. What do I gotta fight to become God? Probably God. I would assume that mechanically divines would have a lot of intrinsic abilities that prevent them from suffering standard mortal conundrum. You know what I mean? Like, can you just punch a god to death? Like, if a god just sat there and just let you wail on them, would a penetrative weapon kill them over time, right? That's like, I don't think there's really an answer to this yet. But realistically, I think that more than likely the answer should be no, right? Like,
yeah, I agree.
I think that they have some kind of limitations, or rather, flip side, limitations on killing them because they're not as susceptible to mortal means, if that makes sense. It's like the chicken slapping to cook it question. I mean, that is a question. Are they just too regenerative? You know what I mean? That's a very organic mechanic that would cause that to happen. There's only one way to find out. Chatbot was interrupting the champion's answer. Could you repeat the champion's answer for me, Rain?
Oh, yeah. I was saying I don't inherently know what the exact mechanics like are behind being like a god's champion, but I was saying like it's very possible for a god to like have a specific person that they like theoretically spend the most time communicating with, like offer the most like influence, like kind of like extend their influence onto Paya in a specific place where that person is the most often and have a more direct line of communication with. That's very possible. If you wanted to consider that a champion, you could do that. I know you've talked about pact magic before, and that would theoretically be another way to do that. I don't know if that's exactly what they intended by champion, but I could see that.
How many gods are currently introduced in Utopia? Utopia doesn't have any mention of them. I mean, obviously there's the 9 Pantheons. However, the Pantheon is still more than likely going to be abstract, because one thing that has to be taken into consideration here that's really difficult and probably needs to be telegraphed better and better as time goes on is that the beliefs don't always match what's actually happening, right? So like, for instance, Imperium, which is the biggest territory in all of Paya, has a huge amount of control, and they do absolutely leverage belief for power, right? So the Pantheon was kind of born and raised in Imperium, and whether or not it matches the divines, whether or not it matches the abstracts, or whether or not it just matches their agenda is still up in the air, right? And I don't necessarily want to answer that question just yet. So the technical answer to that is 9. However, the truest answer is undetermined, if that makes sense. Cough, cough, warlock, cough, cough. Yes. So one of the things that we talked about is ritual magic, right? And ritual magic basically allows you to trade mana for a separate cost, right? So for instance, realistically, blood magic is a form of ritual, but it just exists in the Magecraft tree. But there's a lot of other ways. Like, ritual magic will likely introduce things like blood sacrifices, you know, sacrificing creatures for the sake of making your spells more powerful and things like that. And a certain amount of belief or stamina siphoning or power siphoning is kind of how temples work a lot of the time. So for instance, if we're trying to produce a god out of a person, you can get a temple full of, you know, medium level mages and have them just all siphon their power into one person, and that person will reach very, very, very high levels of power basically out of nothing, right? And I mean, there's definitely more to it than that, right? Because you need a proper conduit, you need not conduit, that's a bad word. You need a proper altar, if you will, something that can siphon energy into them. You need a proper host that can handle all of that power and utilize it in some meaningful way, and so on and so on. But the point is that it's possible. A player of Utopia can become a pact member or a pact patron. Fish session 0.33. Yo, that's awesome. I did not get a chance to stop by, unfortunately. I've been awake for like 2 hours, chat. More research. Would you know what be considered as abstract gods? It depends. I think they walk a line. I think they definitely walk a line, and it kind of depends more on how they described and what their nature is. Blood magic is baby's first ritual. Can there be a divine whose domain is small enough to move around the world? Like, what do you mean by move around the world? Divines can just walk the world, right?
What I assume they're saying is the conditions that stop them from atrophying be moved around so that they would never experience that.
Honestly, I'd assume that's what an altar is for. I think that would probably be the most common way to go about that. And Rain, if you have a discrepancy to this, let me know. But I would imagine that that's gonna be the knee-jerk reaction, is get a ton of people to believe in you and siphon power into you so that you don't atrophy.
Maybe. I think we'd have to talk about that.
Okay. TLDR, I think it's possible. I don't think it would be easy by any means. I mean, anything's possible to some extent, but there's going to be catastrophic ramifications to something that large, if that makes sense, right? You can't just like move a mana flux because you feel like it. You know what I mean? I mean, you can if you're powerful enough to do that, but it's not gonna be easy necessarily. It's not gonna just go unnoticed, right? You don't just move entire forces of nature around and no one bats an eyelash at it, you know? I wonder if a god could just like live on the sun.
That would be interesting.
Because I mean, like, if you need like a certain amount of pressure on you, right? Like, that's how I imagine it, right? Like, you have to put yourself in a pressure chamber because like this plane that you're on is like a very, very high pressure, if you will, or power amalgamate, but you have this high pressure chamber that you exist on completely. It's kind of like a person from Earth going to the moon, right? You know, gravity is decompressing you and your muscles atrophy to a very great extent. So they have to bring like their own pressure chamber with them in order to survive. They're like equivalent of a space suit.
Why not just become the sun? That's a very interesting question.
think it'd be cool if there was to become gods like in the book Lord of Mysteries. There is. So the first expansion of Utopia, so the Utopia Core Guide, the first book to come out after that is called the Adventurer's Guide. The third book to come out, or the second expansion to come out, is called Among Gods, right? And that's where you start getting abilities to play a god. Gods are just blobfish, precisely. Gods don't require faith. That is just one access to power, if that makes sense. So God Fish Tank, yes. Them going to Paya would give them the bends. Is there such thing as like a deity spacesuit? Is that like a, would that work?
Which way around? For a god to stay powerful or for another person to go into the powerful area?
Well, yes.
I mean, probably.
I mean, I feel like that would make a lot of sense, right? Is like to have something that...
I always assumed that there was, because I've, like, in campaigns that I have wanted and am planning to run, I want the players to go to the plane that the divines reside in. So I assume that there's a way to have something that lets you withstand that.
Yeah, no, and I think that makes sense, like having a way for players to go into it where you basically, in both cases, you make like kind of a vacuum chamber of sorts. A mana thermos is what London said. But like just making something that prevents your outside forces from interacting with your inside forces. But I'm kind of more curious if a god can prevent atrophy through one of these devices, right? Where basically they put on this suit or this mana field or something on them so that they can just exist on Paya for a period of time.
That would be interesting.
Could the clones go to and survive the planes the gods are born? I would say, I don't know this mechanically, so I don't know the exact metrics of it. I don't know how long they would last, if so. I don't know the exact nuance of it, but my immediate assumption is more than likely. I think once you surpass things like Archmage level abilities, like once you've gotten like an ultimate specialist talent, once you've gotten like past the demi-mortal barrier, so like level 100, I feel like that's at least in my head, and again, Rain, correct me if I'm wrong, but a point where you can begin to survive, right? Not to say that you're going to thrive, but at least you won't just immediately perish once you get there.
My assumption would be on the level of you would have capabilities to make it so that you could survive. You know, a mage might have spells that they can cast that will make it easier. You might be able to craft something. Like at that point, you have enough knowledge of the world and things that you can probably figure out a way somehow.
No, that makes sense. I get you. Keiki, I just changed the music if you're still here. I appreciate you. We will be doing the poll soon. I'm gonna kind of let the conversation flow as it does, and then we'll get into the poll chat. A couple people have asked about demigods. Also, hi, Grunkle.
Demigods exist. I mean, theoretically, with the divines as a species, that could exist from a divine having a child with a non-divine. That's a little bit funky, though, because the way that divines reproduce is not normal. So I don't know the exact metric of how that would work, but that could be something. There's also the concept of two divines or a divine having a child that is genetically a divine, but maybe they were born on Paya. And that would probably create something of a demigod because you have some of the conditions and not some of the other ones. So yeah.
Okay, so if a divine were to come to Paya, where obviously that vacuum chamber doesn't exist, and reproduce in some way, it's possible for that to produce a demigod, purely off of genetics.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. Someone asked, how do divines reproduce? Are you able to say that right now?
I could. I think it would be a little wishy-washy.
Okay, give me some wishy-wash.
Okay. Theoretically, divines reproduce through almost sheer willpower. The divines were a species that were created, kind of out of nothing. Essentially, if a divine wants to create another divine, they kind of just do.
I just want to say, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we said, how do divines reproduce? And we got the guesses of super sex, when two divines love each other very much, and mitosis. And then
Mitosis is
mitosis,
probably the most accurate.
and then mitosis, where it's like mighty osis.
Oh, wonderful. That's hilarious.
Just mean add in 30 seconds, chat. Continue.
But theoretically, it's kind of like, and it's not like they create a child either. They could. You could choose to create a baby, but most of the time they're gonna sit down and they're gonna think about it really hard, and they're gonna cast all their magic and wibbly wobbly stuff, and then a person is going to appear. It's actually harder for two people to create a divine together than it is for a single person to make another divine.
And ads are up. Okay. We got about 2 minutes before we go. I thank you for pinning
At
mitosis. I
Fieldsmith
love
Divine
that.
Adult Maker.
Divine
At
adult maker.
Fieldsmith level 20 Bard spell.
Could two gods?
Final
I don't want you to
answer all of
answer
the
any
above.
questions yet, Rain. But just for pondering, could two gods merge and
At
become
Take It
one?
Plays yes.
That's really interesting. Level 20 bard spell divine baby maker. God damn it.
At London Blue IE
Chat.
something something fusion dance.
Something fusion dance. Oh man, that brings back memories of a book I want to burn. I don't want to talk about it, chat.
It's a great
I don't
book.
wanna-
Everyone should go and buy it.
Stop.
can you cast
Absolutely
that?
do not. I has plans now with this conversation. I'm terrified. Oh god.
At
Yes,
Sherbert
London.
underscore plays
I
Oridonize, Oridonize, Oridonize,
I hate that you know what that
Oridonize.
is, London. Elder Scrolls series had either their moon or their world in the body of a dead god. That's right. Yeah, I've seen a couple of stories with the idea that of some landmass or entire planet existing as the body of a god, and I absolutely love that idea. Titans are actually something that really have to be fleshed out because Titans do function very, very
Best horny
independently of
spell.
gods.
Sensory enhancement.
Best horny spell, sensory enhancement.
House.
Dude, okay,
oh my
wait,
God,
hold on.
True.
Can I just say on like a very like not PG-13 note, like can you imagine how magic affects things? What is this?
Spellcasters fuck is all I'm saying.
Mages have got to be so kinky.
Literally. Mages have got to be so kinky. Like, what is the spectrum of BDSM for an archmage?
Ads though. I'm
There's
just
ads.
saying people would use Kindle for some very unique things.
Yes, gender bend is a core spell. You are correct.
That one was for the trans people.
I'm just saying
Don't
people
worry,
would use
I
Kindle
swept
for some
the
very
empowered line
unique
under the rug
things.
personally.
Good. Well, the empowered line was completely swept under the rug because it was completely
Put
disintegrated.
sense of touch on crack and ecstasy.
Oh my god, dude, that's fucking crazy. I love that. Mages are either incredibly kinky or the exact opposite. That's so funny. That's like the wizard versus sorcerer conundrum, I feel like. Like, sorcerers cast through emotion and wizards cast through thought. I cast animate
Blue3
Bad
underscore
Dragon.
Mag 3
What's up, Mads? How's it going? I am so
At
sorry for
Sherbert
the
underscore
conversation you just
plays
walked in
override
on.
touch and taste,
Um,
and then you also use Neshromancy.
Necromancy. Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine trying to make like a
My
pleasurable
party
experience
regularly
out of
uses the
like
spell Gay Beam, which is just a sensory override. Gay.
sensory overwrite gay? Can you imagine like if you were able to make like a sensual experience out of murdering somebody, like literally ripping their soul out of their body and then putting it back? Whoops.
Whoa.
Wait, can you change someone's sexual attraction with magic?
I would have to see probably a little bit more of the nuance behind that and what your argued mechanics are that you're using to do that. But I'm sure it's at the very least possible. If anybody, oh my god, wait, no. Actually, the perfect line of talents is the Bard. Like, the Bard has the perfect line of talents to magically alter someone's sexuality because they have affinity in magic. That's
I
way
feel
too...
like the change in instinct feature in sensory override is kind of It's at least close, if nothing else.
Oh, 100%. And they also have affluence, right? So they can literally just like convince you. You know what I mean? So they can convince you and then use magic to help them convince you. That's a bard's innate functionality. That's so funny. I love this. Which means the gay beam is really a bi beam, if we're being honest. The problem isn't making someone gay, it's making someone straight. Oh, the horror of getting attraction added. Ew, ultimate gaslighting. Okay, the ads are over. We can get back on topic. I apologize for everything that I've spoken about.
The merging, okay.
Yes, can two gods merge?
One? I'm not sure. I'm gonna be honest, it's not something that has ever happened before. I can tell you that much from my knowledge at the very least. But I'm curious.
I would say that, honestly, I guess it depends on their anatomy, right? So, like, for anyone who doesn't know, when a creature is primordial in Utopia, it doesn't necessarily mean they've been here since the dawn of time. More often than not, a primordial creature is an elemental of some type, right? It means that they're a mana construct. So, like, for instance, you have a fire elemental, that's a mana construct, they're technically primordial. Dragons are primordial because they're partially manistic beings, right? But with that in mind, mana beings are very easy to just smash into one. There's actually like a growth cycle to elementals, right? So like, for instance, an elemental starts as a wisp, and then it turns into an elemental, and then it turns into a djinn. Now, I don't know about the exact, the ladder might be a little bit longer than that. There's oozes and things like that that also kind of work as like sub-shelves of that. Pond is an example, yes, but Pond is a very unique example. I don't know if I should get into that right now, to what exactly Pond is, but Pond is a very, very unique example. But with that in mind, how boring it would be to become straight, real. But with that in mind, mana constructs are easy. A humanoid is not, right? It takes a lot of research, science, and technology to just smash two people together. But the gods, it kind of depends on what their chemistry is, right? Like, are they mana-based beings, or are they basically just purely biological superpowers? I don't know if you have an answer to that, Rain.
I assume they're a little bit of both, realistically. I mean, they're created innately from the power of another god, so I assume that they're innately tied to mana in some way, especially with how they atrophy and such.
Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Let's
Master
go,
Chief.
I appreciate
500
you.
bits.
Thank you so much, man.
An extent of genetic component, but I think the genetic, quote-unquote, side of it is less like DNA genetics and more just like, if the power of a god was used to make you, then some of that power kind of gets like passed on, and that's like more the genetic part of it, because it's like two divines that are in the same family tree. Like, one can look like an elf and one can look like an oxtus. Like, it's not genetic in the sense of like you're gonna pass down your physical characteristics.
No, that makes sense. For people who are just walking in, we are talking about the divines, or the gods of Utopia. The gods have kind of become their own division because a lot of people have wanted to make characters and things like that, wanted more information on what the gods are, what people believe, and things like that. So there's kind of like its own division for the divines now. Thank you so much for the 100 god biddies, Rain. And I've grabbed Rain because he is kind of leading this division right now. So I'm asking him questions live and letting chat ask questions and things like that about what the divines are, what they mean, and why they exist and how they exist, and so on and so on. Out of curiosity, if they are just kind of manifested by each other, like they kind of just mitosis into existence, right? It would make sense for them to be mana-based beings. You know what I mean? Especially because that's kind of how primordials work, right? They kind of are just forced into existence by bonding mana in a certain way. Thank you so much for the 101 up biddies, and thank you guys so much for the hype train. Holy shit, let's fucking go. Thank you guys.
Hype train started.
No, I very much assume that they are like mana based, but have a much more like physical form than like an elemental would.
And I mean, there's also the possibility that they are just like mana bonded rather than mana comprised.
That was kind of my thought, honestly.
No, and that makes sense. Saving my bits to buy more repo coins for more cards. Funny big red button. Stop that, Collie. Put that away. No, I think that makes a lot of sense, personally. I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, I don't think it necessarily answers the question of whether two gods can merge. I think that there's always a way to do it, right? There's always a way to do it. Like, if you can conceptualize something, chances are there's a way to make it happen. However, the nuance and the semantics of that, I feel like, are kind of the more important question. What is the catastrophe that follows doing that? You know what I mean? Is this like gonna cause a supernova, or is this just something that people just do sometimes?
I'm intrigued.
I'm intrigued as well. I actually don't know the answer. Here's another question that I have for you. Are divines like a segregated species, or is it like a tag you can put on any species?
I think it's both. I feel like the dictionary definition of a divine is probably just a creature that was born in a environment that forced them to be a base level of powerful. And I think that's a tag that you could slap onto anything. But the gods, theoretically, in like the sense that we're saying, where it's like these people that live on another plane that influence Paya, is a species. They have like a family tree that goes back to one point, and they were all created from each other. So in that sense, those gods that live on those planes are a species that have like replicated. But divine as a like title can also be put onto other things.
Yes, and that's kind of what I'm wondering, right? Good, Collie, don't then. Go replace your fridge. What are you doing? That's kind of one of the things that I would want to consider personally, is like when you amalgamate in such a way because of that power vacuum, right? Because that power conglomerate, right? Because you're born in that pressure chamber. Does it kind of happen the same way every time, if that makes sense? Does it happen in such a way that the divine is always a species, right? Like in some way that's so 125 redeems. That's unfortunate. But does it happen in such a way that like all divines are similar because of it? Like are they genetically non-independent? Are they genetically cohesive to each other because of the way that they're born? And if that is the case, it's not just a tag, it is actually a part of their genetic makeup. Then is there a separate on par level creature that is born a different way, if that makes sense? And the first thing that pops into my head is Titans, right? Like Titans aren't born that way. That's not how a Titan is born at all. However, I'd imagine that Titans are probably on power scale with gods, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think that it's like a divine is necessarily like a power level tag. I assume it's you have this power because you were born in this way tag.
Yeah. Why would divines have DNA? That is a really good question, actually. Why design them with DNA if they manifest that way? Is it like a requirement, or is it just easier for them, or is it just something that they've grown out of habit?
I don't know if they do have DNA.
Oh, fair enough, I guess. But they still have some kind of genetic presence, or do they not?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, they don't physically pass down they don't pass down their physical traits in any way. Like I said, an elf can create an Oxtus.
That's fair.
So, like, if they do have DNA, the DNA is not a part of the reproduction.
Okay, that makes sense. I understand where you're coming from. This sounds more like a mana-based being, from the sounds of it mechanically. However, there's a million other forces that could be causing that as well. Thank you guys so much for completing that hype train. So we have the same godly parents. Is it cool to date? I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends who you ask. If you ask Greek mythos, then yes. Mana-based life, yeah.
Theoretically, your DNA isn't necessarily intrinsically tied to each other. So do with that what you will.
Does that mean
you're also created as adults a lot of the time, so...
Does that mean that gods are kind of innately sterile?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, because, like, okay, so, like, what is their confines then, right? Like, what is their limitations? If they could just reproduce a million of themselves, you know, why wouldn't they? or what would be their reason for not doing that beyond just like social limitations or, you know, what they decide is ill-willed? Beyond that, like, what is preventing them? Like, what are their limitations? Like, does it cost a lot of themselves in order to produce another? Do they have to use what's surrounding them in order to do so, to repopulate, right? So like we talked about how if they produced another god on Paya, they may create a demigod. Is that because of the limitations of their environment or the limitations of themselves?
I don't have an exact answer for that. I think the demigod thing would probably be a limitation in their environment. One of the ideas that I've had for that is either it's just a very taxing thing to do, like for a god to do. So if you do it once, it's like, all right, I need a few hundred years in order to do that again. Or gods have to be created with a purpose. In the kind of like history that I've laid out, every single god that's been created has been created for a reason. The god that created them has been like, this is a task that needs to be done, or this is a thing that needs to be fulfilled, and then they create a god in order to fill the gap in their society, in their personal life, whatever. So it's possible that like maybe if it's like their will isn't strong enough, it's not something that they can do. I don't have an exact answer for that. I'm kind of spitballing ideas here, but
no, I get you. No, that makes sense. Would they see demigods as children or extensions of themselves? I would assume it's per god. Like, I'd assume it's per instance, but I'm going to let Rain answer that.
Yeah, most of the time, there are some exceptions to this, but a lot of the time, when gods create another god, it's not like a familial relation. Like, they're not like, this is my child, and I'm going to love and care for you. It's like, I created you because that needs to get done, so I'll show you how to do it for like a year and then go and do it. There are some exceptions to that. There are some gods that create gods and they do have a familial relationship, but that's much more of like a choice and an outskirt type thing. For the most time, when you create a god, you're either going to have like a neutral relationship to that god, or at the very best of like a mentor to like student kind of relationship.
That makes sense. Interesting, very interesting to say the least, but I think that makes a lot of sense personally. It's more like building sentinels than it is building children.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, chat, I'm gonna set up the poll, and I'm gonna keep Rain on call for a little bit longer because the poll is gonna be up for 5 minutes, and if we end up doing something else, we'll get off call and we'll move on to the next thing. But the poll is up now, chat, so make sure to decide which one you guys... Oops, hold on, nope. Okay, well, someone voted early, I guess. I did not catch it, so congratulations to those who won party games. I did reset it first, and then someone voted after. They're still going to be on cooldown. They might be able, whoever did that, might be able to get a second vote in. I hope they can't. But, chat, make sure to vote in the poll, decide which one you would like. That was my fault for adding exploitation. Or for missing the exploitation. Apologize. Appreciate you, London.
But I will say, more so than the exact mechanics of exactly like how everything works, I have a lot more fleshed out for the individual gods themselves and the history of like the family line and stuff like that. So I'm going to be able to give a lot more concrete answers on those things than I will to like deep inner mechanics and stuff.
Yeah. No, 100%. There's also the D20 system that... Not like a game system, chat. I don't want to make this sound like it's a game system. The D20, the icosahedron structure, that I would love to get into. I don't think we're going to have time to get into it today, but I think that's a very interesting thing. Anything that you want to mention about that as like a little bit of a teaser?
As with the structure?
Yeah.
As a teaser? Let's just say the plane that Paya resides in is kind of a very special central hub for planar travel.
Yep. Perfect. Icosahedron. Okay, nerd. Is there a mainstream group of gods?
Yeah. There are 5 gods that are much more well known than any other ones.
Okay, cool.
I can give names if people want names.
Chat, do you want names? Chat hates information. Chat hates to get more information. I don't think they want that. Yeah, they're all saying no. They're all saying no, they don't want to.
Ah, shucks, that's too bad.
Shucks. So just to clarify, gods like the actual ones are only semi-corporeal, correct? Like they mostly concepts rather than actual people? That is, okay, so that's kind of like the separate force, and I said this earlier before everyone's screaming at me. Before you got here, Diamond, I was talking about, there's still the abstract concepts, right? And those are kind of on a higher level than what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about right now are called divines, right? And they're a more personable formation of gods, right? They're more reasonable. They can walk around, they can interact with people, you know, they have lives and feelings and thoughts. And they're kind of treated as gods, more so. So the abstracts are still a concept, but they're a much, much higher level concept, if that makes sense. Okay, Rain, go ahead and give whatever names that you would like.
Okay, I have to pull up my document on this. Give me one heckin' moment.
Hello, Speedy. Speedy comes in and says, main character breaking the fourth wall and killing the creator. It's like G big, G I got you. Exactly.
Okay, I think I've got it. So, the big 5 gods that are most well known across Paya is essentially we have your pretty standard goddess of nature, who is referred to as the Eastern Petal. Normal ass nature god. You have got
I do want to ask you about the Eastern Petal specifically sometime in the future. Postmark that. Continue.
Okay. You've got Soulust, who is a god of beasts. So he's kind of like hunting, farming, anything to do with like animals, that kind of stuff. That's a lot of where he's worshipped. You have Nost, who is the god of artifice. You have Okira, who is the god of... I haven't actually fully decided this one, so here's a little... It's either the god of illusion or the god of deception. We haven't fully gotten there. And then the last one, her name is Kalira, and she is known as the goddess of luck.
Alrighty. I am very excited for this. There goes my sleep, unfortunate. Okay, let me go ahead and set up all of the little badiggabadabas. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Setting up stream title and everything like that, and let me turn chatbot back on.
At monkey_pasquire stab me deeper.
Whoa, what did we start off with? Holy shit. Okay.
What's
the
we
God
doing?
of Redacted. We are going to be moving into the Horrors Beyond, which is Utopia campaign by Elf. Speaking of, hello.
Elf the goat.
Goat the elf.
Hello.
Every clap for Elf. Every clap. Clap and a half.
Yes, the claps. Oh, lovely. I am so glad after a month we get
Rain,
to
can
continue
I message
this.
you?
God.
Gods of flora, fauna, function, fiction, and fortune. That is the wildest. Thank you for the lyric time. Or the lyric.
The Nurky.
Let me just steal that real
You
quick.
kidding?
Where is Sky?
Thank
Wow,
you for the
man.
We're
2
literally
biddies.
just in chat. God damn it.
Oops.
No.
No.
Oh frick, I'm getting bullied already.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah, Sky, like,
Yeah.
you saw this coming. You had. God damn it. Tasty cola.
What is... Where is...
At sky
what is
underscore
where's?
heights, that's what you get for punching people.
What level were we again?
You are the level that is on your sheet.
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
We're level 12.
I have
Thank
pinned
you.
all of your sheets in the respective DMs except Blue,
Let's go. Okay, perfect.
Yo.
because he's pinned in the group chat.
Chill would not take long.
Oh, welcome in, Sky. Let's go. Ooh. Okay, is everyone ready for a recap?
I think so.
I think
I
so.
believe I am.
So,
I think I could take in new information.
So, to reintroduce what is going on, this is the Horrors Beyond, which is a campaign setting
show
that I
dog.
was writing from like Christmas to April kind of deal. I have custom art from the community, I have custom stat sheets from the community as well, and a bunch of other things. And in the party, we have Rain, who is playing as Lotus, an ox type. We have Ori, who is playing as Boulder, which is an automaton that's mute. We have Sky, who is playing Aiko, a lunar elf.
Speedy.
And Blue Mage, who is playing an Eldritch Cambion. Last time, we
Yes,
started
sir.
off...
I was just affirming that, yeah, that's what I was playing.
Yeah. And last
me.
time we started off by waking up in a village. In this village there were a bunch of weird people. Where Rain's character Lotus quickly established that you could go and sleep with one guy and maybe get something out of it. And they didn't really...
I thought the night was dangerous, okay? I needed somewhere.
Yes. I mean, a little bit of EP and protection, you know, that sort of stuff.
Sounds
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Yours.
Wait, did that guy have any protection?
That's a good question. I will leave that unanswered.
Oh,
I'm more
God.
wondering how an ox even does anything in the first place, but that...
I don't
you
even know
it's-
how that would even work.
It sounds
Gosh.
one-sided. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oxdie reproduced through germination, so like. Yo, what's up,
but
Jilly?
you can
How's it
still
going?
do-
Yeah, I
I'm
was.
sure
even though-
one of them had a good time.
I'm
Yep.
sure one of them did.
The party ended up walking down a little bit of road and meeting a few different individuals, getting through sundown and night, meeting some more. Amongst them being people like Eowyn the Merchant, Diagoras the Charmer, Lies the Brute, and a few others.
Yo,
Two of
oh
your
my God.
party members petted Oops the dog, which is a very cute little dog, if we say it like that. Well, and then a little bit later on, they all talked to Mirren the Teller, who likes to hear stories and other things. And had, you know, like some kind of small interactions a little bit here and there. Before deciding that they're gonna rest up against the wall, stay safe, while Boulder is currently knocked out from being on 0 stamina, without having a way of regenning it.
I love Boulder.
And that is where we start off. Day number 3, realization.
I would like to say absolutely nothing because I'm passed out.
Great. Oh, by the way, the light.
Alright.
I'm not seeing like the character light.
Are you not seeing the character lights?
No.
But you should be able to.
Okay, let me reload.
I'm also not seeing it.
Oh, it might be because you had to be invited, so you're not assigned.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm seeing
Oh,
it.
yeah, there
I
you
have
go.
one.
I'm
I'm
Okay,
seeing
cool.
it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you have no way of regenerating stamina? I'm an automaton. I have a way. My character just didn't. So my
Because
character
it's-
no, because my
Because
character
like automaton are immune to being unconscious, aren't they?
Alanatsuno.
No, unconscious, I guess technically yes, but they can still be incapacitated or incapable. I guess hypothetically what's actually true is that my character is paralyzed, but still conscious.
Yep.
So you just kind of have this bulwark body that people just have to kind of drag around.
He's running in emergency mode.
Yeah.
Basically.
Your body is not capable of actually committing to actions.
Need to get some
And
WD-40.
funny enough, the party cannot create crude power components. Only I can. So they have to find a better power component and feed it to me for a completely wasteful cost.
Yep.
Or
They have
find
to
a stamina
somehow-
injector, a stimulant, something.
But the easiest way for the party would be to scavenge up some crude power and crude refinement somewhere before trying to find a place where they can eventually make a stem and then just injecting you.
Yeah,
What?
Precisely, Ashton. And
Keeping
also,
elf
I mean,
many.
I could also just complete a rest, because that is one of the options when you run out of stamina.
Alright, guess I should probably carry him.
Oop.
How many, yeah, no, wait, I don't have to ask these questions. I actually
Was
have
my
your
question
sheets
ever
open,
answered?
so,
Yeah.
Look,
yeah, you are encumbered. I believe, unless you haven't changed your stuff. Yeah, because, yeah, that makes sense. You are encumbered as you are currently carrying... You're currently carrying, I'd say 40 slots in total.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not like I'm in combat or anything, and
if combat starts, you can just drop him.
Oh yeah, for
Yep.
sure. Just drop the automaton on the floor and walk away.
shit, we got ambushed. Gotta drop the dead weight.
You can.
You all hear footsteps coming from around the corner of the house you have been staying at. Hi, you hooligans! The fuck are you doing outside of my door? Or, well, outside of my window?
Oh,
I could
I'm
probably leaning on the window.
I'm so sorry to bother you. As you can see, our friend here is just a little bit tired, so we were just relaxing for a small bit before making our way again. I'm so sorry for my friend. He's a little bit rambunctious. I'll do my best to make sure he quiet down for you.
That's that, right? I don't want no 3 sleepers outside my window. I need my beauty sleep.
Well,
Next time
I'm
we better
sure
pay
that
up.
if we were sleeping, then we wouldn't be making noise to keep you awake from your sleep. So, if you don't mind, the sooner you go back in your house, the sooner we can all be resting.
She's just gonna look at you. It's like, what do you mean? It's day. What? Oh. As she's just
She could just kind of stare
gonna
at the
walk
window.
around, and she's just pissed, and just, walks inside.
I'll turn back to the
Never
party
mind,
and
plan
say,
to
the
deal with her."
locals are lovely.
What'd you say?
Better than my plan to deal with her. Alright.
Hey, at least we're
Should
not making
we
enemies
walk
yet.
away from this lady's domicile?
Let's get going.
Yeah.
Over from another distance of the other direction, you hear a man. It's like, hello. Are you doing all right? Do you need help with anything?
Look at the party.
Mm.
Think we're good.
Yeah,
okay.
for right now we're fine.
Oh, okay. Just let me know if you need anything. My house always open for friendly people.
Hey,
Okay.
what's your name?
Oh, I'm George. They call me just a guy sometimes, but name is George. I'm just a guy.
Why is that
What about you?
Aiko.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Aiko.
You too. Just kind of nods.
He's just like completely gullible about your very rude attitude. He just walks back. Like, la, da, 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 da.
Not rude, just nonchalant.
Yeah, but I
This
mean, you're
place
probably
is weird.
If
I
I
think he's not the
remember
nicest person,
correctly,
admittedly.
we were talked to by someone to try and kidnap a dude, right? There was like a thing, there was like a guy that had like crows around him that we were supposed to try and capture and bring back to someone. I remember that this happened, but the details are really foggy.
Yeah,
I
thought that
believe
name
you
rings a
talked
bell.
to Gallus the White.
We do have 20 seconds until an ad real quick. Yo, Virgo, thank you so much for the sub. What's up? 11 months, let's go!
Erloke Alvergo underscore just
Yes, you
subscribed
were
for
you
19
did talk
months.
with a person.
Let's play hide
um,
and seek. I
about
hide,
bringing someone
you
back.
seek professional help.
You seek professional. God, I love
And
you,
the
Virgo.
person that we were attempting to find and bring back, we had a description for them. I think they like walked around at night with the lantern and crows or something like that.
Oh, the person we met. Yeah.
Ads are up
so-
for 2 minutes. So does my
Oh, yeah.
partner. That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Elf, do we have a description of the person that we're looking for?
That person gave us a description of the person he was looking for.
Yes. So, you talked.
I'll be back
with,
in a bit, Ori.
Gallus the Wise, who is a lunar elf that had like crows and kind of smoke
Yeah.
around him. Like he's a kind of wise old man crow guy. And he is searching for someone named Vigo. I want you to trap Vigo in the cage.
Did we not see
Okay.
somebody like that? Didn't we see
And
somebody and
then-
decide to release them?
No, we saw
No.
them and then we were like, do we actually want to do this? And I remember we asked him why, and it was that like he took something from him.
Okay.
By the way, you're totally allowed to like put down text notes outside of houses or where NPCs are staying
That's smart.
to remember things, because I'm trying to do that like secret notes about it, but it's good if you also put down.
That's a really good plan, Elf. The problem is that we need that requires more than a single brain cell.
You're
Suddenly,
purple now,
right.
W.
Yeah, I have to share my hat with you lot to make sure it happens.
Thank you.
Well,
Whoop.
welcome in,
for
Heartbeat.
thank you for taking on that burden.
Hello, Heartbeat.
Wanted to change things up? Real. I have all the knowledge. The knowledge
Also-
contained.
Are we actually wanting to do this for that weird fucking dude? Like, that seemed like really suspicious, right? Like, hey,
Oh, no.
hello strangers, would you be willing to trap this man in a cage for me? I'm concerned.
I think we just see what happens.
Considering what you have already done, I thought that would be like not too bad.
What's that supposed to mean?
There's a big difference between a one-night stand for my own personal safety and trapping someone in a cage to potentially be murdered.
You have
is
done
all
other
I'm
things.
saying.
Don't worry, you have done other
What
things.
other things?
What other things did I do?
I don't know. Probably something.
Ow. What do you mean?
Nothing.
I will have you know I own this color. Move off my ground.
Oh,
Honestly,
okay.
if Rain owns any color, it might be purple.
I would say yellow. I say
It's
derogatory.
probably yellow. Yeah, it's probably yellow. Who owns purple, Ori? If you had to pick one person.
That's a good question. Oh, that's a battle of attrition I'd have to think about.
I feel like London is up there.
London is up
London's
there.
definitely up there.
Boulder's just gonna kind of wiggle. Like, you can see that he's, like, trying to move a little bit. but he's just like, he's kind of like in a mid walk. So he's kind of got like one leg out and like one arm swinging back, the other arm swinging forward, and he just kind of fell over at some point.
Lotus will like go and kind of try and like maneuver him in a way where he's like sitting in a way that seems comfortable. And will kind of.
I think all of his joints are locked. So like he can't move. Like everything is like hard locked right now.
Oh my gosh.
All right. I'm gonna set him down.
We can't even put him in like the recovery position or anything. I don't know. I feel bad.
You just set him down and he just kind of face plants.
Recovery position, dude. He can't. Does he have a?
Get the WD dollar.
And actually, Butch is gonna kind of go over and like poke and see like, does he even have a digestive tract?
Wiggle, wiggle.
I'm honestly not sure, but
in front of where she assumes Boulder's face is. Like, you there? No.
Wiggle,
Didn't
wiggle.
think so.
I can't tell if he's having a seizure or not. Can automatons have seizures? I'm a little bit lost on how to help him, but like I want to help him, but I'm
pretty sure
confused.
automatons can't have seizures.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Then what
We
is
should get
that?
going. Do I look like I know?
I would say that you could probably hear like a light like whirring sound. Like if you put your ear up to Boulder when you get really close to him, you can hear like a light whirring.
So if
It's
I
like the
had
same kind of
presumably
whirring that
walked up
comes
and
when,
placed my hand in his face,
Yeah,
presumably.
you would probably
can
feel
hear it.
something too. Like you would feel something like vibrating in what would be his skull.
Kind of like when you put up a Brenner.
Aika's gonna put her hand on like where she assumes his forehead is. I don't know how clear his facial structure is.
Not super. I mean, it's obvious enough. He's very bandaged. Like I believe he's an old growth, right? So he's kind of like he's made out of a lot of like old woods and things like that, kind of like rotting material. But he has like what you could deduce is an eye slit at the very least.
So like above the eye slit then.
Yeah, like he has a humanoid structure made out of like this rotting like mannequin wood, and he's covered in like bandages and things like that almost represents clothing.
Aika like puts her hand on his forehead.
Oh god.
What was that?
I have no idea. I think I did that.
No, I changed the fog color setting.
Fog color.
It was gonna be dark, but it wasn't.
No, it was very vibrant. Yeah, no, you're just gonna hear like a light. You're just gonna feel like a light whirring and hear a light whirring like from beneath his mask.
Seems like he's waking up.
Well, we have two options here. Do we want to try and carry him around, or are we going to rest and let him recover here? I mean, we can always sit down and keep an eye out for this man that we're trying to find.
I mean, I
I don't
can't
know if we
carry
really
him.
want to do that. Like, we just kind of took that dude on his word that like he
I'm
should
not
be in the
saying-
cage.
I'm not saying that we're gonna do it. I'm saying at the very least we could find him and talk to him and maybe get a second perspective on it. We have to do something around here, right? I mean, we can't just wander around forever. We have no idea where we are. We have to move forward somehow. If that's by doing things that people tell us to do, I'm willing to do it over nothing.
Oh, by the way, I do see what you're doing.
Nah, oh, that's not what you talked about.
Oh, what the fuck are those?
What? Aika turns around. What? Huh?
Yeah, you spot something walking around, disappearing into shadows, coming out of others. Seemingly like there may be more than just one. Maybe there are two, even. But that would be impossible, right? There cannot be more things in the shadows.
Aiko's
Lotus
gonna yell
is
out,
just
hello?
And what you see in front of you is a creature that has horns and like a skull, and you can see that there is flames around, like not like it's not like it's burning, but it does feel real. And Butch, while you know Aiko is looking at something, you yourself see something that just walks by as there is a certain aura around this creature. Something that is hard to explain, something that is hard to understand. Yet, you have a sensation.
Does it feel
It's like-
familiar?
A little bit. It will feel warm, and I mean, it feels inviting. Like kinda enticing to walk closer and maybe embrace it in a hug.
Do any of the other like normal villagers seem to be reacting to them at all?
Yeah, they're kind of backing away. Some of them like slowly walking into their houses.
Aiko's
Some
gonna
of
try
them don't care. Some of them, do react a little bit.
Aiko's gonna walk up to one of the villagers. Who would she be walking up to at this point?
Probably George. He's just like standing around looking all happy.
Okay. Hey, do you know who that is? Points
Oh.
here.
I think that's just Gary. Hey Gary, what's up, my guy? Are you having a good day? And he seems to like have this conversation with this creature. Like you can obviously see it's something else. He's like, yeah. So then my mother told me about this thing, and I was like, haha, no way that happened. Oh, anyways, oh no, I'm sorry about bringing that back up. Hey, do you wanna hug? As he embraces the creature. And then they just stand there for a little while, and all of you can see how the flames wrap around, pretty much digging into him, but he just looks alright. And then he walks away. It's like, yeah, nice to see you, man. I'll see you some other day. As he walks back to his house, sits down on a chair outside of it, and just takes a chill pill.
Aiko's
Lotus
like
has-
visibly Aiko's like visibly face palming, but also kind of surprised.
Lotus has
What
just
did I
shifted
just
herself
witness?
and Boulder as far into a dark corner as possible and is kind of just like standing in between, kind of like trying to keep Boulder in a corner.
Interesting. Well, Butch, do you walk up?
Do.
You... The sensation of, like, feeling a warm embrace just grows stronger and stronger. It's a feeling that you, Butcher of the Woods, never really had. It's something that a Blackwood Butcher, as your name goes, never could get. A feeling of belonging, safety, and just warmth. Like a mother's embrace. Or a lover who wants to keep you safe. As it opens up its arms, reaching out for you. Do you wish to accept?
Heartbeat.
I think Butch kind of like stands there, like a bit taken aback for a second. enough to pass this time, friend.
You hear a voice inside of your head, kind of like a smooth, soothing whisper. It is okay, my child. You do not have to embrace, but do tell, what is your purpose here?
That's what we're trying to find out.
I see. Well, I wish you luck, my child, on this endeavor of yours. May so it work out as you wish. Remember that the warmth of the day can keep you alive, but the cold of the dark can be scary. Well, that is all.
Well then, have a pleasant evening.
Very much
I
so.
go turns to Butch. So what happened?
Boulder's gonna start, like, he can't move very much, like, no more than, like, a full range of motion, an inch in every joint, but he's gonna kind of start writhing.
As you are doing that, you feel a sensation of warmth behind you as well. Like, there's just something that feels warm, and it's kind of like when a child becomes happy for you. Like when you give a gift, but it's almost like as it is reversed, as behind you appears a vision of these creatures. As it reaches down, slowly, and then just grabbing you under your arms, pulling you up in its embrace, and whispering something in your ear. Well, whispering, but it cannot speak. And this happens so quickly that you have little to no time to react, any of you.
And Lotus can see this as well.
Yes, you do notice it at some point after it comes out that it is indeed there.
Writhing. Boulder's just writhing.
Yes. You feel a whisper. Ah, child, I will give you this gift of giving as you regain 2 stamina. And the creature lets go of you before slowly backing away and then disappearing into what it shouldn't be able to disappear into, and just poof.
Echoes just stares at the spot where the thing just disappeared from.
Boulder's gonna walk up to where it disappeared and just put a hand on it. Now being able to finally, like, get up and, like, walk, he's gonna immediately, like, jolt up to his feet, and he's just gonna put a hand on where it disappeared, and then just, like, slowly close it into a fist and drag it down the wall.
God.
I'm not a fan. There's a catch, right? There's gotta be a catch. There's a cat. That is not normal.
That
This whole
sounds.
place
I'm gonna
ain't
like
normal.
look Boulder like a thorough inspection, like top to bottom, to see if like anything seems different about him.
As this is happening, Boulder's gonna, like, hold out his palms, like, in front of himself, and, like, little sparks, like, you can see, like, little sparks as he, like, realizes that he can't cast a spell right now, and then he's just gonna put his hands down, defeated.
Hey,
Lotus will kind
why
of
are there
like,
2 of you? Or like 3 of? I don't know.
You hear a whisper in your head, Echo. Ah, there is only but one of me. I do not understand why you would see more. Do you feel like you are seeing something wrong? Do you need to rest, my child, in arms? A warm hug?
No.
Lotus is gonna try and
Backs
grab
off.
Boulder and be like, stop, like grabbing his hand and kind of like putting up
Here.
like a full palm in front of him to be like, no, trying
The-
to communicate that.
The moment that Boulder feels resistance, he's just gonna stop, but he's gonna stare.
I like this one. It seems to enjoy my presence. Oh, you young ones should know how to talk sweet to someone.
I
Don't
think
be.
you should either explain what you're doing before you do it. Sorry. I appreciate your
explain.
I appreciate your care. We don't know where we are, and this is very frightening for us. Thank you for your gift, but we would like a moment to ourselves right now, if that's not too much of a burden on you.
Boulder's gonna extend a hand out to like Lotus's like upper collarbone and just put like light fingers on it, and then reach out to the creature and just try to put his fingertips on its collarbones or its head or whatever he can reach, and just touch and just stare.
The creature reaches out a hand with a tiny flame inside of it. And it does not seem to hurt you if you would grab the hand as this connection.
Boulder will grab it.
Okay. The creature probably senses what you're doing. Because you were trying to establish a sort of connection to keep the hostilities down.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's going to take its other hand, and you can see that there is light in your palm as you feel a sudden heat that extends up on your arm. Like, it's almost like your arm is burning off, and it hurts, but you don't seem to actually burn or anything. And it just gives a sensation of both sweet love and like laying inside of cuddly arms and giving gifts and all the sort of things Boulder would love to feel, at the same time as it burns more horrid than he could ever imagine. As the creature steps back, leaving a small key that is shining lightly, and it fades away into the shadows.
Boulder's
come
gonna
over and get the key.
look down at his arm and then look at the creature and cock his head as it just dissipates.
Aiko picks up the key.
It is a small key that seems just like a normal skeleton key. Nothing special, nothing too weird about it. It just is a two-pronged key. But it feels a little bit warm to the touch. And you can see that it has, even though it is an iron key, it has a certain warm color to it.
Weren't we looking for a key?
Yeah, for that trap door with the fog.
Yeah. Center of town, right? Somewhere like this.
I don't think it would be a bad
We woke
idea to
up.
head there, but
Yeah.
we also need rest. Don't forget
Let's
that.
at least look. Come on. Oh.
Yes, you all move down to the hatch that's been there before, and you see the rock that Boulder have recently placed. But Boulder, you walk over to the child, sitting by her door, looking a little bit afraid, but coming out again, clutching a book in her arms. What do you do?
Boulder will sit down crisscross until he's gonna try to be head level with this child, and just kind of sit down and become small, and then he's just gonna put both of his hands up, like in his own space, but he's just gonna put both of his hands up.
Like you were trying to do that clap hand game?
Yeah, exactly.
Or yeah. She looks around a little bit, and you can see her red stringy hair just falls in front of her face, and she like blows it out of the way before sitting down or like going on her knees in front of you, placing the book down on the ground, and then also raising her hands, looking a little bit confused on what you're doing.
Boulder's just gonna like clap a few times and then like point to his own hand and then clap a few times and then kind of like a very small like inching gesture like forward like ah.
That is so sweet. Make me a language test with a point of favor.
Alrighty. He's wonderful at these.
Yep.
I'm lying. Ooh, that's an 18 actually.
Oh wow.
Oh,
That's
I'm sorry.
roll.
I'm sorry.
Good.
16. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Still pretty good.
Pretty good. It
That is
takes
good.
her a small moment to realize what movements you're trying to do. And she starts to follow you, seemingly pretty good at it, with a child's reaction and movement in her hands. She can follow you pretty quickly.
I'm gonna
slowly
mention
doing-
3 things about Boulder. First of all, his hands are very thorned. They are sharp and they are jagged. He does not know how to control his own strength at all. So he will absolutely set an objective of motion, and he will complete the objective of motion, and he will apply force until it succeeds. And I forgot the third thing.
Should have started with the third thing. Well, she starts like, oh wow, this can be fun, but then she like starts getting close, and it pulls away like the first maybe once or twice, but after like the second or third or maybe even fourth time, she accidentally doesn't move her hand away enough, and Boulder just continues slapping her hand, leaving not deep cuts, but still pretty hurtful cuts on her hand, leaving her very scared as she picks up her book and starts trying to back away.
Aww.
Boulder will get up to his knees and kind of look at his hands, and he'll kind of like touch them, and just kind of look like confused and distraught.
She just looks at him, Mister, I just wanna remember my family. Wait, I gotta go take care of this now.
Rake.
As like you can see that
D.
it is starting to drip a little bit, not profusely, but she backs away, opening up her door.
Hey, guy, why don't you give the kid some space?
Boulder will rip one of the bandages off his shoulder and try to like, if he can't reach, he'll just try to just wrap her hand a little bit.
She looks a little bit hesitant, but tries to like stretch out the arm and tries and accept it, as you are allowed to make an engineering test with a point of disfavor.
Can I step in and try to help?
I would say no, because she would be afraid of you.
That would be a
That's
7.
fair.
7. You get the bandage on, but it's not perfect by any means, but at least she's not gonna have a completely open wound. As she looks at you and is like, well, I'm trying to remember my family, but
How are you guys doing?
I
What's
just
up? What's up?
can't.
I can give you guys a quick
I'm gonna
catch up here
go
in just a
now.
second if you'd like one.
please.
Boulder will just kind of look down and walk away.
At I am Bird Yovo, hi, welcome.
As she
Lurking
closes
does
the door
wonders for
behind her.
experience.
Look, is that key going here? Or they're just wasting their
Quick
time?
question, how big is the rock that Boulder placed here? I do not remember.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
So
Boulder
this is
placed a little rock.
Okay, so just
Utopia.
get
This
that
is
out
the
of the
game that we were talking about before. This is a tabletop RPG.
And I'm gonna try the key.
Welcome in everyone. I appreciate you.
I just noticed that there is a little tiny text there.
If you guys want any updates or ideas of like kind of like
you can just
recap
move
what's
it,
going
like,
on
it's
right
just a
now, if you
random
haven't
roll.
heard it yet,
Yeah, I'm just gonna-
absolutely.
yeah, just sweep it off the door and try the lock with the
Okay.
key.
So awesome to have you guys.
you do
Thank you
so.
guys so much for popping in. I really
And
appreciate you.
because I can be funny, I am gonna do this. I go move.
Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate you. Make yourself at home, please.
With kind of like the Oxtus capabilities or whatever, I'm gonna try and just like push like kind of like bittersweet-esque, like, you know, like a oh honey kind of emotion onto
Oh,
Boulder.
Aww.
The little bit of oh, it's gonna be all right. Oh, honey.
Yeah.
You poor
Yeah.
thing.
Boulder's just gonna
Okay.
stare at his hands.
Poor
Yeah,
Boulder, man.
real.
Yes.
Yeah, Echo tries the key, tries to open the trapdoor.
Okay. You take the key and you put it in, and it fits perfectly as you twist it about. The hatch seems to open, leading down ladder as you can step down into a mysterious hatch.
Echo's gonna peek her head in.
Okay. Place your token in on the hatch
Oh.
if you want to walk down.
I'm not going down yet, just trying to, like, peek in.
You can see.
Into Black Town.
Bye.
Eh,
You
Boulder will
jump
follow.
down
I guess.
as
Before we jump down, I apologize, Elf. There is ads about to pop up.
Yes.
Oh,
Hello?
What can I see? I want to see what's in there before I go down.
You see
Like a
ladder
sane person.
going
Can I not-
into like what seems to be like a lovely little room space. It doesn't seem to be anything too dangerous, and you see a little mat even that says, "Here be dragons."
Imagine.
Do I
Here be
hear
dragons.
any, like, chaos occurring when
Nope.
when they get down there? Like nothing seems to have gone wrong when everybody else jumped?
Does anybody else
Nope.
have doubled sound chat? Then I cried out to the gods, and lo did they answer, "Why have you gifted me with the tools only for destruction? The gods are silent." Jesus Christ, dude. I am so excited, dude. I'm so excited. I love Boulder's character.
Fine
double
on
sound?
my end.
Okay. Just double checking,
Well-
Thank you
Okay.
guys. Also, welcome in, Birdie. Welcome in, Simply. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a proper introduction. I'm so happy to have you guys here. If you guys want any like amount of recap or anything like that, just let me know. I'm cooked refreshing. The kind of really quick and dirty TLDR is that we kind of found ourselves in this city where we don't really know what's going on. The only thing that we've really realized up to this point is that there's a daylight and nighttime cycle that different citizens react differently to, and we're trying to find our way through. Boulder is my character is kind of a dunce, so he doesn't really know what's going on, and he can't communicate with the party in any way because he doesn't understand any of the language. So he kind of runs off and does his own thing. He passed out just a second ago. He just woke up.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I didn't hear any commotion down there, I'm gonna jump down as well.
Go for it.
Put my token off.
And I put spread.
Imagine having 10 tabs of stream open. Okay, we're good.
But yes. Okay, awesome. So, you all jump down into what seems to be a small house. It is empty, but it has 4 beds. There's a knife on a table, a few notes and books on another table, some food and cooking utensils. There's even a toilet area. And you can hear how the night is approaching as there is some movement up top. Like people are going out and about. There's maybe some switching around because nightfall has started falling, and but it's weird. In here, you feel safe somehow. It doesn't feel bad. actually feels kind of good.
Boulder will
It's-
walk up to one of the hammocks and kind of point at it, and just like look at the party for confirmation.
It's a bed. You can lay in it.
Aiko's gonna climb back up and close the hatch.
You
Boulder.
close the hatch as night falls outside, and you will now spend your night inside of this little room, protected, it seems.
We're probably safe. Let's go. I want to
Probably.
see about this knife. Is
Okay.
this like a nice knife, or is this like not a nice knife at all?
I mean, you can pick it up. It's definitely a dagger that is laying on the table.
I will take the.
Is it more dagger or more letter opener?
It is
That
more
is a-
dagger. It is the size. It's like, it's more of a ritualistic that kind of dagger vibe.
Ah.
And there's
Not
a
fascinating.
weird sense of like a weird humming sensation coming from it.
Oh, fun.
It's gonna take a second to
I'd
be able
like
to make
to
that command.
investigate the dagger.
Okay. What would you like to do? Do you want to try and investigate what it is made of? Do you want to...
I mean, kind of step one is this thing any good?
Thank you at Ray Nice Fouling.
What do you wish to try and roll for that?
It's a great question that I don't know the answer to.
I don't know what I would make you roll to see if something is quote-unquote good.
Is it better
Uh,
than what? I guess just compare stuff. Like, is it any better than what looks like we have?
Can I make an engineering test to try to deduce what Aiko is trying to figure out? I don't hear any. I don't understand any language. I just see Aiko inspecting a knife.
Yes. Do you
I
wanna
didn't
inspect
say
the knife
anything for
or
the
wanna
record,
inspect
so-
Aiko?
What's that?
Wouldn't you roll a social stat for that, though?
Probably.
Yeah.
Like,
But I think it's funny if he would roll engineering, because then he would just read your pure body language and your pure, like, not how you're acting socially, just how you're acting.
That is
How you're
almost
moving and
100% of the time what Boulder is going to do. Boulder does not
Fascinating.
recognize social cues.
Yeah. Because you asked for an engineering, I will allow an
At Ray
engineering.
Nice Fouling just
Okay.
one. For funny.
That is an 8.
Aiko seems confuddled about the knife.
funny. Okay.
Boulder's going to pick up the knife and hand it to Aiko.
Aiko's gonna
When you
take.
pick up the knife, when you first do it, you feel like there's something with this knife. Like, it's not just a dagger, it's not just a knife, it's powerful.
When Boulder grabs the knife, he's gonna kind of stare at it for a second and then hold it up, and then hand it to Aiko, point at it, and go like this, where he just like kind of waves his arms in like a weird like fluid motion.
Aiko's just staring at Boulder like, what do you mean?
And then Boulder's gonna try to go to cast something in his hands and then realize again, and he's just gonna be like, shrug.
I'm gonna look around this house to try and find anything that I can give to Boulder for consumption purposes.
Butch is kind of combing through this bookshelf over here.
Oh, it seems like a normal bookshelf. It has, like, you know, you're going from normal fantasy to whatever kind of fantasy it would have to some semi-historical things, romance drama, maybe like a 50 Shades of Grey somewhere, because that joke never gets old. Yeah, you know.
No, you got your Tusk Glove, you got your 50 Shades.
Yeah, you know, Bad Prince or something.
Uh-huh.
And Lotus,
The
you
Tale
were...
of the Nefarious Dragon, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You are looking around for things you could feed Boulder, right?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, you have like a little bit of like food stuff here. Like you can see there's just a freshly baked bread piece on a stove. I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna
not
like go, and I don't really
this
know
bit
how it's so I'm just gonna kind of, like, grab it. And then,
Thank
like,
you so
walk
much,
over to
Asuna.
Boulder,
How's it going?
and I'm
Welcome
gonna,
in.
like,
Oh my god, that
questioningly
got me.
hold it
Howdy
out,
indeed. Howdy
and I'm
doody.
like, I don't think this is what.
Thank you so
it
much,
eats,
Asuna,
but
for the
I
25
feel
biddies. I
like
appreciate you so much. That
it
was so
would be
funny.
silly not to at least try.
Excuse you.
Yeah.
Bless you. I don't know. Words?
Words.
He just left.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh.
What does
his stream is
Boulder
very
do
delayed.
upon receiving this loaf of bread?
Boulder, I think, will pretty handily know what the intention is, or
Megaman is
assume
my
that the
totem
intention is
animal.
for him.
W.
And he'll kind of like crunch it up. Like he'll take the loaf of bread on each end, go,
Smush.
and then like he'll just like hold out in his hand. It'll just dissipate. It'll just like turn to like sparkly dust and kind of surround him for a second, and then it'll all just disappear.
That's a much more pleasant visual than what I had imagined would happen.
Just sticks it into his eye socket.
that would have been
No, like his
funny.
face folds open, and he's got like the shredder thing from the Five Nights at Freddy's movie going on there.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna like hold a thumbs up and like question face with the thumbs up.
Boulder's going to mimic a thumbs up.
I'm gonna look at Aiko and be like, I don't know if he knows what I'm trying to do.
Boulder's then
but
gonna
I'm
turn to
going
Aiko with the
assume
thumbs
that was
up.
Good. Yeah, he has no idea.
Give me 2 seconds. I have made a decision.
A decision has been made.
Aiko's gonna look up from like a half facepalm with a realization. And oh, God, why am I nervous now? Is going to begin tapping on the table next to her.
As Boulder listens to this, as Boulder listens to this, he's gonna like stare at it, and then like get down really close and just like get like 3 inches from your fingers tapping and just stare. And then he's gonna tap hello.
Aiko's face kind of lights up like, oh.
And then he's just gonna stare at you.
Well, they're tapping away. What do you think this book's about?
Oh,
That's adorable.
Yeah, I'll start reading it.
Okay. The open book seems to be some kind of ledger on people. Like, you don't really get any details, but you just see names that doesn't really seem to fit in anywhere. But on a few of those names you see there, you can, for example, see George, or another spot you see Leanne. At one, like, you just pick out these names that sound familiar, and at some point you see a family, and then like the next word, like the name is crossed out, so you never really get the family name.
Boulder will start
Well,
tapping.
We know some of these people, so it's not a hit list at the very least. I'm curious if that family name is maybe the one that young girl is trying to remember.
Well, if this is a ledger, like, what's it recording? Because a ledger has both names and data related to those names.
Maybe it's just people that showed up here, right? I mean, we don't know how we got here. It seems like a lot of people don't either. They just show up. Maybe someone is aware of all of this and is keeping track of who's here and who's not, and maybe who's died, and I don't know. This place isn't normal.
Do you
Ika's
Yeah,
gonna
maybe it's a
come
ledger.
peer over at the book.
What'd you say?
Oh, I was gonna say Ika's gonna go peer over at the book.
Yeah, you see a few names that seem familiar, some that don't, and some that just seem totally random. Do you all continue scrolling to the end of the book, or like as far as the text goes?
I would assume so. I would anyway.
No.
Doing so, you eventually come at a spot where you see that there is obviously prepared lines of different lengths, and there's 4 of them. And you can see here, like, not anywhere else, you couldn't see any dates or time, but you do see that it says realization, and then another number before these lines where it's very obvious a name can be written in.
By the
There is
way, when we're looking through the book, did we see every name that we could recognize? Like, was there not a name notably missing, or not notably missing?
I mean,
Was
there
there
are
any
a few names that you can't really understand or read. There are names that are crossed over, or like a page is ripped out at one point. You know, there's a lot of mixture of things.
But it's
Are
the
there any
majority
potato
of
chip
people we've
crumbs?
met.
You find some of the people you've met in there, yeah?
Some of, most of, all of.
Some of them.
Boulder's just gonna point at the book.
Ika's gonna be tapping something again.
What are you tapping?
To Boulder. I'm DMing Ori.
I see.
Oh, kill one of my monitors. We good. That's why we have 3 spares.
That seems problematic.
However,
I got a weird, crazy idea.
Go ahead.
Where's that dagger that we found in here?
It's laying on the table, unless
I
someone...
thought Ika was holding on to it.
Are our names in
Boulder
this
is.
book?
Your names are not in the book, but realization, and then some weird numbers, and then there is a length, like a line that looks like it can be like a name written on top of it, but there are 4 of them, and they're different lengths.
Do the lengths look like they match up with our name lengths?
Do you know each other name length?
Does one of them look like it matches my own then? I think
Yes.
Lotus
All
Lotus
these
has said their
people
name,
do.
correct?
Lotus
mean,
has said their name.
Are
You
we
ha-
including last names? Because, I mean, Lotus has said their name is Lotus.
Does this include last names?
It does.
Cool.
Let me
So-
rephrase that. Does this include? Would this match up to someone's true name?
It would. I would say so, yes. It would go for your true name.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, fun.
Do Oxdai have last names?
Not really. So more often than not, Oxdai will have a true, like not a true name, not like Fae style, but like an Oxdai name that is realistically a series of emotions, right? Like a very, very specific set of feelings. But because they cannot physically say that, they usually just have a nickname of some type.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
So is there a line that matches Lotus?
Yes, there seems to be one that matches Lotus.
I think that's meant to be mine.
You see a tiny pen laying beside the book under a piece of paper.
Ori, I have a utopia question. When something says every turn, it
Do you
means
write
every
your name?
creature's turn,
Absolutely
not just
not.
your own, correct?
That is correct, Donut.
I mean, I don't even know Boulder's name. We've just been calling him Boulder.
Have we even been calling him Boulder? I don't
Please.
think we even know that.
I'm gonna assume we just started calling him that for fun.
It's written on him.
Okay.
Huh?
Do these seem to match
Butch
up
has
to
been
yours?
calling him Big Guy, and we'll continue to call him Big Guy.
Lovely.
Yes.
But yeah,
Well,
while you guys are arguing, Butch actually just kind of goes and writes in on one of the lines that'll fit it, the Blackwood's Butcher.
okay. The book
These X11.
seems to accept your name into itself as the letter, like the realization text and the numbers in front of your line disappear as long with your line, so it's only your name.
Oridon B, Oridon B, Oridon
And
B,
you
Oridon B,
feel
Oridon
a
B, Oridon B,
sense of
Oridon B, Oridon B,
security wash
Oridon B,
over you,
Oridon B,
kinda
Oridon
like
B.
something seals, like when a airlock seals kind of deal, but more
A
the
piece clicked into
outside
place.
Yes, you're at peace.
Oh no, I've been eated.
Elf, I'm gonna send you a DM in case it matters.
Okay.
Oh no, Saf, no voring in chat. We talked about this.
Sad.
Sa-ta-ta-ta.
Bad sound. No
Hmm.
Florence.
I would say it matters to a point.
Okay. In case
What
you
are
ever
these
need it,
notes
just
Ori
because
are
I feel
taking?
like.
Your sound disappeared for me.
Oh, I was saying just if it's important to you or anything like that, because it sounded like it might be popping up.
Yes.
At Sage Builder 09 DMS between him and Sky because they can talk.
Okay. Do anyone else put their name in, or like does Butcher say anything?
I guess you're looking at Butch.
No, he just looks like normal. Unless he's obviously expressing something, but like otherwise he looks like normal.
I don't see why we would give
Ikori would
personal
never take
information
notes.
to a random
Laughing face.
book unless there's going to be some benefit to it.
Did somebody else write their
Alright,
name in the book already?
But
Sorry,
still,
I didn't realize I was muted.
I will come in and I will try to carve my name into it with the tip of my finger. Boulder doesn't have any ink, so Boulder is just basically shredding pages right now.
I'll just hand him the pen.
Aiko kind of just grabs his hand before he can start carving the page.
Boulder will hold the pen and just like hold it in his hands and stare at Lotus.
Which name does Boulder intend to write? Do you write Boulder or do you write the thing you sent me?
Boulder.
Okay.
Aiko's
what-
going to say, Tap ask Boulder if he wants help writing, and if he does, we'll help him write.
Boulder will basically say yes.
Okay. And so Aiko will at least attempt to help him write his name.
Okay. If Boulder can figure it out, Boulder will write Boulder in Utopian to the best of his ability.
Okay. And does he feel like,
And
or does
finishes,
it feel
Aiko's
like
gonna
that
take
is,
her off as quick as she can before it like officially finishes.
does it feel like it's his name that he's putting in, or that it's putting in?
He believes, yes.
Yes. However
beginning to
bad
believe.
or good you put
Eyes.
it in, the same thing happens, as you also get a sense of being protected and being safe, locked inside.
Aiko is gonna tap to Boulder.
Okay. Butch and Lotus.
I'm just
What do you
kind
think?
of standing there watching, waiting to see if Aiko's gonna write her name.
Okay.
Aiko's still
Which I think is finally.
Boulder.
Butch is finally gonna succumb to sleep and go lay in one of the beds.
Okay. You feel at rest as you go and lay down.
Lotus is just gonna start flipping through the pages and is gonna try and mentally take a note of who's been here the longest, if assuming that this is kind of going in chronological order, who's been here the longest, who's newer here, and is kind of just trying to take a mental note of all of the people.
Spot
Okay.
broken is the worst.
Make a memory test.
Elected rating.
To see how much
How to
you can
remember a
remember.
hatch in a weird mysterious town you woke up not too long ago. Thinking is not Boulder's strong suit.
12.
12.
Oh my gosh,
You-
Ori, do you have our conversation up on stream? I just looked over.
Yep.
Yep, no secrets.
I mean, it makes sense that thinking isn't Boulder's strong suit. I mean, he's an automaton. He doesn't have any brain cells.
If I only had a brain.
I won't like say every name that you remember because
No,
it's
for
going
sure.
to be messy. But you may ask, if you may ask like whenever you find out a new name, if you recognize the name and if you know anyone that came before or after.
Totally. Awesome. Other than that, I'm just waiting.
At the _Luna03
Is,
you are laughing, but this is literally just
Quick question,
geocaching.
Bluemage. What have we been calling your character? Have we just been calling him Butch? Butch. Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Aiko turns to Lotus. Hey, is Butch still awake?
Based on the snoring that we're all gonna have to try and sleep through, I'm going to assume no.
Boulder's gonna look over at Butch sleeping, look down at the hammock, look at Butch, and then walk like into the hammock, and then kind of retreat, and then take like the sharp portion of his hand, slit the hammock in half long ways, stand inside the two halves, and just sit down.
That
I love him.
is
Oh my God.
wonderful.
Did you just make
So-
Edward Scissorhands the fucking automaton?
Not intentionally.
Yep. Yep.
So are you planning on writing your name in that book then?
I don't know. Didn't seem like anything bad happened. Can't tell if anything good happened either.
Understandable. Well, to each their own. If it's personal information, then I won't look at it. I think that resting isn't going to be a bad idea, though, so I will follow suit. What is he doing? I don't know, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Alright.
So, if I got this correct, Lotus, you did not write your name?
I did not.
Okay.
Adds up in 30 seconds.
Ah.
Oh.
The hammocks are quite
No!
They are soft, hanging between pillars in the walls. Well, except the one boulder broke, of course. It's staying on the ground, but
Mine is extra
the rest of
comfy.
you may enjoy the comfiness of hammocks. And I guess that's ads right now, then?
Pretty close to. Boulder is
Nice.
exceptionally comfortable, and he's just gonna stare at the pillar.
Since we got ads, I'm gonna take this opportunity to use the bathroom real quick.
Okay.
Yep.
Fair.
Nothing. Hmm.
Can I investigate the book? See if there's anything else I can glean?
Well, what kind of stuff would you like to know?
Is there any indication of whether it'd be a good or a bad idea to write your name in the book?
You have... Okay, you can make an engineering test to investigate the book physically for that answer. You may make a result test to investigate the book magically for that answer. You may make a memory test to see if you can remember shit or learn something. Or you may make a language test for almost the same reason, but to see if you can find a secret code. All of those may or may not give a answer, and I will give you at max 2 rolls, and you can spend 2 rolls on the same subtrait.
Okay, and what was the list of subtraits again?
Language for codes, memory for knowledge,
I will return.
resolve.
Let me just write this down.
Yes.
Welcome to return.
Language for codes. Elf.
Memory for knowledge.
Okay.
Engineering for physical aspects.
Okay.
Resolve for magical aspect.
And that it?
Yes, that is it. You may get 2 rolls.
I'm just gonna put that in the chat for
Yes.
my convenience and maybe yours. Because I have subtrait points. And I'm probably going to use them. Oh, you're pinning that. Oh, that's gonna be
Yeah.
important later. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
It might.
It's
It
a
might
secret
not.
tool that'll help us later.
Pulls out a gun.
But it would
Accurate.
be good if you note down what you get in that message.
I
Or
will do
everyone.
that.
Bum Oridont.
Oh no,
What do I wanna-
not again. About 30 more seconds.
Oh, that
Hmm.
is... How were you all enjoying it so far?
I am personally loving this. I'm actually gonna take this because I see that both of our party members have be right back. So I'm gonna tap on Aiko, and I'm gonna ask, where are we?
Did we ever get a name for this village place we're at?
No.
No. Aika just kind of stares for a second and taps. I'm not sure. Some village.
I tap. Where is home?
I don't know.
I tap. Where is father?
Again,
At
I
the
don't.
underscore Luna
taps-
03 should
I
join
don't know.
XD.
Boulder will just walk away. Sorry,
I could
apologies. Boulder will bow and then walk away.
I could tap Sissy leaves. I'm sorry.
As he's like kind of getting comfy in his hammock, he's gonna stare at the pillar, and while staring at the pillar, tap on the ground. It's okay. The basement is a whole ass meme, dude.
At the
Man,
_ Luna 03 and you in mine. Mine's pretty boring
Oh.
though.
Nobody escapes the basement.
real.
I remember there was like a joke about me ending up in a basement message, but I don't remember what people wanted that message to be.
Are
Oh,
you in a basement message?
No, I'm not. But people said like there should be.
Or
Absolutely. There needs to be some updates. I have an
absolutely.
idea with that. I would need a group of people that are very impactful to help me with that.
Or
Whatever.
I'm gonna
that
ask you again, where's my itemized list?
Yeah, Sky, the main character needs the list of everyone else who goes below them.
No, that's not what this list is!
Were you
This is
expecting
entirely
organization
different
from a man
reference.
with such clearly prevalent ADHD?
My itemized list is like it's just like a giant page that's been scribbled on. There's no legible words or anything like that, and I'm like turning this in. Here you go.
Yep.
I'm too tall for my basement. There's
It's
spiders down there.
legible
This
if
is
I
so
try hard enough.
It's legible if I'm delusional
The
enough.
spiders are friends. Who cares if they say they want to take over the world and build a new arachnid order? They're friends. They kill the mosquitoes.
Yeah, that's what all my friends say
Mental
too.
health care.
They promise UBI. Can you imagine like a whole ass, like you have like this BBEG that's rising from this like colony of spiders. There's cocoons of all of the friends that you've made along the way, you know, hung by their feet and slowly dying and decaying. And they're like, what possessed you to do all of these terrible things? And they're like, I don't know, they promised
I
healthcare.
wish to eliminate right-to-work laws.
And all of the party members are like, what is this leap in logic ass dog? Are you getting gaslight by spiders?
You are merely a symptom of this overwrought capitalist system. I shall purge you and purge it from the world.
And we're like, dog, you've been in a basement for like 300 years. Like, your fucking social structure doesn't even fucking exist anymore.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Spider me,
I might
Batman.
need to make this. I might need to make a socialist spider demon lord.
Do it! That'd be so funny.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like everyone's back and ads are over.
Yes.
Adds up. Alright. I would
Welcome,
like
everyone.
Hopping into
like-
socialist propaganda is funny. Sorry, continue. My bad.
lovely no context entry. Perfect. I would like to start with language.
You
Hello.
start with a language test. Alrighty.
Da, 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 da. Is there a way to like hide the roll?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a little eyeball.
There's
Yep.
the button. I know what
Horrible.
I know how this thing works.
Yeah, there's a eye that says hide roll, you know.
Yes, yes.
I just want to say, chat, like, tell me this is not a compelling story if chat's so divided. Like, tell me that's not a compelling story right there. That's a real villain.
At
You have,
Rainice
like-
Fouling, it's been a while.
You
But
have
hi.
like half of chat that's like, yes, I would like to join the socialist spider propaganda, and the other half that is like, burn in hell, I'm bringing the flamethrower.
Beautiful.
Wow, that seems like the exact same reactions people have to Caesar at Fallout New Vegas.
Hmm.
Caesar is secretly spider propaganda the entire time.
Caesar was secretly a socialist the entire time.
Oh god.
Anyways.
Okay, Sky, do you have your next roll, or do you wish to wait with it a little bit?
I think I might change
I mean, it seems like the rolls are the last thing before you would go to bed, I believe.
Yeah,
All your
and whether
party members have gone to bed.
yeah.
Dog, can you imagine just like a Drider saying that? Evil is in the eye of a beholder. As you just have like this Drider with like one twitching eye, like weaving together a bomb in front of you.
Elf, I'm gonna try that same roll again.
Same roll? Okay.
Same roll.
Us goes so hard. I'm gonna get my stamina back.
Yay.
Yay. Purify the remnants. Doing quests and got attacked and I couldn't let that slide. Ooh. I've never played New
I
Vegas.
think we need to fight for spiders' rights, y'all.
This is such an interesting plot device. I've never seen something like this. The fucking spider propaganda, like genuinely.
Oh. I like the spider propaganda. I am intrigued.
This is gonna be a real thing if you guys aren't careful.
Yes.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
Their right to die, yes. Dude, chat literally goes, fuck them spooters, their right to die, am a fan of spider propaganda, death to them all, they will be our new gods.
Yep, that is,
So peak
hilarious.
plot device. That's all I'm hearing.
Ah, yes. Good luck with your dog that is
Yeah, good luck,
screaming
Ryan.
at you.
Very flammable gods.
Also, Sky, I see you haven't chosen a specialty talent yet.
Oh, have I not?
No, you haven't chosen one.
Oh, interesting. I will have to do that.
And you should
haven't-
also add your additional language that you have learned.
I see
Yes,
now that
you are
Weaver
correct. I
Sectlings go
probably
hard.
need to do that.
You guys make me want to build the
Obviously, I
Weaver
know
Sectling
what you know
like
what
right
I did, but I should put it down.
Yep.
At Sherbert_plays, what size are
Blue
these
just
spiders?
Said, you know, my favorite thing about your tapestries to the gods, how easily they burn.
now. Holy shit, why does that go
And
kind
I
of
will
hard
make
though?
that family line end. Forever.
We have the same
You
thought
know,
already.
It slaps.
Hold on a second, I need to do something completely off the cuff.
I think for now I'm not going to put my name in the book and I'm going to just go to bed.
You go to bed. Funny, the top bunk, the people who put their
He
name
was about
in,
to
the
get with a Black
bottom row,
Widow.
the people who did it.
And so this line dissects us. No, not Jimmy!
So, all of you decide to lay down, or well, sit down for Boulder in this case. You rest, and the night is, well, for Lotus and Aiko, it is quite unrestless.
At Day Crescent 8069, the
It
Dragon's
is
Breath shotgun for the big ones, the flamethrower for the
scary.
lil
It doesn't
ones.
feel as safe as you thought it would be. I mean, it certainly beats when you spent the night upstairs, so to say, but at any moment something could just walk in. Maybe something would come and grab you as you feel the necrotic energies of the night and the spelling energies of sunrise as it rises.
Is this
While
for everyone?
Boulder and Butch,
Okay.
you are sleeping. Having sweet dreams.
As a-
Resting throughout the night.
At the Forager 56,
As an
they do.
automaton, I'm aware while I'm sleeping. or quote unquote sleeping. So do I notice anything about them while they're sleeping?
They seem very restless.
I don't
Like-
know if I don't know if Aiko would be restless. You know her background. What do you think
Yeah,
the odds
I
are she'd
know.
be particularly phased?
I
I don't
am
think she'd care all that much.
very well aware, but this goes beyond her training. This goes into your unconsciousness. This is not something you would be able to be like, I'm gonna sleep really hard and then do so.
I mean, not that she's asleep, even. Just, I don't think she'd show much of a reaction. Even if there was something.
But for you see, these are horrors beyond title card. Sorry.
Okay, I'm back.
That is the truest answer, though. There are things that Aiko doesn't understand that is affecting her one way or another. They may not be tossing and turning, but it's not the safe, peaceful sleep that Butch seems to be having. Like, it seems like he's like sleeping at home, you know, like he's just passed out. He is having.
Well, yeah, I signed the guest book.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were at home. Not so much for Lotus and Aiko. But yes, as you all have like this feeling, as all of you wake up, same day or same time, at reawakening.
Yeah.
It's a nice and safe place. He even once I'm done resting, he's just gonna stand there until somebody else moves. Or sit there, I guess.
Slept in shittier places.
Lotus is just staring at the ceiling and is like, I've decided that hammocks are not my thing.
Aiko's also staring at the ceiling, but just not for the same reasons. Aiko
How
just
dark are the circles under their eyes?
I mean, it's kind of
I'm
different
made of
from
tree.
the energy difference is
I
the,
keep getting the
oh my
1000
God, I just
XP.
had like the
That's like the
best
8th one I've
fucking
gotten.
night sleep
It's
after
awesome.
but drinking and being awake for 2 days, you know, and you're just wide awake, ready to go. Aiko and Lotus
Moth
has
in a
that
hammock is so cute.
why
At
am I
Ashton
awake
PYR Moth would
kind
love
of
hammocks.
vibe. Give me the coffee right now.
nah. She'll snap into it, but she's just kind of staring at the ceiling. She looks
Yeah.
surprisingly relaxed. As
Oh,
relaxed.
I'm gonna snap
Yeah,
into
I
a Slim Jim.
Huh?
Aiko just like, what?
Why Butch to say something that he had no prior context for? Snap into a Slim Jim.
Lotus
God
is
damn
just
it.
gonna start like rolling off of the hammock until it like flips and she'll just like land on the floor and then like
When Aiko gets up, it's like incredibly like rigid, just very straight. And for a moment you can believe she's just fully awake. Locked in. Volunteer. She might as well be.
Boulder looks like Boulder.
Boulder always looks like Boulder.
Boulder does generally look like Boulder.
Is there anything different about the book this morning?
Well, no. Your names are still in, as they were before. There are still 2 empty slots of Lotus and Aiko. And I believe it was Butch, then Boulder, then Lotus, then Aiko that entered. It would be that order.
Boulder is going to point at the 2 empty spaces in the book and look at Aiko.
Aiko's gonna look expectantly at Boulder like he's gonna say something.
He's gonna tap Y.
Aiko's gonna tap why we didn't sign, or...
Yes. I drink caffeine recreationally, not necessarily.
I'm gonna put this one next.
Is there food here?
Yes, there is food.
Is Lotus like banging on the door?
No, I was kind of just stimming myself. Lotus was gonna go up to the door and try and open it.
Boulder will walk up and knock 3 times, and then wait patiently.
Why are y'all standing outside the shitter?
What?
Here,
Oh,
the shitter.
that makes. I saw a door. I wanted
When
to
the
know where it went.
You can double click the door icon to open it.
when the
did
door
not know
opens,
that.
Boulder will just walk in and just stand by a wall.
Oh my god.
Oh
Boulder, I
god.
have a feeling that you don't have to piss. I'm too tired for this.
Boulder will knock 3 times on the door.
I'll open the door.
Boulder will walk out.
Lotus. Lotus. Lotus.
Accurate.
Yes, do you close the door behind you or do you just leave it wide open?
I'm just leaving it open.
Boulder does not know the ins and outs of
It is
door
just a
opening and
bathroom,
closing.
right?
Yeah, it's just a bathroom.
I'm closing the door.
You
Going over
can
there.
double click the.
Okay.
I didn't
There we
know
go.
that
I
the sight
closed
of a
it. I
toilet
walked
was
over
there and
bothersome
closed
for
it.
you.
Sorry, what did you say, Rain?
Oh, I just said I didn't understand that the sight of a toilet would be that bothersome for you. My apologies.
What you
Leave
trying to rejoin the
because
group
they
with like
were.
a
That's
bowl of
all.
oatmeal?
What happened to that knife?
Who has the knife?
I
Elf.
mean,
Did we leave it on the table?
I handed it to Aiko. It was the last thing.
well,
That
I
I remember
Aiko,
having.
did you leave it on the table or did you take it to bed?
Honestly, probably took it to bed. Whatever.
What's the plan today?
I guess do what we've been doing. I'll like pop open the hatch a little bit and check to see if it's night or day right now.
Opening the hatch, you can go up the ladder and like open the hatch, and it seems to be day.
Well, we can't look for that guy, but we can talk to other people.
Oh god, the lag.
Alright.
Jeez. Do. Now let's just pull out all the relevant people.
Well, I say we finish getting a complete idea of layout of town.
Boulder is gonna see the rock, and he's gonna pat it a couple of times before walking away.
Oh, that's
Well, you
amazing.
can take the rock with you.
I don't think Boulder can. Boulder could.
It's just a pebble, right?
Well, I mean, it's a rock, it's not a pebble, so it probably weighs like 1 slaughter or something. Who knows?
Oh, I thought it was a big rock. Boulder
Yeah.
will.
No.
Boulder
I thought
will
it was
take
like a
the rock.
stepping rock.
Well,
Yeah,
this going to
I was thinking like a pretty sizable rock, like not, you know.
Ronk.
wrong.
Hee hee.
Do that one. Okay, it's that one. Do that one. And that
Perfect.
one. This one.
It's
This
a rock.
goes out. He goes out too. Okay. Which you walk, and you see the empty coffer.
This is the same one that we dealt with, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
check this out. First night.
Yeah.
You were at that one
Yeah, that
before.
is.
You see a dwarf in front of you, an iron dwarf, cutting up some wooden logs in the daylight. Boy, you're new in town, aren't you?
As this is happening, as he's
Yes,
watching,
sir.
like, as they communicate, Boulder is going to pick up logs and try to split them with his hands.
Make a power test.
I don't think he's gonna succeed, I'm gonna be honest with you. Whoops.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. But, I mean, you can try.
Can Bush try to split a log
isn't-
with his bare hands?
That is an 8.
You pick up one, and you, like, start, like, trying to pry it apart, but you just end up ripping the bark from it.
Boulder's gonna look at it inquisitively and search around for something that he could use to leverage it.
There is an axe that the guy in front of you just let go, and he's very curious. He's very confundeled.
Boulder's gonna try to mimic what the dude was doing, and just start
Okay.
splitting wood.
You start splitting wood, and he just takes a step away. It's like, all right, you do that.
Boulder's gonna
And
keep
Butch,
doing
you-
this until
yeah.
further notice.
Yeah, but you wanted to split a log, right?
I wanted to try splitting a log with my bare hands.
Go for it. Roll power.
Oh, I want to do like the fucking Captain America and
Yeah,
the Civil War from the ranch
Yeah.
scene.
I know exactly. what you're-
14!
Hey!
Hey, let's go. I mean, sure, you get it. You just take like a small piece of wood and just go. It's not huge by any size or any means, but you do it. It probably was cracked too, but no one needs to know that.
I think it was probably the log that Boulder tried to pry apart with his hands before he started getting to bark, but he actually put his hands like in the original divots that he dug at the end of the wood.
Lovely.
Yeah, you know,
So
living
while
off
those
on
two
it.
are splitting wood.
Alright, you seem like the capable sort, aren't you? Yeah. Well,
Something like that.
Yeah, we are quite new here. I've heard that sometimes people just pop up randomly, and it seems like we were one of those. I've heard that just sometimes going around town and helping people out is one of the best things you can do here, so, is there any way that we could help you at all?
oh, for sure, if you're so asking, as it cracks his knuckles. You see that old coffin behind you all? Laying on the ground, the gravel over there? So,
Oh yeah, that's
yeah, by the end of the week, it needs to have a person in it. Otherwise, bad things happen.
who needs a person in it?
Like
The coffin.
a dead
Ah.
person?
Nah, you can keep them alive, I don't care. All I know is
Does-
that it needs to have someone in it by the end of the week.
What happens to him?
Do they need to be there at the end of the week, or can someone just go in and get out, and that happens once a week, and then everything is fine?
I
know
have
who I would
no
put
answers.
in there.
All I know is that I have heard stories of dark and horrible things happening, and I'm very scared.
Do
I know
you
there was that one lad who wanted someone in there before. Yeah, it was that girl with a bunch of cybernetics, I believe. She walked around, but she clawed her way out. Fixed bigger nails after just, you know, as you do, fixing bigger nails. But
Do you know what happens to someone who would go in it?
I mean, all I know is that if they're in there by the end of the week, I can nail it shut to keep them in there, and then I wait a day or two, and then I can take them out. Or I can let them out. But
And that's just how it's been for how long?
I don't have no fucking clue, lady.
It's
All I
worth
know
it.
is that every time someone doesn't go in there, at least for at least one day by the end of the week, bad shit happens. We had just like that one guy, Gary. He was in his group of people, Gary, that decided that they were not gonna put anyone in there, and this was like, there were some other things that made it so I couldn't really do anything, but like, they didn't put anyone in there, and then, you know, not too long later, he kind of disappeared.
But
Huh.
but he's back now.
Is he back now?
Isn't
Well,
that the
no,
one
I
that we
haven't
talked to
seen him
yesterday?
for a long time.
Gary, you said, right?
Yeah, I believe that was his name. I believe George was a
Didn't-
friend of his.
George-
Didn't
Yeah.
George address
Oh.
that tall fellow with the horns as Gary?
I don't think that's Gary.
Oh,
Look, I
No.
don't understand what you're talking about. But
Hey,
he's asking of you.
can I get your name?
The dudes that you want to give a hug to, those guys.
Give a hug to. I don't really like people, but I'm Treferius. I'm known as the carpenter around here.
Oh, sorry, can you say that again?
I am Treferius. I am known as the carpenter around here.
Alright. Nice to meet you. I'm sure we can figure something out.
I mean,
Yeah,
I have
I
an
would
idea.
terribly appreciate it, you know, if you put
Adds up,
someone.
Hands up for ads up.
Adds up.
Adds up.
Ads.
Apologies. I meant to warn you about that.
Ads.
I mean, I definitely have an idea of how we could do it if we wanted to.
Trauma.
For sure.
Go on. I do actually need to go to the bathroom, so.
I'm gonna use the restroom myself as well.
Rum, ba-doo, ba-doo.
Alright, I'll be right back then as well.
Mm-hmm.
Later.
Probably should too.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I always like to use bio breaks efficiently.
Yep. Same stuff.
What a time! Well, first one back, chat. Seems like it.
How fun.
Yeah, I'm really spitting with ideas I can't talk about. Help.
What
Ideas?
ideas can you not talk about with chat?
I can talk about them with you.
Tell ideas.
But not chat, right?
Ideas,
No,
eyes.
yeah,
Eyes.
ideas, eyes. Everyone says eyes, ideas, deas. It just
Eyes,
has
Diaz.
eyes, deas.
Icon has ideas?
There we go. Ideas. Ori trauma. There's trauma. I would love to see some trauma. Give me just a second.
I love trauma.
I love trauma. Hello, chat. I am normal.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
this is
Ori,
so good.
how much longer do you think we keep this up?
Usually we'll go, the earliest cutoff time would be 20 minutes from now. The latest cutoff time is usually an hour and 20 minutes from now. So wherever feels good within that range, and we can move outside of that range as well as you need. So, chat the trauma.
Oh, but yeah, that sounds good.
Good, yes, good. This is fucking crazy, dude. This goes so hard. Saying it doesn't make it true, Ori.
Oh, well, chat, are you enjoying yourself?
Damn. Yeah. There's something unsettling about that. It's good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Blue Mage, did you see the outcome of yesterday's session?
A bit. I kind of had to leave near the back half of Paya's because my girlfriend came over and.
Is
No,
Oki just
100%.
going to get pulled into the wayward again and have to deal with the fact that he just abandoned them?
Oh, Oki, poor Oki, dude. Poor Oki has some thoughts inside his brain that do not come out, and he's gonna have to go fucking deal with those now. This was the outcome of yesterday's session.
Oh.
Yeah. That makes me remember the fact that I have a character that I love playing, and I haven't gotten it to play in a while, but his backstory, I've made it canon that he is having nightmares of horrors beyond quality.
God, I'm fucking love
Oh, I'm
that
seeing
so
the art
much.
on stream. Oh, it looks
Mhm.
so good.
Moonchi was talking about how Neptune is laying down, just bleeding out, staring at Moth, and you can see the tears running down his face.
Oh god.
Oh
I
my
love this so
goodness.
much.
Oh, it's so good.
This poor party, dude. This poor party.
They are
Don't-
so traumatized.
Don't worry, chat. It'll get so much worse.
That's what we like to
Nothing
This
hear.
party has been
We've
through so much
final-
stuff.
We have finally finished chapter 1 of Trauma.
Chapter 1?
Oh.
I'm
Nothing
excited,
brings a
man.
group of adventurers together quite like shared
Honestly-
trauma.
Real.
Honestly, lock screen, kind of good idea though. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yes, Sky, you wanted something?
What?
Ashton is so right.
Said my name.
If the next art is Moth in
Oh,
a
yeah,
hand,
yeah,
like it's
for his name.
such total whiplash.
This is what the party goes through essentially. There's something so satisfying to me of like producing, like, you know, because we all talk about like our characters see these like traumatic visions, you know, they have these characters that have had voices in their head for their entire lives, yada yada, whatever, and everyone's like, oh haha, they're crazy. But it's so fun to be like, this is what they're seeing. This is what they're going through daily, every single waking moment of their life. That shit is like,
Wait a
Chef's
second,
kiss.
is that what that was?
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't worry
Is
about
that
it.
what Eve's seeing?
Welcome to the end of chapter 1. Where's the evil DM?
Thank you.
Something so satisfying about a TPK.
There's, I mean, of course Ori's the evil DM, and honestly, the trauma is satisfying. The trauma is there better
Listen,
trauma?
nobody gets into DMing seriously without having a bit of a sadist streak and causing your players trauma. Like, we're all adults here, we can all admit that.
Real.
I basically just hand a backstory and go, these are all the things you could traumatize me if you want. Don't do it though. But if you want to, it's right there.
With the biggest bleeding eyes ever.
Don't traumatize my character.
I love that Sherbs and I, like, we run this back and forth dynamic of like a good cop, bad cop. Like Sherbs like always seems to handle like the redemption arc, like the traumatizing, but like process the traumatizing. And I'm like, the world fucking hates you and everything you do.
God.
And then I have to hand it back to Sherbs, and Sherbs is like, what fucking mess did you just leave on the table for me? And I'm like, bye, Sherbs.
Do we have time for a quick side tangent?
Up to Elf. Yeah.
Your dynamic is so unique. I love it.
Are we all
Never
ready
seen
to
anything like
continue?
it. I think so.
Do not hit chat.
Or hates chat confirmed.
No.
Real chief.
Yep. Proven.
Like,
No.
it's true, chat. You should see what he says in the DMs.
Yeah. Man,
No, I do not.
The group chat is being leaked.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm so excited.
Empirically proven.
There's nothing like my favorite, like disgustingly favorite form of story is bittersweet tragedy, right? It's something so awfully uncommendable happening, followed by this is why this had to happen, right? Where it's like there's like a process to it, but it's like a formative type of trauma. You know what I mean? Like where you have like something that was like yeah, exactly. Like, it's not just like, I always say that you have to earn a character's death. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fair to just kill a character, you know, for knee-jerk reactions. That's the equivalent of, like, shock value jump scares. You know what I mean? But, like, in my head, it's like...
There's some value to using that tool, though. Like,
oh, yeah, no, 100%. Don't get me wrong. But I think that there's, like, something really powerful. Yeah. It's a power that must be wielded. Fun fact, Neppy's blood is the trauma art is canonically accurate as octopus have blue blood. I kind of love that, actually.
Before we, because I know eventually, sooner or later, we are going to have to wrap up session, but before we all get off, I do have to remind me to tell you all the story about one of my favorite player interactions, which is the sky is not sky color.
Sky is not sky color. Oh, Jesus
I'm just gonna put that in the chat.
Sherb says, Ori kicks over my proverbial Lego sculpture and gives me a hug before leaving. That is peak.
Peak, indeed.
Well, are we ready to continue?
I am.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lisa, yes.
Also, Ori, you're hacking depressing.
Not me, no.
Masochist.
Nope.
Sadist.
Okay, so yeah, that's all. That's all, man. I need someone to lay in the coffin my end of the week. I want bad shit happens. So they're all a lot different people you can stuff in there. I mean, honestly, if you got rid of that part of their ass, he points towards the guy currently playing his little lute in a jester's clothes, like, outfit, and he just stops, turns to him, and just dead stare onto Triferius, like, fuck off, old man, and he just continues playing, but walks away instead.
Ico just snickers a tiny bit.
Are you sure you don't want to go in a coffin? I feel like it would be a really fun experience for you, actually. But you're leaving. Okay, we'll find someone else. Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh, Lotus.
It's only the dude with the crow tattoos was supposed to be, the crow dude was supposed to be in that cage.
That
The
wasn't.
crow dude was looking for someone to put in the cage. Specific person.
Oh yeah.
Long.
Well,
let's keep walking.
Just kidnap
Maybe
someone,
we'll find
throw M in
somebody.
there, lol.
as we walk, I'm gonna kind of be like, I mean, I don't know really what the best solution is there, but if there's something actually bad gonna happen, I mean, I'm willing to give it a try.
As Boulder walks away, he's not gonna release the hatchet and log he was holding. So he's gonna walk away with it if he's allowed to.
Aiko's gonna go up to him, knock on him, go tell him to put it back.
He's gonna like look down, look at both, and then just go in, walk back, and then just set the log and the hatchet gently on the ground, and then skitter back.
Dreyfurius just gives you a
Imagine
nod.
running like Dr. Zoidberg.
You find yourself at the end of the road as the wall continues around.
Boulder's gonna watch and try to inspect where the ground meets the road to see if this is basically inspecting to see if this is a falsified wall.
Okay.
Or if the wall was created after the road, per se.
It seems that the wall has always been there, but so has the road.
I'm gonna relay this to Aiko by just tapping on the cobblestone path.
Okay. Aiko just kind of nods. Huh.
Found the dog again. I pet the dog.
Boulder will
Okay.
also pet the dog.
Awesome. Lotus, do you pet the dog?
I'm gonna, like, kind of emotionally communicate with the dog and just give, like... Wait, did I take... Wait, hold on. What special talent did I take?
Have soul pats.
I did not
Soul
take that.
pat.
Okay. Soul pats.
My boy.
Chief is suggesting kidnapping. Lovely.
Could we put the dog in the...
No!
Oh, goodness.
I would also like to pat the dog, by the way.
You pet the dog? Yeah. You pet the dog earlier as well, right?
Me?
Yeah, I believe you did.
Yes, I did pat the dog the first time.
Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah. Everyone except Lotus has pet the dog.
Who suggested putting the dog in?
Nobody? Nobody at all.
Nope, nobody suggested with the dog. That's just,
Doggo. The dog will remember that.
The dog will remember that.
Okay. You all pet Oops the
It's one of
dog,
yours.
who's just this
It's you.
horrid abomination.
It's you, Pips. That's like you. She's staring at it so contently. It's like you.
Aww.
It's like you.
Oh,
Hi, Pips.
it's just gonna walk around in a circle and walk up to Lotus between you and just looks at Lotus and just lays aside on its hand, like lays
You're
its head on
ninja.
its
I
side.
love that so much, and that makes me so
As it gives
happy.
you a
He is
little
adorable.
bark.
He is the best boy.
See, it's proof
I
that
will
stream is useful.
continue to send happy emotions to this dog.
It looks happy as it spins
And
around.
then I'll look at it and I'll say, do you want to go in the coffin? Do you want to go in the coffin?
It does not understand what you're saying, so it looks quite happy.
No one knows what Lotus
I
is
think
saying because Lotus can broadcast to only one person.
Yep.
I assume Lotus isn't telling us.
I'm gonna look at everyone else and I'm gonna say, trust me, I can talk to animals that wants to go in the coffin.
Aiko just looks judgmentally at Lotus.
I'm gonna look at Aiko
Yeah, it's our
because
animals too,
Boulder
they're
has no
special.
idea what's going on.
Aiko is going to tap to Boulder.
Okay. Lotus, were you gonna try and lure the dog, or what did you say?
I'm mostly just doing it to be like, to be a bitch. I'm not actually trying to.
Oh my gosh!
Okay.
I just think it's, I mean, if they told me, if they were like, yeah, then I would do it, but like, I'm not gonna upset my party to do it.
Morally dubious at best.
Yep. Oops is just gonna start walking
Lotus is
around
going to die soon, I
as,
feel.
It did not receive any more pets from Lotus.
Guys, I swear it's going towards the coffin.
Aiko's just gonna start walking away.
Boulder is gonna walk
Wait,
to the
what?
coffin. And
Okay.
is going to sit inside.
No, I'm gonna try and stop him. I would like to try and
You
stop
stop him.
him.
I'll tap to Aiko.
I think Butch is going to send a sensation into Boulder's mind of just like sitting in a half-inch of water.
Boulder is confused.
May I know what website/software Ori is using?
This is Owlbear Rodeo. There is an official plug, an official module for Foundry as well. It's still being developed right now, so I haven't used it on stream yet, but there's Owlbear Rodeo that a lot of people in the West March use.
Indeed, we do.
And then there's Foundry as well, which is kind of like still getting its grips a little bit.
Yep. Then there is, of course, the tabletop simulator that Ori usually uses.
Mm-hmm. Tabletop. There's an official workshop download for Utopia as well on Tabletop Simulator.
Yep.
Yes, Foundry VTT. Thank you.
And I just prefer right now
Which
to
is a
use
super
Owlbear
cool
Rodeo
software.
because it has certain amenities that I enjoy.
Yeah. No, 100%.
Great.
Boulder is going
A lot
to
of modularity with Owlbear, too.
walk out of the coffin and then attempt to pick up the coffin.
The coffin seems somewhat restrained to the ground. To get it out, you would probably have to rip it apart.
Boulder will attempt to. Foundry is a one-time $50 purchase.
Okay. Make
I'm just gonna tap like no, just kind of like sign, like just give the message of don't do that.
Boulder will now sit back in the coffin after hearing that.
Okay.
Did we go talk to that cybernetics girl?
I haven't seen her.
Well, she's somewhere around. Carpenter mentioned her.
Yeah.
See if she knows something about this coffin.
Seems worth a
I
shot.
assume that cybernetics girl is Igus.
Boulder will lay down in the coffin.
No.
Oh no.
Lotus is like grabbing his arm and trying to pull him out, and is like, no, you don't know what's gonna happen when you do that. I would rather you not die or turn into one of those weird flame-hugging people.
Boulder's just looking at Aiko and then Lotus, like back and forth.
Aiko tapped something.
Boulder walks up to
Come
Aiko.
on, big guy.
What is
Like
the
not-
commotion that is going on over here? As Sullivan the Great walk on the road. Ah,
Have you heard anything about that coffin? And gestures back to where the coffin is.
Boulder walks back to
I
the
think
coffin.
I saw Varia walking away from it. One of those times I was sitting and drinking some lush wine and petting my golden cat, looking at my window. That wine was so tasty, but Wario was walking away from this direction and she looked quite disgusting, if I say so. Well, whatever.
In what way?
No, like she was half rotten, of course. And, like, ripped nails apart and stuff. Kind of like she would have dug herself out of something, but that's just a lucky guess, I think.
Aiko's just staring.
Thank you for the information, Sylvan.
Yeah, thank you.
And he's just like, ah, yeah, whatever. I'll just return to my home for now.
Is there anything that we could potentially help you with?
What?
Any woes?
Big guy, get out of the coffin.
Boulder walks up to Butch.
Come on.
Well, if you really want to help
Can you
him
get up?
out,
Does he get up? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Butch starts using his dad voice.
Didn't know he had one of those. I was gonna cap something.
Bad. Oh, if you truly do want to help around, why don't you come back to my house if you find something interesting to report?
Not
Especially.
even in a fucking fantasy game, I'm Team Dad.
Blue Mage, do you happen to be a purple?
Just playing a zealot.
Accurate! Purple
Well, I'm
parrot.
pretty sure I'm a fucking green, so.
What would that be? Oh, that would be a warden, actually. That's actually kind of cool. That's like Oh, I actually love that. Hold on, wait. That's actually
Do
really
we
cool.
have 3 fucking purples here?
Yep.
I mean,
Forager, that's possible.
Aiko's executive.
Oh, Aiko's executive. Lotus is what?
Aiko's- I think last time we said conductor.
Okay. Well, I think Butch is probably conductor as well then. If purple and green.
Awesome.
Well, Bush specifically,
want to
I
run
think I
it.
built more to be a captain.
Okay, that makes sense.
I thought
Yeah,
captain
that's-
initially
Okay.
as well.
Yeah,
No,
you
that
can
checks
make
out.
that.
There was just like a smidge of purple that peeked through.
It's like the one. I think Sage something said about an I told so moment. Purple just spikes out of nowhere.
Captain has to be a dad and then gets a migraine. Captain's like, what happened? Did I black out for a second?
Just a purple spikes to Mach 5.
Captain subconductor,
anyway.
that's what I was
Boulder,
thinking.
you do not
Lotus
get to eat. You do not get to eat the dagger.
Get
Get that out of your mouth. Get that out of your mouth.
Oh, right. Aiko,
Lotus
did
was
you bring the
attempting
dagger
to-
up or did you leave it?
I probably brought the dagger with me.
Okay. As you take it out of the hatch, like way earlier,
Oh, okay.
you felt a weird sensation and the dagger was not on you anymore. It was laying on the table.
Oh, okay. So the dagger can't come with me. Cool. Weird.
And Lotus, you go.
I was attempting to talk to him as he was wandering in and just say, I'm sorry, report anything interesting. What types of things are you looking for?
Well, of course, anything to do with those dark cultists that would like to ruin how I live my life, of course. What else would I like to know? Well, no, that is it. If you encounter any, or if you encounter any of their stupid things or misdeeds, report back to me.
Well,
What do they
I
look
can
like?
tell you that there's one of them that offered to hire us to trap another one of them in a cage of some sorts. There's one that tends to a garden during the night and wishes to be able to be around during the day. I mean, they seem like other people. They seem like you, just in a different day-night cycle, really. What's so bad about them?
Oh, are you referring to the Nightwalkers? No. They are not bad people. I'm referring to the dark cultists here.
Okay, so who are these dark cultists and what do they look like?
Well, they dress in black clothes. They usually have some weird shit on them. I
Are you
think.
talking about like robes, masks, all the freaky stuff?
Yeah.
They got some sort of
like
weird fire about them.
That does not sound like the dark cultists. No.
Different thing. Okay. There's a lot of weird stuff here.
Is Boulder petting the dead horse?
It depends on the interaction here.
Yeah, sir.
Oh God.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. And if we happen to come across any, then I'll let you know. If there's a way you could point us in the right direction, I would be happy to go take a look.
Honestly, just stay out when it is dark outside, and you might find some. I don't know.
Aiko just kind of
I'll
nods.
let you know.
Okay, cool. He's just gonna walk inside, but he doesn't close his door. Boulder, you walked out to what seems to be like a dead horse and a man that is currently butchering it, cutting its belly open and doing different things that I'm not gonna describe.
Boulder's gonna point to it and then point to himself.
Fuck do you mean
Aiko's
by that?
watching.
He wants to know if he can help.
Well, you look like you're a strong one. Once I finish taking these things out and these things off and doing it X and Y, you can grab that end and hook it up over there on the hook on the wall.
Boulder's gonna look at him and do a thumbs up.
Okay. A little bit of like time goes by.
Jump
He's pretty
scare.
quick. You may have a conversation with him while he's doing it.
Hey, so what's your name?
My name's Quitna. Quitna's the butcher. I butcher things around here. Well,
Right.
we're running out of meat around here, you see. So, this is the last I have.
That
That's your mic.
explains the dead horse in the middle of the... wherever we are.
Yep.
Just middle of the road.
Well,
Running out of meat today.
what are you doing all around here? Are you new people or what?
Boulder's gonna tap to Aiko and basically say, what is he saying?
We're figments of your imagination, come to help you.
Aiko just chuckles at Butch's comment.
The butcher looks at you and gives you like a snort. Alright, if you really want the help, go get some fucking...
Aiko begins to, basically as best as she can, transcribe what Quintus is saying with taps to Boulder.
Okay. Just go get some more meat so I can sell it, and I'll pay you in lots of silver. I got it laying around some. I don't really use it much, but I do need some more meat to keep this business running. I don't care where you get it from, I just want it. Understood?
You don't have
I do not.
any indication of where we might get it from?
Boulder's
Are there
gonna
animals around here?
Boulder's gonna point at the horse and then point at Boulder.
Aiko's gonna tap to Boulder. I'm gonna do this.
Awesome. Hey Sky, have you made your whisper character
Well,
yet?
You'll like if you pull it up, hook it on and meet her, and yep, no, that will be perfect. As he just like points where you should put it and all that stuff. Pretty simple description of what you should do.
Okay. Is
I don't know.
he giving me the reins now?
Yep.
Okay. Boulder's gonna drag this horse over to the hook and then just start turning it into components.
Oh,
Boulder does not understand what's happening right now.
Boulder, stop it. Hold on, big
I'm
guy.
gonna tell Boulder to stop.
Boulder's gonna make his first component and then look up and just kind of watch everyone.
What's that thing
Hey
doing?
Ty, you in here?
Suck it up, mommy. Hey, there's a bullshit right there.
I'm sorry, sir. Doesn't quite understand what's going on here.
He just sighs. Fine, whatever.
Aiko basically tells Boulder to put the meat on the racks, which I assume is what Quintus told him to do.
It's
Awesome.
more hanging up the whole horse on a hooks, so he can continue butchering it and letting it dry out more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I assume he cut the head off, and this is just kind of like the chest cavity, just hanging
Yeah,
open.
mostly, and like, he wants to fully empty it, you know, all that stuff.
yeah, so Aiko's gonna basically tell him to do that.
To put it on the hook?
Yeah,
it up.
Aiko would know how to butcher an animal.
Okay. Boulder will put it on the hook and then continue converting it to components.
Nope. One more
Aiko
session
tells him,
left.
stop again. Don't do that. It's
Okay.
not for
How about
you.
we keep walking, big guy?
Aiko goes over and is like, thank you for your time. Sorry about him. And then we'll walk off wherever.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Boulder will kind of like put his hands down, like
TBH, I don't
inside
know
it,
if I
like
can
put
handle
his hand in his other
back-to-back
hand,
Utopia though.
and then just bow, and then walk away.
Okay. You start seeing how the sun is setting, or well, the quote-unquote sun, as Sullivan walks up to his door, closes it, and then you hear a loud locking inside. It is starting to become late. Oh, hello there, adventurers. Or, well, whatever you are.
As soon as this is done, I am going to bed. It's past
getting a little
5
bit
in the
late now,
morning,
but, like,
lol.
do tell me if you need any help tomorrow. I don't want to stay out too late, you know. It's a little bit dangerous. As this cyborg
before you
lady
go,
walks
what's your
in
name?
and closes the door before she answers.
At
any
Guy 614, no forager is just hoping it will be voted
That
in.
was helpful.
Always tomorrow.
What you lot doing over here? As you see a cyborg lady in front of you.
Oh, we found her. What's her name again? We should know it. What was it again?
You do see that a lot of her body is covered in different cybernetics, and she does seem to, like, the skin she has on her hands and feet and legs doesn't seem too great.
Actually, I think we were looking for you. We had some questions about that coffin.
I also
over
have a
there.
brand new whisper that I could have used.
Adds
Should
up.
the need have happened.
Oh, damn.
Twitch only lets me snooze it so many times. So like I can like push it back a little bit, but then Twitch is like, no, we're playing an ad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but that's fine.
fair.
It was good timing.
Uh,
It wasn't
oh,
like-
what's the name of the cyborg that Typhurius was talking about earlier? What was her name?
I never gave a name.
No, you did. I definitely remember you giving a name.
Forager
Oh,
wants to
yeah,
know if you have a
Furious
whisper,
gave a name,
Sky.
yeah.
Huh?
Forager wants to know if you have a whisper.
If I have a
No.
whisper character, not at the moment, though I do plan to have one. See you, Ty.
There you go, Forager.
Shall actually make them.
It's like I said, he has to battle against your.
Thank you for the look, guys.
Or, well, it's like I said to Sage, battle against your procrastination.
It's true.
Whoops.
I do very much intend to do that. It's just a matter of figuring out how I want to build the character.
I thought about it, and that's like one step away from applying myself. I think I remember seeing a Pirate Software video talking about how good Turbo is for people. Yeah, no, 100%. I actually am personally a really big fan of Turbo.
What's Turbo?
Turbo is Twitch's basically YouTube Premium. It's no ads.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Both for streamers and viewers. Agreed.
Do the streamers get money from it though? Because it's like if you get no ads across anything.
So
then,
it looks
doesn't
like it
it
might just be Ori
incentivize
and
people
Ty,
from subscribing
because
to
Rain hates
specific
me and wants to spend as little time with me as possible.
They do. It's kind of marginal in comparison to a subscription, but fairly enough, in my opinion.
Interesting.
But like, if you were to subscribe to a streamer, the streamer's gonna make a lot more than if you were to watch with Turbo, more than likely. That's not always true, because I guess it kind of depends on stream length and things like that. But yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty marginal difference. But personally, I'd advise for people to get Turbo.
Huh.
And you don't get emotes, that is correct.
Yeah, emotes are the thing.
Oh yeah, no. I need my eyes and my little shaky Ori-dooders.
Real. I'm so sad I don't have them. I can't do the spinning bees.
No spinning bees. This is the worst timeline. Ads are
It
over,
is.
Elf.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Hey.
let's go. Okay, you asked something, Butch.
Yes, I
You-
did.
Yes.
I
what you
asked about the coffin.
Oh, coffin. Look, I don't have much time because darkness is coming, but if you really want to do something, I guess you've been talking with Triferius,
No,
then go get Diagoras and help me, because the fate that I received from being in that fucking coffin, and then coming out of there and being treated the way I have, where everyone is hunting me like I
Anyone else have a
am
whisper who
some
they'd like
sort
to
of
have in a
filthy
streamed West March
animal. I
session?
would rather have died, but I never wish to go back.
Boulder's
me
just
tell
going to
you-
closely inspect her.
Okay. Are you inspecting for something special?
Nope, just curious.
Yeah.
But Boulder's gonna be uncomfortably close.
She does back away from you a little bit, like, personal space, kind of like, oh wow.
like I
Okay.
just kind of nod, like he does that. Just as he
He
does
can be a
that.
bit of an odd one.
Nod.
If
Boulder
you
will-
really hurry up, you could tell her that you could send the Agras in there instead, and Triferius will be very happy and pay you, of course. And I can do whatever, and I will help you with whatever I can. But like, you really should hurry if you want to complete it tonight. And I'm sorry, it's getting late. It's just getting too late. The darkness is falling. Just go.
We'll see if we can talk
Yeah,
to you in the
Gareth.
morning.
Okay.
Yes, the morning. As she closes the door and locks it behind her.
What do we think?
Boulder's just gonna stare at everyone else.
Well,
I
how many
could go
times have we
check
heard
with
that
him
name, Diagoras?
who Diagoras was. Is and what and the whole putting him in the coffin thing and how and the coffin being in the coffin is apparently a pretty bad experience.
But what happens if no one is in the coffin, right? It has to be a give and take. One person experiencing something is obviously not what we want, but we don't know the downsides of it, and I'm not saying that means that we have to do it, but we have to consider it.
I mean, yeah, but it seems like people disappear much longer if nobody in the coffin than if there is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it
Darkness
matters all that much.
falls around you all as you're discussing. It seems like it is night.
LMAO.
It would be wise to get to a decision and either return to the hatch for a night of rest, or if you decide to go and push things into action.
Boulder's gonna look up at the sky.
I mean, I don't.
Do we
see
want to
need
or not?
rest. We might as well stay out unless.
I think
someone's
I think what Boulder
tired.
sees in the night sky is a sheen of a plastic screen and liquid crystal display screen.
Yeah. Real.
Do you remember that one person that collects stories? Maybe they know something about the coffin.
That. Yeah, maybe they do.
If we can come up with a story to trade.
I mean, plenty has happened since last. The flaming lady, for one. Or whoever that was.
As Boulder is following the party, Boulder's gonna look straight up and just like kind of like hand reach out at the sky, and just kind of like one hand just like try to grab something that doesn't exist.
Aiko's going to tap to Boulder.
Okay.
That's happening in DMs.
Oh,
As we go to the storyteller.
hello, people.
Hello. We were curious if you have any stories about that coffin on the other side of town.
Oh, well, if you want me to reveal a secret, I also wish to know one. So, what is the information of the coffer worth to you?
Boulder will start tapping on her.
Well,
Hmm.
obviously you're gonna need to tell me what you're saying.
Boulder's just attempting to tap on Mirren.
Oh, just like
I don't think it'll be legible.
okay.
I mean, I don't have a lot of memories from before I got here, but I'm willing to tell you anything from then. Have you ever been in the bunker?
Bunker?
There's the trapdoor, middle of town.
Ah, yes, the secret hatch, as some people call it. Look,
Yeah, whatever.
I can tell things, but I wish you to tell me something first.
Sure.
Something
course.
you have done, something you have accomplished.
Well,
you have been here.
All right,
Me
I'll
and the
see.
big guy signed the guest book.
Oh yeah, there's no guest
Yeah.
book.
That is not
Uh,
something of an accomplishment. Have you helped anyone? Like you did with Lice the Brute, and how you helped him with his little clue that I gave him long ago.
All right.
We'll come back to you once we have. How about that?
We saw there were like flaming big individual. There were like multiples of them. Got a key off of them. Aiko shows the teller the key.
Ah, of course, you found the day. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find the night this time.
Are there multiple of them too?
Well, multiple and multiple. I wouldn't say that there is more of one or less than another.
I think if we stick around late at night long enough, we'll see him.
So that'll be
Likely.
Dude that
So we
I
did that.
slept with, was he a day person or a night person?
night person. That was Diagoras.
Oh yeah, Diagoras the Charmer. Didn't we like jokingly call him Diagoras the Pervert?
I
Yeah.
think we might have.
I was a coat rack that night.
Yes, he
Yep.
was.
That's
Oh,
right.
baby buddy.
Boulder is
That's right.
going to tap on Mirren's shoulder and clap his hands together and then open them up and play like in a little illusion. And inside this little like elusive figure will be like a little snow globe. And inside the snow globe, like it's like a little shaky snow globe. It's like snowing like magically inside the thing. And inside will be like an old man hunched over a chair, like just sitting here
I am
tinkering on
slightly
something.
tempted to use my new whisper, but they are likely to perish if I do.
Did you basically give Mirren a little show of a Pinocchio dude inside of a snow globe?
Yep.
Huh. Interesting. she's going to look at it and then she just goes, huh, that is cute. Well, I wish you good luck on your things to do.
Lotus is
So-
gonna look at the party and is gonna say, we need to do something.
We do need to do something.
Give me 15 minutes. I'm gonna go and try and find the dude.
Okay. Are we just letting Lotus leave, or I guess we're
Can you tell Boulder to hang
My-
out with you guys for the time being?
Aiko will tap on something. It's like, Boulder, stay with me.
And I'll
Morning,
kind of
back
like
up.
pat Boulder on the head and I'll just give like comforting vibes. Say I'll be right back.
So,
I think Butch calls out, like, telepathically, asking, "You want any backup
I think I'll be fine.
before you leave?"
Oh, hey there, fine looking tree.
I'm gonna
You
like
want to-
swagger up a little bit and kind of like lean on the wall. And I'm gonna be like, hey, I missed you.
Oh, well. Well, it's you too, sexy. Missed you as well.
Have you heard
Budget
anything
porno
about
music starts playing.
That'd be good.
Coffin in that
Oh.
in that back alley over there?
Oh. Oh, back alley, I see how it is.
I was thinking, as
God damn
fun
it.
as a bedroom is, I feel like there are more exciting places. And I saw the coffin and I was like, wouldn't that be fun? Just a little freaky, you know? I feel like we could do more.
Yes, the two individuals that should spend an
Wow,
eternity in a
you
coffin
really
together.
lay it down and dirty, don't you, huh?
I'm gonna grab his hand and I'm gonna start leading him to it.
Yep, no, he follows you. You have him.
Oh, I don't even have to roll anything. All right.
oh wow, he's
just
just
strikes
Echo.
me as
Okay.
Austin Powers without any swat, without any of like the charming comedy.
This is funny.
This is very funny.
We are going to watch a man get trapped in a coffin. Just try and get some strange.
Yep.
And I'm gonna kind of like bring him up to it and like push, kind of like you know, back him up towards it, and then kind of like push him in all like playfully, and then close the lid.
You do all those things. It's like you push him inside and he's like, oh my, and like, you know, he's really playing at it. It's like, oh, I am laying down in the coffin. And you like slam the lid down and he has like a few fingers like on the edge and you hear the
Ow.
muffled scream as you slam this thing. It's like super loud. So there's a door opening and Triferius just walks out and sees you like pushing it down. He's like, alright. And he doesn't grab, you know, like tiny nails. No, like he grabs like basically a sledgehammer and nails that are like as thick, like a crucifixion kind of size. And he just like,
Whoa.
alright, walks over and just places one down where you could kinda see like there maybe be like a hand starting to stick out, and he just fucking slams that shit.
Oh
one hand
god!
down.
Oh god!
And he just like takes a few more, and like you can hear the muffled screams of Diagora screaming in pain as a few nails probably get into him, and the carpenter just looks and he doesn't care, and then he walks away like nothing happened, closes the door and locks it behind. And not after too long, the screaming stops and you hear a few whimpering sounds instead.
I'm just gonna lean down to it and I'm gonna say, I'm sorry it had to be someone. And then I'm gonna go back to the rest of my party.
As Lotus approaches, Boulder's just gonna wave, like giddy. Hello.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Aiko's probably
like
talking to Myron.
Join him in
And-
there.
Aiko's gonna turn to Lotus. So?
So there's someone in the coffin now.
Okay. Now I just need, because that was a bunch of things that happened at the same time. Let's start with this. Triferius the Carpenter. Okay, you will receive that I need to go back to this guy. All of you receive 2 dark alignments, which gives 2 levels.
2 dark alignment.
And 2 levels.
And,
Oh shit.
levels. Beautiful.
Yeah. The
Everything
dude just
is
pounded
fine.
a structural nail into a coffin and behind
Yeah.
and a person's hand behind it. Like,
Yup.
I'm going to ask Lotus to tell Myron about that in a second, but we'll get there.
that like that is something that you only talk about in therapy.
I
Also-
love when the dude was like, "Oh yes, I'm getting in the coffin." I can only imagine like Lotus putting like 2 hands on his chest and she's like, "Yes, please narrate everything that happens to me." That's so hot. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Just slamming the lid. Oh my gosh.
God, I just love it when you narrate what you're gonna fucking do.
That was. That could not have been better. It was amazing.
Oh.
Oh.
I want you to know, Rain, you've got some Lotus hate in chat.
Yup.
At the
I'm
underscore
aware.
Luna03, do you hate me?
Luna really does like.
This is the difference.
True
I
that.
made one joke about the dog and now I'll never be forgiven.
That is
Nope.
correct.
No, you won't. You did this to yourself.
Luna is fighting for top purple right now.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, so now you gain the dark alignment, but you also helped out Varia, which means you gain +2 light alignment and yet another 2 levels.
Holy
This
shit.
was the best
Oh,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, you hit like the level jackpot for that one. Like there was like 3 layers like going back and forth, and I was like, oh my fucking god.
At Ray Nice
nailed it.
Bowing, oh no, I'm very
Good
aware.
work, Lotus.
Literally.
Good work, Rain.
A.
I was gonna write this down real quick.
Well, isn't that crazy? As all of this is going on, as Aiko refers to Lotus this way, Boulder is going to put a single finger on Lotus's chest and kind of like twitch for a second and then say, Lotus.
Aiko just kind
Yes.
of jumped and just turned. Hmm?
And then put a finger on Aiko and say, Aiko.
Yeah, that's me.
And then put a finger on like his face and say, big guy.
Aw.
Oh, that's
Lotus
cute.
is gonna like get on their tippy toes to kind of like try and get closer up to Boulder's like eye level, and we'll kind of like pat him on the head and we'll be like, I knew you could learn something.
Learn.
Oh.
Very proud emotions will get emanated to him.
He's just gonna kind of look confused.
Yep.
Butch tries to, assumes he kind of makes eye contact with him and gives him a shrug. But
Do I
I
know-
don't think either of them can really tell if they're making eye contact because Butch has that fucking iron mask over his face, and Boulders is basically just has an aperture in his rags.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful.
I don't know if
Yeah.
Boulder's ever heard Butch's name before.
Aiko's gonna point to Butch and say, Butch.
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 And Aiko's also gonna tap something to Boulder. Oh, Boulder, big guy. Oh, that's so cute.
That is very cute.
Aw.
Boulder is just gonna say, yes.
Oh. Well, that's convenient. She mutters that part under her breath.
Was learning all time.
Aiko just nods.
I like how the door for Diagros is still open. It's just like an open door.
That's
Just a
hilarious.
smell. Just a smell of incense and lubrication
Yeah.
coming out.
He died as he lived, probably
Hey,
with
we
a
don't,
boner.
we don't know if he died.
Later, I'm sure. He's gonna hate our guts, though.
No,
Yeah,
don't
what is
worry.
he
I'll convince him of something otherwise, I'm sure.
I condone
I'm
this.
concerned
but I'm
about
not
how
sure
you're
Lotus
going to
is a good
convince
person.
him, not that you're convincing him.
Don't worry, Boulder is a very convincing coat rack.
Oh.
What was the question? Maestro Wizard, Lover Druid, Captain Paladin, Executive Thief, or Performer Bard? Probably Lover Druid, personally.
Not
Performer
the
bard
Captain
for me.
Paladin?
I like it, but I think I'm more personally attached to the Lover Druid. Definitely not biased.
Mm.
Good thief sounds fun.
Yeah, it's ads
I
right
think
now,
thief is
right?
my
Is it? I don't
no
think so.
context pick.
Or about
personally.
to be, I think. Because
Fine.
it was the. Oh no, that's a. Yeah, it was the warning.
Yeah, that warning I think happens like 7 minutes in advance.
I didn't-
Oh, okay, yeah, never mind then. Oh,
Think real quick with those talent points I got. I'm gonna grab impersonate and refreshing.
Okay.
nice.
Oh yeah, I should probably look at talents and stuff.
Are we planning on doing anything else this
I'm
game
still-
with the level up and time running out?
We did just get like 4 extra levels.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
I mean-
sub-trait points.
Yeah, you probably should assign those.
Probably
I'm
wouldn't be a
messing
bad
up about
idea.
something which I should be getting a report about. Yes, Elf?
A real quick thing about Mirren is that you may tell her basically quests you complete, and she can give you knowledge, and you will change her alignment as you do.
Oh shit.
Oh, interesting.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm
But I did tell her about them pronouns.
You
Absolute
told her
cinnamon
about
roll.
the note, yes.
Yes, about the note.
Yes. That did not seem to change anything. When you tell
Do
her
we-
about the quest you complete, you will also be able to ask a question.
I want to ask about the coffin.
Yes.
Do I
The
need a
note-
specific?
Yeah, what did we just assign a kind of pervy dude to? What did we just assign him to? Like,
That is really the question. What happens in that coffin? Happens to people in there? Why do we have to put people? Why is this necessary?
You-
What if
We
we just
really
know,
have no
uh,
idea.
does it really help we didn't just condemn a pervert to a fate worse than death for just being kind of a perv?
I mean, I wasn't doing it because of that. I was doing it because I thought he would be the easiest one to convince.
You were right.
what
Oh, I thought this is
happened
such a purple.
to the coffin?
There's someone in the coffin now, Boulder. Don't worry about it.
Do they need help?
I don't
Lotus
think
is
you can
just
help
gonna
them.
kind of like stare at the ground for a little bit.
I goes as Lotus is looking at the ground. I don't think you can help them.
Not anymore.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so what exact do you tell? Which quest do you tell Mirren about? You've already told her about Lies the Brute.
Do we
Oh,
want to
I'll bet.
wait until there's like something?
We have
that
like the
we
3
want from
quests
her
we
in
just
return?
completed, or the 2 quests we completed at once, and we can get 2 questions out of that.
Yep. You tell her about.
I guess Aiko will just prompt Lotus.
Well, what I'm saying is, do we want to wait to tell her something until we want? Like, do we have anything to ask her right now?
I mean, I was gonna ask about the coffin.
I mean, I feel like we're gonna get that answer. I feel like it's better to ask about things in order to make a decision rather than be like, what's going to happen tomorrow, when we can just wait until tomorrow to find out.
You make a fair point, but I also like what happens if we don't put someone in the coffin, you know? But I guess that doesn't matter anymore. But like, you know, I'm still curious. But if we want to save it, that's fine.
I think I'd prefer to save it for the time being.
Anyone else have any input on that?
You guys are alone.
Okay, we won't ask. We won't say anything then. Well, where'd
okay.
you go? Where the heck did y'all go?
Boulder, you walk down and you see the scene that there is blood running from the edges, and you probably see like a finger, like the top of a finger sticking out somewhere. And you still...
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Boulder will kind of like put his fingers in the blood and look at it for a second, and then just kind of sit down crisscross and play his little snow globe illusion in his hands and just pat the coffin a couple of times.
You get a sensation that somewhere in the coffin you have granted a man in a man in pain and distrust, as you give some light ease to it all.
I will, can Boulder tell that someone is in distress? I would assume that he could by the blood and by things like that. If nothing else, then he recognizes that blood is a bad thing. So
Yeah.
he's gonna put his hand on the coffin as he's patting it, and he's gonna use illusion to give a sense of peace and numbness
As you do that, there is a certain stillness that inflicts the coffin now, and you get a sense of thankfulness back at you, but yes.
When that happens, he'll close his hands in the animation, and the animation will dissipate between his hands, and he'll stand up, and looking forward at the coffin, he will say, "Peace."
Very well.
Butch will kind of give you a pat on the back and say, "Nice job, big guy."
Big guy.
And I'm going to try out the refreshing talent that I just picked up.
Okay.
Wait, once I should probably worry about that now.
An appeal test.
Yes.
Bro, the music being so calm with that fits really well.
No, I don't.
Let me know what you roll.
16.
That succeeds.
Nice.
Yay!
You are allowed to roll
So that-
d4s of healing, of
D4s?
stamina.
I thought it was D6s.
No, I'm pretty sure
It regains X,
Yep.
XD6, where X is your appeal modifier.
Oh, okay. Damn. I thought it was d4s, then that's even...
It was errated.
Oh, you see.
10 stamina for you.
Woo! As this happens, Boulder's gonna be like kind of enamored by it, and he's gonna like watch as everything's happening, and he's gonna be like super curious, and then he's gonna clap a couple of times, and then he's gonna do the same thing. That is
Okay.
way more than one.
I'm sorry, what are you doing?
Boulder just took refreshing.
Oh,
Ah, yes.
I love that we're all taking the same talents. How did this happen?
I took it because it was thematic with making Butch a captain. Like,
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
It's the same is true for Boulder.
Well, there's a captain?
captain
No,
buddies.
no, he's a blue.
Oh, he's a blue. Lover?
Mm-hmm.
I could buy it.
I feel like
I
it's
buy
pretty
Lover.
obvious.
I do
Yeah,
love me a
Lover is
lover
very
druid.
lover.
Yeah, I'd buy Lover. That makes sense.
Time to hit the sack.
Okay. It is...
Are we gonna head back to the... Oh yeah, that's the day.
I think that's
gonna
the
go back
best
to-
idea right now. Wait, where's Lotus?
I followed.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know if we left this unlocked or locked or whatever, but if it needs to be unlocked, it will be unlocked and we'll hop in. I
Boulder
assume-
will sit inside his little cocoon that he has made.
Yes, you sit inside, dine, cocoon, or cocoon.
I want to look over this dang book again.
Okay. What do you wish to do about the book?
This is a good
Oh, is
question.
Diagris's name in it?
Yeah, let me check. Is Diagris's name in the book? Can I check? I'd like to check.
Okay. You check throughout the book, and it does not seem like you can find his name.
Did I check any entries that would happen to not be in a language I know? Or
There is a lot of entries in languages you do not know. But the
Yeah,
Admiral Charmer was an elf, so... his
Yeah, I
name
would've known it,
would be
so-
in Elvish.
would be on Elvish and okay. So no. Can I
Hmm.
check for other names of people we met who might not be in languages people understand?
You do see that pretty high up, you see Gallus's name.
Interesting.
You see Gallus the Wise. And under it, you see something that's been ripped out.
Interesting. And no hint as to what it might have said? No extra text? Nothing?
Nope. It's just gone.
Huh. And you said that was in... not in any of the known languages? At least for Aiko?
No, you, Gallus's name, you know. But the ripped out part is, you know.
Okay,
ripped
no.
out.
Okay, cool.
But Gallus is a lunar or twilight elf. Now I'm unsure.
Said lunar earlier. Don't know if that's accurate.
A lunar. Yeah, a lunar. Which
Oh, then, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Diagras is a twilight.
Right.
Diagras is in a coffin.
Yeah, this is also a coffin.
Add in
you
1
do,
minute.
however, see that the dagger is back on the table and that there is food again.
I'm gonna properly investigate the dagger. I didn't actually investigate the dagger last time. I'm going the dagger this for real.
You can essentially make the same rolls I told you about before, like the language, memory, and that stuff about the dagger. Okay. You can decide two. The party can make 2 of them collectively.
Okay.
What was it? It was language, engineering, resolve, and something else?
It's
language, memory, engineering, resolve.
Can I make a resolve test?
Okay. Language for codes, memory for knowledge, engineering for physical aspects, and resolve for magical aspects.
Yeah, go for the resolve test. Go for it. I will hand you it.
That is a 17.
This dagger is extremely powerful, but also extremely limited.
Powerful.
Fascinating.
It does not seem like it can leave the little bunker you all have that easily.
I'm gonna pick up the dagger and attempt to slice the bread with it to see if it has any, like, outstanding effects.
It slices the bread pretty cleanly. It's a very sharp dagger. But there's nothing too special. It's just a really good dagger for slicing bread, apparently.
I'll set it back on the table and say, good for bread.
Is there any text on the dagger of any kind?
Do you wish to make a language test for that?
People have
I'm
any
curious about something.
What's that?
And Butch is gonna pick up the dagger, put it into a backhand grip, and stab through his palm with it.
Okay, I am going to ask you, do you want to do this action?
I'm gonna
Yes,
back up.
I have thought about this since I first saw the dagger.
Honestly, I did too. I didn't say anything
Okay.
because Boulder didn't know what was going on. There is ads up, so please don't give the results just yet. There's about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh gosh. What has he done? I'm legitimately
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Really hates Lotus.
Because it's a special dagger. And you have, you basically get the Skyrim, are you sure you want to do this prompt? And
Oh gosh! If you get the "Are you want to do this" prompt, you say no. This is peak like mastermind energy of. I know. I've gone through the text in
Do
my
I
head.
allow
I'm
multiple
doing it
entries in a
anyway.
poll or not?
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
I'm worried.
I mean, Sky, do you remember what the dagger does?
No, I don't.
I'm
Wait.
pretty sure Luna does.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if I can go find out. Dude.
What's your predictions?
Well, worst case scenario, I die.
Yeah.
Is that worst case scenario? Oh, probably.
Mastermind slash captain slash red bullshit ever. Worst case scenario, I die.
It's just, yeah.
What is it, a 50-50
Actually, no,
chance?
worst
I like
case
those
scenario,
odds.
Exhausting
everyone
penetrative
dies.
1d100 damage.
Oh. God.
I believe ads are over. So-
So.
So Butch is stabbing this ritual knife through his hand that all we know is that it can't leave and that it's very powerful.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
That's totally
What
a great
usually
idea.
happens Is
Myself.
first, nothing too special happens. Like, it fucking hurts like a bitch.
Awesome.
It's a really sharp dagger. But you start to feel that something is tugging on you. Not physically, but more metaphysically, as your soul is starting to tear from your body. Not slowly, not quickly, just enough for you to realize that you're fucked. As
Whoa. I found out what the dagger does!
Before realizing the effects of it, Boulder's gonna rip the dagger out and then put a hand on his arm and natural healer for 8 charges.
you try and you force your health, health into your friend, as you feel how their life energy pretty much drains away, and Butch has a few final words before essentially just popping out of existence, except he's still there and his loot just clambers to the floor. How do you wish to do this, Butch?
Fucking ow!
Wow.
That hurt like a bit.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, the god.
So wait, did he just like vanish in front of us? Or did he just die?
No, he just
He
straight
died.
up died. Like,
He
he
died.
is... Like, you cannot bring him back, kind
Like,
of.
not
dead.
coming back dead.
It apparently helps him
Would
put
necromancy
consequences
even
into
help in this
perspective and
situation?
keeps him
Somebody
from spiraling.
No.
No. Okay, cool.
Boulder.
Echo's just gonna look over them for a minute.
Haha.
And then Echo's gonna go, absolutely ramming on the wall.
Boulder is gonna sit down next to him crisscross, animate his little snow globe next to him, and attempt to illusion a sense of peace on Butch and say, I will watch until you wake up.
Oh, Ori, fuck you.
God.
Oh my gosh!
This is the saddest shit.
He's just gonna.
Echo
He's
probably
just,
took a good look at Butch's body, realized he's dead, and then started banging on the wall to make sure Lotus was awake. And has popped in.
Lotus was laying on the hammock face down and goes, what?
I think Butch is dead.
Will, like, get off the hammock, but it's a hammock and they kind of forgot it was a hammock, so they end up kind of, like, spiraling and getting caught for a second and then, like, rip it off and go, what? I leave you motherfuckers alone for 5 minutes?
He just took the dagger on the table and he stabbed it into his palm, and suddenly he falls on the ground.
Why did he stab it into his palm?
I don't know.
It
When
killed
the
him.
right one would even do that?
Most people could survive a knife to the palm. What do you mean he died?
Look for yourself.
Oh my god, he's fucking dead.
See, I told you.
Lotus just goes and sits down beside him and is like, we don't have anything to fix this, right? There's nothing that we can do to fix. Oh god.
I'm
Oh
pretty
god.
dang sure
Oh
there's
god.
nothing
And
we
then
can
like
do.
looks at Boulder and sees what Boulder is
I
doing
want
and
one.
just like stares at the ground.
Boulder's just patting him.
Oh god. Oh god.
can't believe this.
This is not a dancing circumstance.
Oh my god. Oh.
Wait.
Yeah. So
Worst case scenario, I die.
Do not
Oh my god,
decline.
he's fucking dead.
so basically what this
It's
dagger
my
is
character. I
doing-
can do what I want, Ashton.
So the whole idea with the dagger is when you're in such a shitty spot with alignments or like levels or there's just something not working out, you can use it as a last resort to reset your character. That is why I asked you, are you sure you're doing this action?
I wish I'd found that sooner, and honestly, maybe I should have won.
Yeah, so
I'm not gonna lie. I picked this because it seemed like it would be the most entertaining option.
Now that's a captain.
What? Also trauma, TM. Good trauma. More trauma.
No, that's a performer, Ori. Come on.
yeah, that sure is a performer drop.
Performer 150 red over here.
I presume this is probably a good leaving off point if I had to assume, Elf.
Yep.
Okay.
My God.
I would say it is. I'm going to.
I'm so excited because Boulder's gonna learn a lot about how the world works.
Oh,
Dude.
I feel so bad for this little guy.
Dude, there's like it's so hard playing Boulder because there's so much shit I want to do and so many ways that I want to like interact with the world, but I'm like, Boulder just doesn't know. Boulder doesn't know what that means or how to do that. And there's like reasons behind all the shit that he does, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare for him.
hey, you can communicate now with everybody. Like, this could be great.
I really want to talk about why this feels like such a huge moment for Boulder, but I refuse.
Well, I'm sure.
Oh.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to talk to Boulder next session.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah,
dude.
that's right. I also
Oh,
wanted
no,
to
they're
tell
gonna
you
trauma
guys
dump
in
on you.
chat about the sky is not sky colored incident.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
I just
dude.
want to say it like this. Next session, you will be starting off with day number 6, which is fittingly named Chaos. Oh no, sorry, day number 5. Unless you sleep through the day, because you can do so to get your rest.
This is chaos.
Yeah. And next time you go up the hatch, there will be a new person, and you somehow have to dispose of the body.
If we just tell him what happened.
Like,
Yeah, we were just standing around. He stabbed a dagger into his hand and he died.
so note, do not stab yourself with that
Touch
dagger.
the dagger! I just literally gonna tell the new person, do not touch that dagger. Any
Fun
circumstances.
times.
Blue on his next character, who's supposed to be super red and like super anti-orders, just immediately kills himself.
Gosh dang it, no, please.
Dude, it's so crazy to me because like this is so
Why did
far.
he burn his motherfucker?
Boulder is so like Boulder has witnessed so much death in his life. And he has no idea.
Nope.
Oh, and is he going to learn what death is?
I assume so.
Well, we're gonna explain it. Oh, we have to explain to him he's never waking up. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
4 days.
Oh no.
Well,
Do you guys still want to hear about the sky is not sky colored incident?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
please. Tell us about the sky is not sky colored incident.
Alright, so a little bit of preface. This was my first. Sylvan chat knows what this is about, choosing the game. And this was my first Dungeons and Dragons campaign, long form Dungeons and Dragons campaign. one of my players was playing a Tabaxi paladin who worshipped the god Uwu. I'm not joking. That's real.
Uwu.
God.
But basically, the party had gotten an inn, and yes, I did make it for him. I built that god. That god was fucking terrifying.
Oh, I love it already.
Jesus Christ.
But they had their own inn. Things were going. The city they were in things were going well, and then out of nowhere, everyone started getting their own weird, customized, personalized hallucinations. Because the city was dragged into dragged into the realm of a demon god of chaos and insanity.
Oh my god.
Oh, fun.
As you do.
I like where this is going.
Wow.
So one of the players saw like visions of like fish and stuff, like swimming through the walls and then coming out, staying high, and then going back out into the sky. Really trippy stuff.
Fun.
Scuff.
But for the Tabaxi Paladin, he looked outside and the sky was a variety like rainbowscape.
We did.
And he would just, everyone else was kind of freaking out like because they were seeing these weird things that no one else was seeing. And meanwhile, the paladin, who had an intelligence of I think like 8, just comes into the bar
3.
and it's like, the sky is not sky colored.
That's amazing.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Oh my god, it was so fucking funny.
This shit is so fucking wild.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I was able to help traumatize everyone.
Oh, that was perfect. That was, dude, okay. Sky, do you remember me talking about yellow snapping?
Yes, I do remember this.
Boulder's on there. Boulder's there.
Oh no.
Oh.
Boulder is like right on the cusp of that right now. And I don't know how you're gonna get him out of it, but Boulder's gonna have a fucking epiphany, dude.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I'm
of all the people
so
who
ready.
have to talk the automaton down, why did it have to be us?
A 1d100 sword, let's fucking go.
Oh gosh.
Before you
Yes.
leave,
So, yellow snapping is kind of a narrative thing. I'll let Elle finish, I apologize.
next week, can people come around then?
I'm good for it.
Next week?
Yeah,
I think I'm good next week.
Blue?
Yeah, I can do next week.
Da blue. Da da blue da ba da.
Rain has already disappeared, it seems.
Yeah.
I will be Forger.
Yep.
Well, yes, I hope people enjoyed it. Enjoy listening to this fucked up session for real.
Very much
Yeah, this
so.
was the darkest session by far.
I loved it.
You're welcome.
So good.
Thank
Is this
you.
what you were expecting when I
This
said,
was so
hey,
fun.
come play a semi-dark horror campaign?
This is gonna get egregious quickly.
We shoved a person into a coffin, Lotus,
Yeah.
Yep.
and
Yeah.
somebody killed himself by accident. Great session, everybody.
Oh my god, dude.
I am glad that Ori had the exact same thought process of like, I wonder what would happen if I stabbed myself with that dagger.
Oh my
Boulder
God.
would have. If Boulder was just like in a different like tile, like if Boulder was in a different tile, he would have tried it.
Oh my gosh.
Boulder's just curious. Like that's it at the end of the day. Like Boulder just likes to try things. And if Boulder's in like hand reach vicinity, he will. Oh my god, dude.
Gosh.
Boulder very lello. Yes. Chat, make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grab a snack, go do your homework, go brush your teeth, whatever you need to do. We're gonna be in the Just Chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes before we open up the next poll for the next thing that we're gonna
And if
do.
that
This
means
is mental
literally
health
tearing
break.
someone apart, so be it.
Alright.
Take
Why
my
do we keep
nerve.
doing trauma? It's great.
I'm gonna
Great session.
I'm gonna explain yellow snapping, but I'll probably be hopping out a call here in a bit when you guys are ready.
Alrighty.
One
on.
last thing was
Yeah.
when Ori started with like swinging around the dagger in a weird motion. When they first
At Rain Eyes
found
Fouling
it
Hey
as
Rain,
Boulder,
if Utopia
I
still
was
gets
like,
in,
if you're
will you join
cutting
or no?
someone, they're dead.
Oh, that's
And I
terrifying.
sent to Luna like a hyper, like panic breathing gif. I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, don't fucking attack someone now. Like the first thing you do. Oh.
Dude, I wish I had realized I should check the document
It was fun because I knew what it
before
was.
it was
Hee hee.
far too late.
Yep. I mean, it's kind of cheating for you to check the document,
It's
but yeah.
true, and it's cheating, but whatever.
Oh,
You're letting
Goodness,
me
dude.
do this.
yep.
All right.
You said I
Have
could
a
do
wonderful
this.
rest of your night, guys. Elf and Blue Mage, I'm gonna have a conversation with you sometime in the near future, hopefully.
Yes.
Big
Yeah.
alive.
Yes, we already had a bit of a talk about that. We just gotta talk with the other two.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Well-
I appreciate you guys a ton.
Big
Thank you for
ol'
being here.
eyes, what-
Thank you for the
what is
amazing
this?
session, Elf.
Thank you. for
Yes,
playing.
thank you.
Thanks.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. Awesome. Can't wait to continue.
Bye.
All right, chat. Yellow snapping. So it's specifically it's a descent. It's a descent into psychopathy, right? And that is the idea. And again, this is more of a narrative device than anything. But the idea that yellows have very strong attachments to things, right? They produce very, very strong bonds. And what a snapping moment for a yellow is just severing that bond or realizing that that bond was never there. And it sends them into basically what is a form of psychopathy, right? Where nothing matters, where their curiosity takes the best of them and they simply destroy for the sake of learning, right? Because they have lost all their attachment to anything. They lose all their empathy. They lose all their remorse in one quick moment, right? In the worst case scenario of this, or not in the worst case, but in one of the terrible cases of the scenario, they pretend like they didn't. And that's like the harshest form of psychopathy, but essentially like a yellow snap is kind of like swinging directly into the anti-type if we were to take Sky's chart into consideration.
At the
Have a good
Forager
night, Luna and Elf.
56 you'll
Thank you
find
guys
them.
so much. I appreciate
believe.
you. Yeah. In most narrative circumstances, this is irreversible, right? This is irreversible because they hit a point where they've done so much ill that they could never recover to be good, right? They wouldn't be able to live with themselves if they became good,
Well,
so they're kind of
that
trapped
assumes
in
it
their
gets voted in
anti-type.
anyway.
They get kind of trapped in their anti-type for the better part of their entire life. You know what I mean? Or whatever's remaining of their life. It's a very, very tragic story. But yeah, that's
I returned to chat.
gross. Welcome back to chat. Did you hear the yellow snapping? So EP, no! Wow, what's up, Papa Paradox? How's it going? There's so many spite anti-votes. Would the above example fit that plot point then? It depends
I
on the
did not hear
potential
the
to
yellow
recover.
snapping.
I think that there's a chance to recover. So what you were explaining, just for recap, right, is basically slicing this demon woman, up the center and knowing and
By
or
now.
learning that she was pregnant at that time for the sake of vengeance, right? And for anyone who didn't hear it, yellow snapping is a arguably irreversible loss
At
of
Rain Eyes
attachment
Fouling
to
tell me
everything.
everything.
It's a very, very quick drop into psychopathy, and it's a very yellow character coded narrative device, right? But the hard part with yellows specifically is that when this happens, they fall to their curiosity to a morbid extent, right? Where they destroy and they
No, I'll
dissect
let it
for the
play
sake of
out.
learning. They destroy and dissect for the sake of learning, right? So they destroy and dissect everything they come across as nothing else matters to them anymore. And what happens is they kind of get trapped in this box because they're now left to sit and wallow in their anti-type or face all of the things they've done, right? So that's kind of the question, right? You have these climactic moments for yellows where they kind of have a quote-unquote choice or two paths to walk, where they either immediately recuperate and turn to the remaining attachment attachments and build those back up at a moment's notice, or they sit in their anti-type. And like I said, this is a borderline, you know, irreversible thing. You know what I mean? Once they sit in the anti-type, you know, they have a lot to face after that point. And yellows are very like attachment-based creatures, right? At least in a narrative perspective. So when they've done all of these terrible things to the people that they once called their attachments, you know, it's nigh impossible for them to come back from that and create those attachments in a meaningful way again, while still being able to live with themselves, you know? If we're talking about narrative devices, you know, there could be like a forced immortality and things like that. And we're getting into traumas that can never be described at that point. You know what I mean? No, you are never escaping the anti-type. Honestly, I feel like anything can snap to anything else. No, you are correct about that. That is the narrative yellow snapping instance, though. That's the yellow snap, right? That's kind of the framework for a yellow snap, if you will. Because it works. Because it works well. I mean, if the anti-types works well, then people are going to attach to it, right? It's an amazing narrative device, if nothing else.
So, essentially, Druid gains a friendship with a very nervous cowardly man, Demon Woman Ed that man, and when revealing to him she's pregnant, he kills himself. Druid finds the body and snaps, runs down to where she's imprisoned, and dagger straight up into the ribcage. He then is asked to perform an autopsy because people don't know he did it, and finds the child in the open womb, and he freaks the fuck out.
So it definitely depends, right? Because one of the big parts of the yellow snap is not having anybody to turn to, right? So like, for instance, yellows might have a strong attachment to their romantic partner, to their family, or what have you. They have this kind of pillar in their life, or this thing that they focus on. We could get into compass scopes all day, and this is a bigger topic that we'll have to get into one day. I don't know if today is necessarily that day. If chatting wins, we can. But they usually have their central focus on something. And if something terrible like that happens, a yellow will, at least narratively, move to their focus to commend the problems, right? Either to process it, or to fail to process it, or to regress, or what have you. They will crutch on their pillar. Now, a big part of the yellow snap is not having that pillar anymore, right? A big part of it is losing those attachments that they have. Or if nothing else, the most important one. Something needs to snap all of those bonds at once. You know what I mean? That's not to say it can't happen that way. That's just to say that's kind of the natural framework for it. Oh, it was a pacifism he broke. He realized he did it worse than expected and snapped out of the apathy.
Always have their people.
That's pretty much it, is that the yellows have their people, right? And in a more, I guess, arguably unhealthy circumstance narratively, they will have all of their eggs in one basket, right? That's probably the most common reason for a snap, right? Is that the trauma is so conducive that they tie all of their attachment to one person, and that person dies, that person betrays them, that person was never real in the first place, yada yada. That's usually the cusp of a yellow snap, if that makes sense. Would you help me develop anti-types of just chatting? Sure, I'm down.
I just noticed the lover colors.
Don't read out loud. This, okay, I won't. I'm just reading it in my eyes. Yep. More proof that I am not a yellow? Not necessarily. His eggs are in his live and let live philosophy. That the connection in his goodness. Interesting. Rain says, wrong. Wrong, you fucking brothel sprout.
Ori put up the vote. I don't have too much time.
It's not necessarily
goddess,
like
not goodness.
It's not necessarily like a every yellow trait. I mean, it's a common yellow trait I've observed at least, but I don't know if it's like for an every yellow thing. It's more of a narrative device in that sense, right? Like the yellow snap is a narrative thing.
This is an extreme circumstance thing.
Yeah, it is also a very extreme circumstance that The reason why I call it a narrative device is because it usually requires some level of like supernatural consequence or absolutely disgustingly extreme radical circumstance. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't just happen to people. Yeah, Rix gets it. It doesn't just happen, you know what I mean? It has to be some level of extreme coincidence, you know what I mean? Or intellectual design in the case of another extreme character, what have you. What was thrust into was fairly extreme. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like I said, narrative device more than anything. It's not just like an extreme traumatic incident, it's a specific extreme traumatic incident, right? Like yellows can endure a lot of trauma without ever snapping. It just takes a specific type of trauma for them, you know what I mean? And like I said, it's not true. It doesn't have to be true that every yellow has their people necessarily. And even if you do, you may not be aware of that. You know, you don't know what you have until it's lost, yada, yada. But that's getting into more specific circumstantial things, sub-archetype, yada, yada, doesn't matter. The point is more so that, at least in a narrative scope, that is how things are. But we can go ahead and wait for the ads to finish before I start the next poll. There's going to be an ad in 1 minute, chat. Once that's over, once that's gone all the way through, then I will go ahead and start the next poll. The needle that breaks the dam. Exactly that. And that's usually, again, when you're writing a story or something like that, that's usually what I would say is how that goes, is that basically your walls are pushing inward. Your walls are pushing inward because of all the trauma that you're facing, you know, a series of unfortunate events, and then you push all of your focus onto one person. Oh, shit! We got a question, chat! You have 5 minutes, Diamond.
You want suggestions, Demand?
Doesn't even canon to my story. That's kind of funny. The one ring. The ring to something them all. I don't remember why. I'm gonna grab some water, chat. Ads are up for 2 minutes. Ready for you in like half hour or less. Just sorting out some of the final bits and bobs. What's that?
There is honestly a question I've wanted to ask, but I doubt if the basis of the question is correct, so.
Interesting. Seems that the anti-tides really made an impact, if you would. Almost an impact similar to Themis' journal, I would argue. I'm happy with how Butch got his end. I like using characters as dark comedy to build investment. I like that too, personally. It could be anybody, Ty. It could be anybody. Truly, the longer they spend in the shadows, the more impact they will have. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Oopsies. Why are you confused? Chat, we have about a minute and 15 seconds before that poll is going to be up. Big fuck off sword is done. Time for big fuck off
At
gun.
Ray
And then
Nice
small
Fouling,
fuck
I'll
off
DM
pistol.
you.
3 minutes remaining for the question. Become warm. No, but I got an open slot, but I don't think I'll be down for another game of Utopia. No, that's pretty fair. Double back-to-back Utopia sessions can be kind of taxing, if at least for me, for no other reason. Because like, it's hard to swap gears, especially when you're trying to, like, contain yourself within a character, especially if you're, like, getting into it, you know what I mean? It can be really hard to just swap into another character. I'll do it, because it's my job, but... Utopia combat can be taxing. Oh yeah, no, 100%. Depending on how complicated you make it, depending on how much you min-max, it can get as complicated as you want to make it. Which was kind of the goal, right? And that was like the give it the take, is it requires a lot more active participation, but that's
I've
also
been prepping this for like a month.
You don't want people just sitting down and just doing nothing, you know, the entire time, because that's a common complaint I get, you know, just sit there and wait for your turn to happen. But then there's also the headache of having to know at all times what you're going to do, because you have so many opportunities to do something. You fair, Blue Mage, you fair. Switch from Lotus to Vi would be difficult. Swapping from, honestly, actually swapping from Boulder to Demi would be tough, to say the least. All right, chat, the poll's going up. Decide, chat. What are we going to do?
I feel like I'm getting better mentally at managing it all.
No, 100%. I really enjoy playing the game with you, Sky. I've only ever played Utopia as a DM, which means I'm basically always active. Oh, 100%. Utopia is, I do my best to give GMs reliquary where I can, but GMs definitely can have quite the taxing load, depending on who their players are and things like that. Ooh, Utopia's taking stage.
Vote blue.
Ooh, oh, we're getting somewhere. We're getting to new places. Why more Utopia? Oh, there comes chatting. Chat, I think I might actually vote in this one. I might end up voting in this one. We'll see. I do. Automaton Tank World, let's go. If I vote Forager's not gonna be happy about it. You have not very long left in that
At the
question.
Forager 56 Talos.
Talos. Do it, Ori, I say. What am I doing? Forager is using plurality advantage against us. Last call for question. Last call. Oop.
At Rainey's Fouling DMS.
I think this might be the first time I have witnessed a question expire. Unfortunately, you are out of time. That's okay. There will be plenty more in the future. Absolutely way more in the future. You will get a ton of chances for things like that.
This is why I keep brining it up, Sky.
Dino did. Dino got a question.
Explodes and dies forever.
No, don't die forever. Just die temporarily. It's way more beneficial. Time for gambling! You people want questions on backup?
I'm gonna get that question.
I will get a list of questions out to use eventually. I need confirmation to be sure that I'm asking the right questions. I'm intrigued. I mean, if you answer a discontextual question or a question that doesn't really have a strong answer, we can confirm and navigate accordingly. It's okay to ask questions that don't necessarily have a strong basis.
All of my characters have done that.
Yeah. People call that sleeping, Ori. Boulder would agree. I don't think there's much time left in the poll,
Vote
chat.
yellow.
What are these questions about, Ori? So there's a mystery box redeem. There's also puzzle coins and a couple of other ways, but there's a mystery box redeem that when you unlock it will give you a free question that I have to answer honestly. It's for the Twitch one specifically, it is no genie wishes. However, I am allowed to exclude things that I have to exclude for the sake of context of the question and like saving content, right? Like I'm not gonna spoil content for it. However, it is true. What's up, Chill Spree? How's it going? Welcome in. What's up? What's up? What's up? Give me just a second. Utilizing the species creator. Oh, interesting. Hypnosis is better than Tenetos. Sleep is the brother of death. Interesting. Welcome to chatting, chat. And we go like this. Blap. And then blap, blap. And then... Sure. There we go. There we go. What we yapping about today? Well, I think there was... Yo, what's up, Eve the Fae? Welcome in, welcome in. There's a couple of things that we can talk about specifically. There's 2 topics, at least on mine. Sky was talking about the anti-types, and Rain still has more to talk about with the gods. So I think that if you guys want to talk about the divines, or if you want to talk about the anti-types, we could talk about either one of those. I think that there's plenty of information that we could go about with either of those 2 things. So... I don't know if that's worth a poll necessarily. I don't know if that necessarily needs a poll or warrants a poll. Still curious about the deities. Interesting, interesting. I'm just gonna gauge what chat says, I think. How much is left with the gods discussion? If not much, we can wrap up and move to the antis. We could do that, absolutely. There's a semi-decent amount, depending on how many questions you guys have and things like that. I think that the deities conversation kind of moves into planar structure, which is also kind of its own can of worms. With 442,382 votes. I suspect that's because of the XP weight, but still, it's astonishing. Real. See everyone tomorrow, most likely, unless I'm here for some reason called for something, probably will be lurking.
XP.
All right. I mean, I could talk about the gods forever. Yeah, be careful. You got 2 yappers. You have 2 big yappers. Yeah. Probably get going to 2. Or hates me. Rain hates me. Everyone who didn't vote orange hates me. Of course, Forager. I don't hate you, but of course. Make a species revolving around something eldritch. Interesting. So I'm assuming we're discussing the structure of the universe you have created. In sense, yeah, in sense. So a lot of what we talk about is based on a game called Utopia. Utopia is a tabletop RPG that is a project that I've been working on for a while. A successful Kickstarter. We were just playing actually earlier in today's stream and yesterday's stream. And kind of fleshing out the universe for that. A lot of the developmental projects that I do, I discuss with chat first. So... essentially, yes. Are we gonna get into a yellow fight about how we totally don't need to talk? I'm sorry, I hate you. It's kind of funny. Well, chat, unless someone stops me, I'm gonna continue discussion about the gods. And if we find a nice, neat little bow to tie on it, then we can move into the anti-types. Gods. The gods. Stop right there, criminal scum! Average cold talk, real. Did just make my newest Utopia character, lol. Easily one of my favorite systems I counter in terms of creative freedom. Let's go! I love to hear that. That makes me so happy. Who needs gods? Puny gods! Well, hello again.
Hello again. I'm not allowed to get work done today, apparently.
No, it's been so long since we've spoken.
Mag3, at least you're admitting it instead of lying and saying you don't like some streamers do.
What'd you say? Could you say that?
What?
Could you repeat that one more time for me right now?
No
I
work for
said
you, Rain.
it's
Only
been at
yapping.
least 15 minutes.
At least. Okay, so one of the topics that we were talking about that I kind of wanted to discuss was planar structure, and we were talking about the icosahedron, right?
Mm-hmm.
Describe the icosahedron to me.
Okay, well, how much are we wanting to get into why it's like that? Because I know that's like extremely wibbly wobbly right now, so probably not.
Okay.
But essentially, the way that the planes are structured, from what I understand of it so far, is it essentially, if you were to map it all out, it would look like a d20. Where essentially, if you consider each plane is like a point, and then there's 3 like connecting lines that connect to 3 other planes, and if you work that all out, it ends up looking like a d20, where each point in the d20 is a separate plane. So you can only get from 3 other planes to any given plane. So if you want to like jump from one side of the d20 all the way to the other, you would have to bounce through like 5 planes in order to do that. There isn't like, you can't just go from one plane to any other plane. And then the Paya, the plane that Paya like exists on, is essentially a point in the middle of all of that has 20 connecting points to it. So that means that Paya is essentially the only plane that you can go anywhere.
No, each plane is a point, not a face. So if you imagine that it looks like this, right? Payas and the realm that most players play in is going to be the plane that most players play in is going to be in the center of this, and each point only attaches to more to 3 points. Now that I'm thinking about it, did you mean faces or did you mean points?
I think I meant points, but also like I have a really hard time visualizing things. So
yeah,
well, it would be 4 if you consider like the like Paya and then the 3 other planes.
It would be 6 in that case if it is points.
Then faces. I don't know.
Okay. So it is faces. It is faces.
Okay.
So basically, if you imagine a d20, each one of these numbers is a plane, right? And each plane is attached to 3 other planes surrounding it, because every face on an icosahedron is a triangle, right? So there's 3 other planes that they attach to in some way, and in the center is where Paya is. So would that mean the plane that all magical energy comes from to be in the center of the core of the d20? Kind of. I mean, not necessarily. No, not necessarily. Mana is kind of an elusive subject, and mana, more than anything, is kind of like the thing I always say is that it is like potential energy. It has ley lines and things like that, but it accumulates where natural disasters would happen, where there's a lot of potential energy, where there's a lot of stored energy and things like that. It can be in any plane, and it accumulates on its own right. There are additional figures and phenomenon that happen with mana that is really difficult to describe, and I don't know if I fully understand it necessarily. But yes, that is, I guess, the best way I could say that. Yes, no, you are correct about the points. We were talking about faces. So if you imagine on a d20, it's every number would be a plane, and each number is attached to 3 other numbers. Dodecahedron and icosahedron are duals of each other, geometrically speaking. Like, what do you mean by duals of each other? Because dodecahedron has pentagons as faces, whereas an icosahedron has triangles for faces. There's only 5 hedrons. Crazy. Sorry, there's only 5 regular hedrons. Nerd talk, chat. But that does pose a lot of things, right? So, like, one of the questions is there a way to force yourself to a plane that doesn't naturally have a barrier? The non-space is a very interesting subject, to say the least. And are there only 21 planes, or are there more? Oh, I understand what you're saying, Ashton. I get what you're saying. Rain, are you still there?
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
No.
Oh, 2 questions. Can you drive your way to a plane without following the icosahedron rules? So, one of the ones that are not bordering. Could you just pile drive your way to another one? And also not using the central point of it as a crux or as a tunnel of any type.
I mean, theoretically, if you did do that, I imagine that you would essentially be creating a permanent pathway between the 2.
Mm-hmm.
It would not be easy. I feel like nothing is impossible in Utopia. But I assume that would be getting to like not like actually, but like Miramancy level type magic, probably.
Sure. I mean, you're getting into reality shifting. It's honestly probably on a similar level because warping time and space, I usually put on par with each other. And this is the space half of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it has been done. Like, we've stated publicly that it has been done because there are creatures we've named who have created planes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it's absolutely possible. It's just not. Good luck.
I guess it's just one of those, what are the profound effects of it, right? Like, I guess one of the questions was, did the planes happen naturally or did they happen by design?
The planes innately were natural. The structure of the planes were by design.
That makes sense. Yeah. And are there only 21 planes or are there more than that?
I don't know.
Fair
There's
enough.
probably more than that. I imagine if they were, then they would fit into mini structures within the D20 structure. But yeah, I don't know.
Something I'm wondering is the center face is linked to every other face. Isn't planes just 2 jumps away from each other, or did you mean that the connection was only one way typically? I would imagine that the tunnel to the center does not match the tunnel from plane to plane to plane, right? Like, not literally, like you can't just walk off the face of a plane, but I'd imagine that there's an easier route to get from the 1 to the 19 than there is to get from the 1 to the center, if that makes sense.
I imagine that the center is kind of a little bit ends up being like a hub for planar travel, realistically.
Yeah, no, that would make sense. And I guess it would probably depend on like what the nuance and circumstance of planar travel is, right? Like if it's quick, like if it's like instant speed, like you cast a spell to swap planes, then you just go cast, you're on whatever plane you want to be, right? But if it's something that like for instance, like planar travel puts minor damage on the planar structure, right? Then it's like you can't really just go cast as many times as you want. You can't just walk off the face of a plane yet.
Actually,
uh-oh.
Actually, eyes, nothing else. But
Okay,
eyes.
cool. Eyes. What's the next closest time that Utopia can win? Tuesday. Next Tuesday, 1 week from now. However, currently Utopia is still going to be Elf's campaign. I'd imagine the latter would be true, barring teleportation becoming a thing. Teleportation is a really interesting circumstance. And I think that realistically, teleportation is going to be a part of planar travel, right? Whether it be that in-between space, because one of the things that has been talked about a lot is that if you can teleport, you can probably have bags of holding style demi-dimensions, right? But I can't say demi-dimensions because they're not. I'll call them pocket dimensions, but they're not a dimension. They're a plane. A pocket plane. We'll call it that. And more than likely, that would deal with the in-between, right? What is in between all of the planes, the outer shell of the planes and the center of it, and things like that. However, there comes a lot of questions, like, does the structure matter, right? Like, is it important for it to stay in the structure that it does? If you just carve a rift from the 4 to the 2, right, which are, you know, not touching each other, they're close to each other, but they're not touching each other. If you carve a rift all the way from one side to the other without using any of the natural outer shell or going to the center first, does that cause problems? Does that create an issue with the structure? Is it structured that way for a reason? Do rifts provide structure, or is it like tunneling through dirt?
This is a little wishy-washy, so grain of salt. But from my understanding, the more connection points that there is, the more stable the structure becomes. It was designed in a way to be the least amount of connection points while still remaining stable.
Yeah. I think that's a common philosophy, right? Is that the most structural machines are the ones with the least moving parts, right? So even in designing a plane or, you know, moving a plane or trying to create a habitable space out of the planes that you were given, right, you want the least number of moving parts. So I'd assume that in most cases, tunneling through something that was not initially designed is always going to be never good, sometimes bad.
Probably.
What are the chances, like I said, I get on Saturday or Sunday? It's tough. Saturday and Sundays are very here and there. As of this Saturday and Sunday, the options are not great. And then will be break week. So it's possible, but I usually try to keep Saturdays and Sundays a little bit sacred. So if I'm understanding properly, you have 21 named and canon planes, but more may exist, potentially. Yeah, that's kind of the idea behind it, I think. And I don't know if there's even necessarily a name for all 20 planes even at this moment, but there's a known space for all 20 planes, or 21 planes rather, if you will. One of the things that we've talked about, okay, you won't be here next week anyways. Okay, gotcha. I think one of the things that we've talked about before, and I don't know how many people remember this, but how many of you remember the talk about the primordial dragons? What plane is in the center? Paya, essentially. The one, can we name it? We have a name for it, right?
We have a name for it, yeah.
Yeah. It's the center. That's the name of the quote-unquote material plane that everyone exists on. It's called the center for relatively obvious reasons, I would say. You remember the dragons? Was I even there for Primordial Dragons talk? I would assume so. Primordial Dragons were one of the acclaimed potential methods that the planes were even created in the first place. Whether or not they did it outright, or whether or not they helped, or whether or not they were architects, or whether or not they did basically fuck all and took credit for it, is still in the air. However, Primordial Dragons likely were a part of something when it comes to that, for at least some of them. Especially because, like I said, dragons are very manistic creatures. And as Rain has said multiple times, this is very wibbly wobbly, so take it with a grain of salt. But keep it in the back of your head, I guess. Did somebody say dragons? Yes, we did say dragons. Do you have any notes for the primordial dragons, or any of the dragons in any capacity?
Nope.
Cool.
Throw down.
Okay, good talk.
Like I said, I've spent a lot more time fleshing out the individual gods and their stories than I have the base mechanics of it all. So the mechanics are very wibbly wobbly right now. The gods in it of themselves and their family tree and the actual celestial plane is a lot more fleshed out.
That makes sense, yeah. I think it's fair to say that in a lot of cases, there will be a lot of pieces of history in S-X that you will see that something that is so extremely powerful disappears one day. And there's a reason for that. There's a very, very substantial reason for that. And often it's because they had to, right? It's often a voluntary choice that they made. Because when a creature of such immense power exists, they have ripple effects wherever they go. You know what I mean? And they have to make a decision if they want to do that. You know, they're kind of getting too big for their tank, if that makes any sense. And they kind of have to decide what they're going to do about that. Can one become a god? Oh, absolutely. And that's kind of one of the deciding factors. What do they do when they disappear? Good question. It's circumstantial, right? The point is that their tank is too small. They need to find somewhere to go. I mean, they don't have to, but if they don't, you're gonna hear about it. But with that in mind, when it comes to becoming a god, I think the question kind of more so splits up into, can you become a god and can you become as powerful as a god, right? What does the nomenclature mean? So they disappear or become a menace, generally, yes. And it's not like a, oh, I have control over everything type menace. It's like a, I can't even see what's going on, I can't move. And it's good for nobody, right? It doesn't benefit them, and it doesn't benefit anybody else, right? So that's not to say that you can't do it. It's just to say that there's not a lot of motive to do that. Is what they do until they wake up. That is absolutely true. Sometimes they can just lay dormant, and you know their the power that they radiate is either contained or, you know, just not active at the moment. There's a lot of different circumstances where that might happen. But can you reach the power level of a god? Absolutely, no questions. Can you become a god? tougher question, because I think a lot of times the divines are born into what they are, and that's kind of the namesake behind them a little bit. You know what I mean? Is that they are divines because they were born that way. Humans don't work like that. Humans and humanoids and a lot of the playable species that we play are special because they have what is essentially infinite potential, right? As long as you let them live, they will grow more powerful. They are not necessarily chronohomogeneous, some of them are, but for the ones that aren't chronohomogeneous, they can become that. And honestly, it's not the most difficult thing in the world. It's really not crazy to stop aging. You know what I mean? There's a million ways to go about it. A lot higher than level 100, my friend. Yeah, I need to get my mannequin to level 100 and make my own plane of existence. Yeah, you're definitely much higher than level 100. Level 100 to a god is kind of like level 1 to a player character, I would say. Level 100 is the brink of survival. I could become a god? Yeah, no, 100%. There's a quote by one of the characters, nondescriptly, that is, "It seems that all of the mortals want to become a god. I don't know why they set their sights so low." I will make the mechanical god. Level 1000 is probably a good starting. It's a good starting level. There's a point, and I've said this a couple of times, that there's a point where you reach such an immense level of power that if you were to stay in the center, right? If you were to stay on Paya at the level of power that a lot of these creatures have, it would no longer be the game that we play today. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be playing Utopia, because when you want things to happen, they just kind of happen. And that's actually one of the big design philosophies behind why a lot of times your subtraits, when they get high enough, there's no reason to roll, right? Because there comes a point where you just kind of make things happen. Like, your will is so substantial, your agency is so substantial that no one can really question you unless they are on a level of you. You know what I mean? And it becomes a balancing act after a while, because like I said, once you get too big for that tank, there becomes nothing to control. You know what I mean? You just kind of make things happen without question. An example, an extremely extreme example of this is Perfection, right? For those of you who have read the Perfection story, you know that things just kind of happened around her, not because she wanted them to, but because she just imagined them, you know? An uncontrolled imagination shapes the world around her. And she didn't mean for that. She doesn't necessarily want that, but it's just what happens when you're too big for your tank. Yep, you just don't need to roll. Sometimes you just don't need to roll, and that's it. Because, yeah, it's just having authority. Yeah, and that's why the subtraits scale the way that they do, because it's just a sense of authority, right? You just have dominion. The clone's high enough so that rolling doesn't matter? In a lot of cases, yes. They're definitely at that point where there's a lot of basic things that they will never have to roll for. Well, immortality's far away, but undeath is a lot closer. It's true. And that's actually a really interesting thing. Ads are about to pop up, so I feel like we're breaching a whole nother level of power. Like, everything we've done is just meddling, and that's kind of the nature of it, right? That a lot of it's nature. We do have named gods. Chillspree, I'm pretty sure Chillspree is going to be hitting an ad right now, but we do have named gods. The goal of Utopia, right? Like, ever since it was designed, the goal of Utopia was to be able to breach the gap between peasantry to godhood, right? And so, I won't go too much into it, but the idea behind it is that you produce a dominion with time, right? Like, it doesn't just, like, so many stories just go, oh, they were a person and now they're a god because X, X, and Y happened. But it's like, what's the granular scale to that? You know what I mean? What's the process to go that way? And can you play through the entire thing? The answer is yes, you can. And you'll see why certain gods have the dominion that they do, right?
Well, you broke out like the YouTube voiceover voice there for a half second. That was weird. I felt like I was editing a video.
That's actually really funny. Hey, I've got a question about the demigod proportions. You said that stealth-based character would need an average of 100 per roll to be considered a demigod. What about if they were equal parts stealth and awareness? Would they still need to be an average of 100 in each, or like 50 in each, or 75 in each? This is really cultural at this point, right? We're getting into kind of a gray zone, I would say. Demigod is not really hard term in scale of power, right? Demigod is more a term that means that you were born of a god and a human. Does that make you demigod levels? Depends on culture. I mean, there are some demigods that are weak, and there are some demigods that are strong. Or I have a couple of questions, but I may save them for autumn when I make a character sheet for the character in question, because they are, well, something between mortal and god and really hard to parse what I've not divided yet. No, 100%. Utopia campaign where it's just a story of Sun Wukong, goated, real. To be a goddess, to be ultimate of one thing, incomparable to mortals regardless of how practiced they are. But it is possible to be beyond that god because you are not limited to a few dominions. You can leverage whatever you need. Yes. And I'm going to explain that once the ad's over, what I mean by that. What I was trying to say when I was talking about that. I think I'd play your game or an ascension to beyond godhood power. I've been waiting for it, dude. Do a level 1 to 1,000 campaign. Like we all. I remember when I was young, I was like, dude, imagine doing a level 1 to 20. I'm like, imagine doing a level 1 to 1,000. You know, where you have to change game systems because your dominion is so strong. You know what I mean? Where you have to move planes and then you outgrow that plane and suddenly you move from commanding your character to commanding entire armies and civilizations because your power is just so immense after some point. You know what I mean? And I think there comes a point. Okay. So what I was talking about during the ads was basically that there is a trajectory to go from a level 10 character that does nothing to genuine godhood where you are unstoppable in most cases, right? Where you basically, like you said, you outgrow your tank over and over and over again until you reach these powers of godhood, right? And what I was talking about is the natural dominion that appears, right? So I'm going to take Forager's character as an example, right? You know, with extreme stunned. Take a character that has, you know, between 5s and 10s in most of their subtraits and a 100 in stunt, right? That's a type of dominion, right? That's a type of thing where it's like, if you were to try to stab them, they'll probably get hurt. They'll probably get hurt because you stabbed them. However, if you try to throw them, you cannot fight their willpower, right? You cannot fight their agency. If they choose to leverage something through their stunt that they have a subtrait score of 100 of, it just happens, right? Like it's nigh impossible to stop them. It's such an overbearing weight of will to do that, if that makes sense. But anyways, I guess part of the idea behind the whole Dominion feature is that you slowly grow as a character and either you become a little bit good at everything or you become absolutely unstoppable at one thing or some number of things or what have you. With the current Utopia system, it loses variability beyond like level 200. There needs to be godlike talents that cost dozens, if not hundreds of points to give you some crazy exponential increase. And there will be. That's what Among Gods is for. Tries to throw me, ends up getting launched instead. Exactly. And that's just the thing, is that you can't leverage their dominion. And one of the things I was saying is... What's that?
Also, like, even just the Adventurer's Guide will probably make it fairly easy to get to level, like, at least 700 with, like, very different build and such.
Due to the reusability of single talents, I mean, you can make, you know, you'll gain the option of dominions like the Dominion of Fire. You know what I mean? You'll be able to gain dominions through the Adventurer's Guide alone because you can just sit there and get better and better and better at it, right? But all as of currently, all costs are exponential while value is linear, right? So it takes a lot more. Oh, at least 700, like bare ass minimum. There are technical demigods by technicality and beholdable demigod, which would be qualified by such average Joe for their prowess. Yeah, exactly. That is a wonderful way to put it, Heartbeat. I mean, the first Among Gods warfare talent is going to be like, hey, have 12 turn actions now. No, 100%. No, they get really disgusting really fast. Which is coincidentally a fun way to make new gods. If you have a god with 2 dominions, just chop them in half and now you have 2 gods. Yeah, no, 100%. Diminishing returns then. They do currently have diminishing returns, absolutely. But that comes to a question of cost, right? Like, at what point can you leverage something else to get more exponential increase? Time to kill a pantheon of gods in 6 seconds. There are people who can do that, and there are people who have done that. But regardless of that. That is just to say that the entire idea behind Utopia, or the goal for it, is to give you that entire journey, right? It's not just become God because become God. It's like there's a story behind every single footstep that they took that brought them to this point. You know what I mean? Whether it be accelerated, whether it be slow burning, or whatever it may be, there's a reason for it. And it produces a level of consistent substance to characters as to why they are what they are. Or you have a name of someone who's killed a pantheon in 6 seconds? Probably a couple, actually. Maybe not a pantheon, just because of circumstance, but similar gestures. Or you need to give me a goal for Kilf. Equal points, stealth and awareness. That's the range at which people will start calling him a demigod or thinking he is one. It just depends on your culture, right? Like, more primitive cultures are going to call him that faster, whereas more advanced cultures will maybe never call him that because of just purely pride, right? It just depends on your audience. The Paya is extremely diverse in both culture and power level, right? So there's a lot to go off of. Me listening in, wanting to just text all my stuff and need to hold myself back and going off. Why kill a god when you can absorb them? Feels like such a waste to just delete them. It'd also have less of an impact if you absorb them too. Just saying. That's not a straight answer. No, it's not. Just give me a number. Where are you? Where are you going? Who are you talking to? Who are you asking? I feel like you could do a really cool Wuxia campaign using Utopia. I've heard that name before, but I don't know what Wuxia is. They're not getting one Mr. Orange Man forger. Do what I do with player characters, put them in a ring. That's not a good enough excuse. How does a god taste like? Probably wonderful, depending on their domain.
Depends on the god, probably. I
That's
can
what I
think
would
of
assume.
a couple different options.
Someone asked a while ago, Chillspree asked about the names of the gods, and would you be willing to reiterate them again, Rain?
Yeah, just the 5?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me see if I can do this from memory. Here we go. Okay. We've got the goddess of nature, who is the eastern petal. We have the god of beasts, which kind of encompasses, like hunting and farming and really anything that has to do with animals. His name is Solust. We have the god of artifice, whose name is Nost. We have this one, I don't fully know the domain yet. It's either going to be the god of deception or the god of illusion. His name is Okiera. And we have Kalira, the goddess of luck. Are the 5 ones that are the most known on Paya.
And I did mention the first time that you brought this up that I wanted to go over what the Eastern Petal meant, because this is a really strong explanation, in my opinion, as to what the difference between a technical god or a mechanical god, or a god behold, someone beholded as a god, versus someone who is born and is mechanically a god, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So what is the Eastern Petal?
Do you want me to get into the lineage thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, the way that the Eastern Petal works is that is a title that has been given to this god, the goddess of nature. And that is pretty much all that the people on the center have ever known about her, is just that she's a goddess of nature and they pray to her and things happen. But on the celestial plane, it looks a lot differently. And the way that kind of the family tree works is there was one initial being that created the first 3 divines. One of them, their name was Hepta, and they were the goddess of nature. This person, Hepta, essentially was one of the first people to reach out to the center and actually have an influence over the center, and was deemed as the Eastern Petal and was worshipped a lot. They did this for like decades and eventually became tired of it, essentially, and created a new god and passed down the title. So it's an entirely different being that became this goddess of nature. And if you actually look into it, they have slightly different domains, but they all exist around this concept of generic nature-based things. And the Eastern Petal is a title that has been passed along, I think it's either 4 or 5 different divines that have basically each been created, trained, and then moved into position to be this god that people worship as the old ones kind of like retire and take on a new life in a different sense. But that's something that the people of Paya have no idea of. They've only ever known this deity as one entity.
Yeah. Would it be safe to say that a lot of times, unless actively told about it, that a lot of the people on Paya are going to be kind of out of touch with what's happening within the gods, and titles will gain new meaning without them ever knowing that?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of them, all of these gods have like regular ass names. But like a lot of them aren't known, or sometimes they have different titles, like the Eastern Petal or whatever, and different things like that. And there are a lot of like interpersonal relationships that happen on the celestial plane, because these are just people and they have feelings and emotions and things like that. And that is something that, like, unless there's an outstanding circumstance for some reason, the people of Paya have zero idea. They just go, hey, when I pray to this thing, then good things happen, so I'm gonna keep doing that,
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense personally. There's a lot of interesting concepts that haven't been fleshed out yet, but that I'm very intrigued by. Like, for instance, LoRE. LoRE is a very, very powerful territory. So a lot of people, for anyone who doesn't know, Imperium is shaped similarly, but not exactly the same as the Byzantine Empire, right? So it takes up like a huge, massive chunk of Europe, and a little bit like a huge spanning area, right? But Imperium does not have Greece in it, or the Greek Empire in it, because LoRE survived, right? LoRE survived. And one of the concepts, this is actually very reminiscent of, for anyone who plays Magic, or specifically more so knows the lore of Magic, Theros, which is also based on Greek mythology. But the idea is simply that they in the nighttime, or in specific circumstances, they watch shows played by the gods in the constellation of the stars, right? So the constellations will move when the gods are trying to send a message of some type. So that is to say simply that LoRE, hypothetically, has a lot of people that are very attached to their divines, like in a more, not healthy manner necessarily, but a more personable manner, if that makes sense. Either because the gods have found use in the people below, or because the people below have carved out that connection well. And like I said, it's a big mixture of culture and mechanics when it comes to things like that. But this is just a bunch of stuff that I spew and then throw at Rain and then say, deal with this.
I saw Chill Spree asked, how are the relationship between gods? And I mean, that's a very large question. Like, realistically, what's the relationship between a village? Mm-hmm. Like, these are just people, is the way you kind of like have to look at it a little bit. Like, there are families. There's a couple families. There are, lovers. There are people that hate each other. There's a town. There's just a town in the celestial plane. So it's like the relationship between them is all very complicated in the same way that a relationship between any group of people would be. I mean, I could get into specifics with specific gods, but like as a whole, it's just complicated.
Why do the divines speak to LoRE specifically? I think that the answer is honestly mostly unclarified, but if I had to take a smack at it, it's probably devotion. It's probably the strongest level of devotion. There comes a point where, even though, puny mortals and everything like that, if there's enough of them, it's power. You know what I mean? There's power in numbers. And if their devotion is strong enough, then there's absolutely a reason to keep that connection strong. You know what I mean? In everybody's motive, in everybody's viewpoint. Just a village, they have ants in their houses? Exactly. So would gods be born from one another, or just come into existence of their own will? Kind of both. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but essentially, one god can manifest another. Is there rules and limitations behind that, Rain?
Probably. I don't know them yet.
I think I've heard of one before. I don't know if it's still necessarily under consideration.
I'm intrigued, and I don't know what you're talking about.
How many gods can one god make?
I think the most that I am aware of total is 3. I haven't seen a god make any more than 3 gods. I don't know if that means that that's the limit or not.
Okay. I thought there was more limitation than that. How long until we can play a warlock with a pact with the divine? The adventurer's guide.
They don't fuck to make other gods. It's actually a lot harder for 2 gods to make 1 creature than for 1 god to make a creature.
They're more mitosis. I believe they're sterile.
Pretty much. I mean, there has been 1 instance of 2 gods essentially trying to create a being at the same time, and they did manage to create 1 being that they consider their child because it was kind of born from both of them, but that was not easy to do.
If a god makes 2, who then make 2 each, does that original not indirectly make 4? I mean, to an extent, I think that's technically making 6, really. But I mean, indirectly, sure. But that's kind of part of the question, right? Is that I don't think gods take ownership over their creations. You know what I mean? They create them, and then they have their own free will to do what they want. They can lose control over that connection. You know what I mean?
Oh,
they can
absolutely.
They will
The
indirectly,
amount of times that a god has created a creature for specific purpose, and then that divine has been like, no, fuck you, I don't want to do that, more than once.
Mm-hmm. Paladins are actually really interesting because paladins don't have their own oh my goodness, there was a really cool name for it instead of archetype. What was it? It started with a D.
Discipline.
Disciplines, thank you. Because paladin isn't a choosable discipline, right? However, there's a lot of characters that kind of spawn that way in a sense. It might end up being kind of like the best as a multi-class because realistically what I think they would be is a zealot. I think zealots fit the paladin very well. However, zealots do not have an innate tendency towards magic. I mean, you can make a zealot that knows magic without a problem. I mean, you know, modular system, yada yada. But they seem to fit the zealot very well, which also makes sense because zealots are often, I think, stated in a religious sense, if that makes sense. Like when you make a zealot character, often that means that they're zealously religious. It doesn't have to be that way, and the zealot's not designed that way. The zealot's actually built closer to a barbarian. But they have access to the school of law. So you absolutely could make, you know, like what is it? It's like a for instance, you can make like a redemption impact zealot. And that to me sounds like a paladin if I've ever seen one. Or a, not fortress, but resilience redemption paladin. Or I guess it would have to be resilience judgment, resilience redemption, so on and so on. Thing is, lore-wise, a paladin is someone who has tremendous willpower. They believe in something, and that belief is so strong it literally changes the world. No, 100%. And I still think that the zealot matches that very well, especially with law. Law is a lot like that, right? Law is a protection of your agency. Law is saying, I want it to be this way, so I will put contingencies in place to make it this way, essentially. Which is kind of what you said, but with more steps. I think I'm gonna head off for the night. Gonna lurk. I appreciate you, Blue Mage. Thank you so much. Lurk for power. It also raised the question, what rituals do the gods have? Are they embodiments of their domains or closer to beings for their domains where priests are for them? What is their perspective looking upwards at the reality of what is / everything in the same idea mortals are to them / what's above bigger than themselves? I don't know if the divines necessarily take this route, but one of the things that I always say is that once you breach a certain level of power, and this is getting back into the outgrowing your tank conversation, right? What is an ant to us, right? What is an ant colony to us? An ant colony is substantially more powerful than 100 ants added together, right? It is an entity that is worth more than the sum of its parts. However, we will virtually never communicate with those ants in any meaningful way. We can't tell what they think. They will live and die while we are at work or at school or just laying in bed, right? And we'll know nothing about them. There comes such a huge power gap that you lose the ability to understand what they think and what they want without very dedicated research. You know what I mean? I don't know if the divines necessarily take that approach because they have very humanistic nature. You know what I mean? They kind of act very similar to humans. They're just simply a lot more powerful than us. But if they treat us like ants, it's very possible that they don't really necessarily, I mean, we're just their ant farm at that point. You know what I mean? They don't really understand or know. What's that?
I was gonna say, just based off of that, like it's really like it's very different from god to god. There are some gods that there are some divines that are specifically against interacting with the center because they either think that like I'm not responsible enough to be meddling with someone else's life when I'm this much more powerful with them. Sometimes they're like there's one god who's literally just like concerned that like interacting with other planes in any way is going to disrupt the peace that they have on their plane. Some of them view them as ants and are trying to get them for their own power, and some of them try to be as personable as possible and interact from person to person. It's that kind of it's all up to their each individual divine's personality and such.
Yeah. No, I think that makes sense. Ashton says, that's looking down. I'm talking about looking up. And I think that's kind of an interesting clarification because it kind of depends on the person, right? I know I use the ant farm as a simplistic analog, but realistically, when it comes to somewhere like the center where there's Paya, there's very diverse power levels. So if you were to take a commoner, for instance, right, there is such thing as, baseless faith, you know what I mean, where they just believe in what is easiest for them to believe. And if that's the case, then the gods are just a force of nature, right? They make as much sense as a hurricane or an earthquake to someone who doesn't know why those happen, right? Someone who is uneducated in natural disasters. What is an earthquake? What is a hurricane other than God saying that it needed to happen or that he is mad at you? To someone who is more powerful, researched, or understanding of the topic, you reach these higher levels of power because humans, again, can reach God levels of power and stay on Paya if they want. Obviously, they're going to begin to bridge that gap to some extent. So it just kind of depends on where you're at in that metric, per se. There comes a point where you not only understand the gods, but you can live and breathe in their space if you really want to. It's closer to ants if ants had the ability to become human over time. Forager asked about the repeated question because you... one go about taking on the Dominion, becoming a god. That's kind of the question, right? And more content really needs to be released before I can give you a stronger answer to that. Because it's just growth of power, right? Like when the Adventurer's Guide come out, you're going to bridge that gap more and more.
If theoretically, without having like step-by-step things on it, if you wanted to become a god in the way that the divines are a god, you would have to find a way to be powerful enough to survive on the celestial plane, and then travel to the celestial plane, and then not get murdered by all of them.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you could essentially do what they do.
Yeah. And you can go beyond that. There are absolutely characters who, Rain, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm relatively confident of this. There are characters that could rip the divines to shreds.
Probably, almost certainly, yes.
Yeah, they do have a power ceiling, right? Like I guess not that much of a ceiling, but they don't have the need or the want. There's nothing to go above where they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't have any reason to increase in power because nothing around them is more powerful than them, from what I understand.
Yes, exactly. And again, each one is different, but to a lot of them, like, they are the top dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that they're not going to be willing to train and do things like here and there in order to get more powerful, but like there's no urgency in order to do so.
Mm-hmm. It's the difference between someone who has to survive and someone who is allowed to thrive. You know what I mean? Why fix what isn't broken, yada yada. The easiest way to become a god is to be a sneaky little bastard and get into the Divine Realm without anyone noticing. Yeah, pretty much. Closer reality is a god to what society is to a human rather than a human to a planet. Yes, I would say that is pretty accurate. They're the apex and such don't need to see the steps above their rung because there's nothing to threaten their place as apex, yes. And the truth be told is that there is. They're not in the same space, right? There are creatures that could threaten it, they're just not. You know what I mean? They're just different ecosystems. Yo, Eve the Fade, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Please make yourself at home.
I also saw someone say what would happen if a god tried to take another god's domain. And I think it's not as like strict as that. Like what the gods are the gods of is like a little flimsy. Like those are mostly named off of how, the people on Paya see them. When a god is designed, when a divine is designed and created, they're created for a purpose. So like, for example, the Eastern Petal is passed down. So when the current Eastern Petal creates a divine, they're going to create them with the intention of being the new goddess of nature. So innately, they're going to have capabilities that are directed towards that type of thing. Now you can have two gods, such as there are multiple divines that are all the, goddesses of nature. But likely, I mean, like, you could have two that are fighting over it. Maybe, if you squint, there could be two people that are two different creatures that are worshipped as the same, because they overlap enough that maybe some of them does some of the things and some of them does the other things, and the people don't know how to distinguish them. So there could be something like that if the gods wanted to and were upset about it. Then maybe they would have a fight and an argument about it. It's not super strict like that. And yes, there are definitely gods who would prefer not to be known and that are not known. There are divines, specifically, I can think of one very vividly, who is harshly against interacting with other planes and has never done so and has never been known by anyone outside of the celestial plane.
Diamond, to answer your question really quickly, I don't think extravagant and elegant are stackable anymore. I don't think that they can stack at all. Give us names, Rain. I don't know. I feel like we're getting into puzzle coin territory at that point. I know who Rain is talking about. We're getting into some pretty heavy stuff at that point.
I actually don't know if you do know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I might not know who we're talking about. Never mind. I have no fucking idea. Yes, and that's kind of the thing, is that the way that I see Dominion at the very least, right, is like, can you have two characters that both have 1,000 in power? Yes, absolutely you can. Whether or not they fight each other is more so based on ecology, right? Are they given a reason to compete? I think that there's kind of pantheon ecology in a sense, right? Is that when they take not only domain but dominion, right? So there's kind of a balance there. Like, you can have two gods of death as long as they cover different ground. You know, there's a nature to being territorial about your domain, you know what I mean? And your dominion over things. You can have two gods of strength. You can have two gods of craft. It's only once their territories begin to overlap that it comes to the question of conquering, right? Do you conquer each other? It's kind of weird because, like, you go up so many power scales, you go up so many rungs, it's like you reach, this cloud level, and you go back to primitiveness, right? Go back to fighting over land and food, because everything is just simpler now, because there's so much less of you. There's so much fewer of you. It's harder to interact with ants, right? It's easier to interact with people your size. So you reach up this higher level, and then suddenly you're back to a primitive nature where you have to fight for your territory.
I don't think that's true, Rex. And also, what is the difference between the two in Utopia?
What's that? I wonder what loose character types can lore-wise become gods easier, because it's surely easier for a wizard to become a god than a sorcerer. I don't think that's true, personally. I don't think that's true at all. I think that it's easier to become immortal for one or the other, but to reach god level power, I don't think that there's that much of a difference, personally. Oh, you mean thematically? I think the only difference in that sense would be intention, right? Whereas at least in my experience, especially if we're talking like D&D sorcerer versus D&D wizard, then sorcerers are probably going to stagnate quite a bit more, because a wizard is there because they worked for it, because they had intention and drive to become what they are, right? Whereas a sorcerer was born with it. It's just kind of their natural life. You know what I mean? So I think that there's less intention for growth in a sorcerer than there is for a wizard, because intention is one of the requirements for a wizard. The difference is often in flavor, I would say, more than likely. And that's kind of the thing, is that the mechanics of Utopia don't request intention. The mechanics of Utopia request mechanics. So if they are mechanically similar, then it's up to you to flavor it and decide what avenue your character's going in, right? I don't personally think that wizard and sorcerer are independent enough of each other to be mechanically different. Thematically, they absolutely are, but that's character intention. You know, Utopia doesn't have an alignment system. Utopia doesn't have a good or a bad. Utopia has, what do you want to do? This is how it impacts the world. As I've said before, there's no good and bad. There's simply inputs and outputs. Are there gods sort of similar? What's that?
Is there a god sort of similar, a god who tries to maintain the status quo? On the center, not that I'm aware of, there is a god that tries to maintain the status quo in the celestial plane, though.
That makes sense. Fishing animals, and one is the god of turning wild and monsters. That's kind of what they had, was a large fight because of the gray areas. They ended up just flipping a coin or godly equivalent for each individual case. And yeah, and that can be the nature of how it's resolved. It just depends, right? Like an over god?
They're not innately more powerful than any of the other divines, but they are extremely well respected by the other divines and are often kind of used as like an unbiased judge in the case of arguments and such like that. Their opinion is very well regarded in the celestial plane.
Kind of gives me vibes of the gatekeeper of Norse mythology. I forget his name. Heimdall? Heimdall, thank you. Yeah. Basically, like, it's not that he's gonna smite you, it's that he's gonna close the fucking bridge.
They have banished a divine from the celestial plane before.
Wild. Yeah, banishment is actually a really interesting topic now. Now that planar structure is finally like kind of entering the public scope, banishment is a really interesting question. You know what I mean? Like the ability to throw somebody into another plane. And this is kind of the example what I talk about, like when it comes to like being able to enforce your agency, right? Is that when you don't like something, you can just throw them somewhere else. And then it's just not your problem. There's a weird analogy here, not analogy, but example of this in Magic the Gathering, specifically old lore, not new lore, like pre-War of the Spark. For anyone who doesn't know, in Magic the Gathering, I'm not going to get too deep into it. But in Magic the Gathering, there's something called a Planeswalker, right? And every set of Magic is a plane of existence in the Magic the Gathering world. And Planeswalkers were considered immortals, right? Because any time that they would, if they were about to die, they would just Planeswalk away. Because they have that innate and responsive capability. So they can just respond naturally to Planeswalking away. Nothing could kill them because they were so elusive.
The other very interesting thing for Divine specifically about being banished outside of the celestial plane is it essentially means forced atrophy.
Yeah. Forced atrophy is a really big question. I mean, that's just kind of the thing, right? And that is to say that, using again the same analogy, humans to ants, right? Just to say that an ant is small and easy to kill does not mean that an ant cannot kill you, right? It would be tough, it would be very difficult, it would be a very extreme circumstance, but it's very possible.
Mm-hmm.
Drag them into their own home, their domain, into a neutral space. This is difficult, but turns the fight from impossible to possible. And that's kind of the big thing, right? Is that you don't want to fight on their turf if you can avoid it. So you can play a banished / depowered god. That's so wild, actually. That's true. You could play an atrophied god.
Imagine playing a character like that.
Ant versus horse, but the ant was made to kill the horse. Ant pulls dual swords and stabs you, dealing 400 tiny d4s of damage and killing you.
Also, Ashton said, what's the space outside the planes? And to that, I have to say you're asking the right questions.
Ashton usually is, I feel like. Inquisitors be like that. But hopefully that puts a little bit of the gods into perspective. Hopefully that gives an idea of what we're working with and what's trying to be done. I kind of wonder if the gods, you know, I don't know how much they've interacted with the center, right? Like, obviously to some amount, but to what amount? You know what I mean? How long ago did it happen? How much have they spread? How taboo is it to go to the center or not taboo at all? How often do they reside there knowing that they atrophy? And what type of connections do they have? And it kind of makes me wonder, you know, is it a question of like the cultural differences between, for instance, like LoRE, Imperium, and Atlas, right? They all have different beliefs. Are they believing in the same gods and don't know it? Or are they believing in genuinely different gods who gave them different gifts at different times when they needed it? Appreciate you, Ashton.
That was a lot of questions.
Sage, that requires a puzzle coin.
Chill spree. Obviously, anyone can bend the lore to their will for their own thing. I don't think in lore, grain of salt, that things can that that would be very difficult. I don't know if that's possible in the lore that's being built currently, having a species that exists outside of the planes.
Not in the current mechanics, at the very least. Pip, pip. I think that, like Rain has said before, there's a way to do anything. You know what I mean? The question is more so the ramifications of it. Will they patches refuse to work for me on Oracle's SMP? Tried such textures. Used the Discord file, even restarted my PC. Just thought you should probs know. Apparently it'll get fixed on restart though. I can restart the server real quick if you guys would like. Yeah, I'll just give it a quick reboot. Hi, Pop. Pop, 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 pop. She's just literally like just leaning off of my arm right now. Oh, she yawned. I was going for someone who witnessed the rules of the world but didn't go mad, or at least managed to maintain their some sanity. I don't know if the in between the planes is necessarily like infinite information. Like, you don't like receive omniscience when you get there. It's just like a sitting inside a nuclear missile. You know what I mean? It's kind of like just sitting in the center of a nuclear blast. It's just too much to handle in more cases than not, I would presume. I don't know that for sure, but that would be my expectation. Wonder if each archetype has a unique trait to them. Wouldn't that be crazy? Think the Tenno from Warframe or Void Fiend from ROR2? I don't know either of those, unfortunately. But virtually anything is possible. Oh god, it's the man in the wall! The in-between planes is actually a big question, because this is something I started to go over. I don't think I finished it. If this isn't right, I'll assume it's deliberate. Well, planes have to come from somewhere. They don't just spawn from nothing. It takes something. Yes, I did. I apologize. I did read that. The space between the planes maybe doesn't have any properties until you choose to give it properties. That's my theory, at least. I think it's kind of, if I had to take a wild guess on a more, like, scientific scale, it's kind of just chemical soup. You know what I mean? It's too much compressed power. Or power, I say. It's just compressed stuff. You know what I mean? That OP character I've got a sort of made, maybe ask a question. It's got a scope larger than Utopia, but it's very possible to write in a sheet if it just not be a good idea to make them a PC. But given the scope of Utopia, that'd be very possible sheet given the freedom built in. And that's the goal, right? That's absolutely the goal with a lot of what's going on here. Primordial soup. Yeah, pretty much. Is that, again, just having that expanse where, you know, there is no ceiling because there's hypothetically infinite potential. You know what I mean? You can keep going forever. The only question is why at that point. It's not how far can you go, it's what reason do you have to go that far? Should be the question, in my opinion. Primordial soup is best soup? Real. We've been talking about the planes this entire time, Sage. That's what this entire chatting has been. Schrodinger's cat, interesting. But the planes in between, depending on how they work spatially, might be the reason that like Stacks technology works and why teleportation works. Because one of the questions, Schrodinger's cat, that's how the planes work. Interesting. One of the reasons why teleportation is so difficult is like one of the questions is like, how do you do it? There's two types of teleportation, right? There's scan and print teleportation, and then there's spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation is basically creating a wormhole, and scan and print means destroying and recreating somewhere else. More than likely, teleportation that most people presume is going to be spatial, right? It's going to be some kind of wormhole flux or going somewhere else for a period of time so that you can pop out the other side somewhere else. And one of the questions was, does that happen via the aether, right? Do you go into the aether and then pop out somewhere else? But the truth be told is that you would be destroyed if you were to go to the aether, right? The aether has no matter, it's purely information. And yes, you can create matter out of information, but then you just have a scan and print, right? It's you're brought into the aether, the information is popped out the other side and is converted back into matter. So it's probably not that. It's probably not the aether. The planes between or one of the planes may be the answer to that, right? Like why there is spatial technology of any type. We're all using non-spatial teleportation right now? Truly. Imagine, what was that? Imagine being in a plane without a god, just slowly collapsing. Ooh, wild. They're just primordial soup until observed, then it becomes set to something. That's actually an interesting concept, honestly. Kind of like the paradox of non-existence. What about an absolute? Can an absolute go into the aether and make it back? Not their body. Their soul.
They would reincarnate, but like, it would be the same as them dying any other way, right?
Yeah, they would just get eviscerated.
Yeah.
They would get noped into nothing. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's really even a conceivable way for them to enter the aether, realistically. Because, like I said, the aether is infinite information, but it's bounded infinity. You know, it's the infinite numbers between 0 and 1. And if that's all there's space for, you can't fit a 2 in there. Like, a 2 just can't go in for any reason. You know what I mean? And if you did shove it in there, their body definitely doesn't exist anymore. So, like Rain said, they would just reincarnate more than likely. That would just be absolute annihilation. One archetype I've got an idea on is complicated, but they've exhibited all of them, so the endos feel very balanced, and their exo is, well, off the scale, like hundreds of thousands of ticks off by the top of my head. And that depends. Perspective coil is infinite, right? You can go above humans in the perspective coil, but your exo is behavioral, right? More often than not, if they are, quote-unquote, above humans, chances are they're probably going to act at least behaviorally a little bit more orange, because that's the width of the scope, right? A narrow scope is blue, and a wide but shallow scope is orange. You can get wider forever, but you can only get so narrow, right? And that's just the nature of humanity. So a lot of times you just have an extreme orange, or quote-unquote exoless, which is kind of a hypothetical that fell apart some time ago, so I would call them orange personally. When it comes to displaying every endo, quote-unquote, it's kind of a difficult subject, and I think more often than not, it's less so because they don't have an endo, and more so because they don't have any reason to express their endo. I could be wrong about that, but that would be my assumption. The lore for the character I'm making is someone seeing the realm of the outer gods or something similar, but managed to get out without getting mad. No, that makes sense. Whoa, it's headless. Hello, show of what and where. What, story time? It is story time. A little bit of story time. More like elaboration, exposition time. We were having a deep lore conversation. Did Utopia earlier not pious and get more trauma? That is true. They'd be acting orange in the face of gods? Yeah, pretty much. Plane without a god, slowly collapsing. And that's kind of, I apologize, I started reading that and then I realized I need to talk about something. The compass is relative, right? And that's an important thing to consider when it comes to like things like that. You know, like the gods may act very orange to a human, even if they are blue, right? But they're blue in comparison to their godly counterparts, whereas a human is blue in comparison to their godly counterparts, if that makes sense. Their reasons and their circumstances are so insanely gapped that it doesn't really make sense to measure them from each other. You know, again, measuring a human to an ant. What is the archetype of an ant? It doesn't matter, right? They're going to do the same thing they're going to do regardless. It does not change anything for us. You could measure it. There's not really a point to. Plane without a god, slowly collapsing. Imagine a campaign about that. They're going for the Left 4 Dead route. The player's goal is to find a person in the plane that they lived in that will allow them to get out. Or the Soma route. If you know, you know. I do not know. Huzzah! More trauma! We love trauma. This time I got to be involved. Got a couple of parallels. Someone who was tapping into power from the edges of space between planes, a place where only echoes of emotions reach. Not even light or knowledge get that far. Just the most visceral emotions echoed 1,000 times. That's really interesting. I think that the in-between planes are definitely going to have more limitations than that, because if the in-between planes were infinite power, they would have been tapped a long time ago, right? Like, people have the ability to planar travel and to open tubes like that. They would have a while ago if they could have and had a need to. And
Realistically, I more imagine, and this is something that we haven't even talked about a lot, so like I don't want to like figure out all the nitty gritty, but I imagine the in between the planes is much more complete and utter nothingness than it is compacted something. I imagine that the rifts that have been created between the planes are actually like kind of like the things that have been left. Like, take the aether and then remove the information from it, and that's in between the planes.
yeah, no, that makes sense. The mirror myth is the dimension that bridges the gap between narrative and reality. Take that as you will. And yes, Chatbot does have a moth larva on its head. The exoverse, goodness. Yeah, the perspective coil is infinite. You know what I mean? It starts from 0 and goes off into infinity. And does it even reach 0? Does it have negatives? I have no idea. But the idea behind it, at the very least, is that I don't know where the ends are, if there are any, per se. But that's also just like kind of like levels of complexity type thing, you know, the whole endo the exoverse. I just said it, Sage. I just said what mirror myth means. The mirror myth is the dimension that bridges the gap between the narrative and reality. Goes off into bound infinity, that damn kinky infinity, that damn infinity. It's also very possible. I think that there's a possibility of the in between planes, and this gives me kind of a mental stimulation to what I've heard the celestial plane is kind of like. But essentially, it is nothing until perceived, and then once perceived, it becomes something.
That checks out.
Yeah. It's very possible that it's that, but everything has to have limitations, right? Because again, if it was infinite, if it was truly infinite, it would have been tapped already and exploited. What does it mean? I mean, what does the word building mean? Mirror myth is just the namescape for that, I would say. It's quantum! So, do/can people live in the mirror myth? What type of plane is it? It's temporal. You cannot exist in the... I mean, you can kind of exist in the mirror myth in a sense that everybody is currently. But if you imagine it, like, if the mirror myth... If these are the branching timelines, right, inside the mirror myth, the temporal dimension that is the mirror myth. If these are the timelines, then you exist here, right? You exist in this line within this flow of time, if that makes sense. This is a simpler way to describe something that is completely incomprehensible, because we can only comprehend in 3 dimensions, right? And temporal dimension is a 4th dimension. But if you imagine that the timelines are shaped like this, and you have timeline 1, 2, 3, and 4, then we are here. We're somewhere in this line, if that makes sense. That's spoilers, but OMG, you need to. Interesting. Yeah, the mirror myth is a temporal dimension. Play Slay the Prince. I get told to play a lot of things. So in between planes are literally the Schrodinger's cat of mirror myth. I'm not confirming that. I'm saying they could be. So the mirror myth being 3-dimensional, does that mean there's empty space in the mirror myth? Hypothetically, potentially. I don't know the mechanics of that necessarily, because I think I might accidentally say something that's impossible. But realistically, it's either there is space in the mirror myth, or it's just portrayed that way for simplicity's sake, which most things about the mirror myth are. Only play Rain World. It's the video game of all time. What is it called? Mirror myth? Mirror myth. It's called The Mirror Myth. And for anyone who doesn't know, the name of the company that created Utopia and that does all the IPs, its name is also Mirror Myth. Oh, hey, another one. Oh my goodness, that's a question. Rix, good job. You have 5 minutes. My gambling paid off. Neat. Oh, baby, a double. Oh, baby, a triple. Oh, where did it get its name from, and what is it? Mirror Myth is the name of the dimension and the name of the company. There's not really a spawning point before that. Rix, what is your question? I'm not asking any stupid lore question. It's ring time, so you're asking, what exactly is your question? The narrative is the x-axis. We exist in the y-axis. Also, have I missed anything of importance? Kind of. I don't think an x-axis, y-axis is necessarily the perfect way to describe that necessarily, because there is already kind of an x and y-axis. But you can position them on top and below, right? So above the mirror myth is reality, and below the mirror myth is the narrative. And his Existentialist has psychological organ that's based off all the amnesia, I'd say. It's amazing, so I'd highly recommend it. Unless someone has already a great question they want to suggest right now. You guys have about 3.5 minutes. Did the mirror myth always exist? As far as I'm aware. As far as my observations take me, forward and backwards, yes. However, there are blind spots there, so I could not promise that. Was there a time before the mirror myth? Not that I'm aware of. I don't see one, but that's not to say it doesn't exist at all. My awareness and understanding of things does have limitations. As a lot of people know, but probably not everybody knows. Her old ways that Sky's a main character. This is mostly a joke question. Mostly. Give me just a second, chat. I apologize. I'm checking something. All of mine are hypothetical or related. Interesting. I enjoy. That's the question. This ring that I wear on my left ring finger, I wear this because I am married, chat. If it wasn't there at any point, it'd be like asking if, to your recollection, you had any gaps in your memory. Yeah, exactly. I am legally married, chat. There we go. Yep. You guys had it from the start. I'm talking to Orido, not Ori. Orido and Ori are semantically the same thing. At least in most contexts that people use it. Married? Pack it up, guys. I don't normally talk about my relationship status online and things like that. I've been wearing this ring for quite a while now, and no one's ever asked about it until about a couple of weeks ago, but I am married. I mean, if you guys want to ask me, you can. I'll elaborate as much as you ask, as much as I can. What's your question? Ask a proper question. I assumed a Crow. No, I'm not married to Crow. Probably. Let's be honest, who wouldn't want to marry him? You are so sweet. I fucking wish. Love you, Crow. And it was like, interesting. You literally live with them? I do. There's a lot of lore. I'm realizing that I didn't even think about. There's a lot of lore behind that question, huh? Anyone who wants to marry someone taller than that? Oh my goodness. How many people live in that house? Great question. Yeah, I guess it would be fair to say one. One person lives in, well, one person and myself, so 2 people. Let's see why one cares if Ori's married or not, and then we care about any of our concern. I mean, you guys are free to ask. I'll answer anything I'm comfortable with. Those are my questions. Do they live with you? Who, my spouse? I feel like you could probably do the math on that. From the past that Ori is comfortable with the questions, he just likes to tease us. I love teasing you guys. The only reason I wouldn't tell you is because it was going to be a surprise for later. Yellow senses for the win? It just seems like a waste of a question. I don't even care about them all that much. Uh-huh. Surely don't care. Does my spouse live with me? I feel like you can do the math on that. Something transitive property. All the lore questions will be revealed in time. Those don't matter.
Yeah, who likes lore?
Yeah, no.
God.
I can't think of anybody personally. Ty is good at math. Okay. You're doing good math, chat. She's not private because it might be a little bit much, and it might also be a lower drop later. Sits in the corner, rewatches VODs, look at the ring generously, notice about until 15 minutes ago. No, it's not
okay,
usual.
Diamond. He was wearing it, I think, for a very long time before a single person noticed it.
Yeah. Can you explain the proud trait? Are you talking about in Utopia? I would have to read it to make sure, but... Sometimes people just get curious, Ty. People are allowed to be curious. I don't mind. Need to hop out, unfortunately. Been on for like 19 hours. So have a good rest of your eeps. Have good eeps. Have a good rest of your night. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and pop open Proud real quick, just to make sure. I don't get it. Oh, Ty. You'll understand when you're older. Humans beings interact with each other. They like to learn about each other as people and emotionally. How do I know so much about the mirror myth? That's actually a really tough question to answer. I don't know if I know how to answer that, actually. I'm gonna have to think about that. You're planning on down the line having your spouse possibly show up on stream? That's the simplest way I can imagine surprise for later to work. That was one of the potential things I was considering. That was absolutely one of the things I was considering. I definitely do not have standard relationship styles, I guess, would be one thing to say. I usually don't talk about that because things like that often get political. A lot of people have their own opinions on things like that, and I just try not to get into it. It's not for my own privacy's sake. It's because I feel like people just get uncomfortable about it. Unsmoking the devil's lettuce. Proud says, when you spend 5 or more stamina on something other than casting a spell, you may make a portrayal test. If the test exceeds the amount of stamina spent, you regain 2 stamina. You may only make 1 portrayal test per stamina costing event. So if you pay stamina, so for instance, if you were to use a warfare talent that made an attack cost stamina, you can make a portrayal test against the amount of stamina spent. Let's take an easier example. Let's say you sprint, right? Sprint costs 3 stamina when you take the travel action. You can choose to make a portrayal test. If you beat 3, which is the amount of stamina that you spent, then you regain 2. You can only do this 1 time per time that you spend stamina. Fuck a standard relationship style, dab. I think you did ask an important question, Sage. I think you asked a very important question. I'm still trying to get over he's married and he doesn't live with his spouse. Yeah, no. I have very non-standard relationship styles. No, it doesn't have to be useful. I think that's probably one of the independencies here between trains of thought. It's not necessarily useful to know, and it is personal, but you are free to ask me personal questions, and I'm free to answer in my own regard, and purely just out of curiosity, just wanting to know. You know what I mean? Something I'll answer whatever I'm comfortable answering. Yeah. Seems easy to trigger. It is very easy to trigger. Yes, absolutely. Proud is powerful. You know, sit left at the end of the stream and Rick brought it back. Just because something isn't useful doesn't mean it isn't valuable. Also true. I personally argue that every information is valuable unless it's information on why you should stop doing the thing that you're doing, in which case it is not valuable and I will ignore it. Yo, what's up, Sam? I'm so sad I had to miss LoRE because my buddy needed me. Dude, that's so real. I'm so sorry to hear that, Sam. If you have any questions or you're curious of anything that's going on, you're absolutely free to. Like, being undisclosed feels like I'm stepping somewhere I should not be, at the very least not on stream. And you guys are fine. Like I said, it's up to me. It's up to me to decide what's comfortable for my own personal privacy. So if you ask me a question and I answer, that's up to me. That's on me. You know what I mean? God, LoRE. Yes, my main issue is that a resource was that didn't seem like it needed to be used on this. It's technically an infinite supply. I have 3 left nuts. Okay.
Thank you, Crow.
Would say any information about why people who, I'm sure, Ori, you would say any information about why people who are supposedly important aren't important is also not valuable. That was a tongue twister. That was a brain twister. Shut up, Sky, you're important. If I didn't want to answer, he would just say no. That's completely loud. Yeah, the Lelo is Leloing at me right now. Honestly, real. Who else would have the same level of knowledge in the mirror myth as you? I don't think that there would be anybody at this very moment. Is it possible? Yes, absolutely. It is absolutely possible. It's just the number of resources allowed to flow through, right? It's the amount of resources that you would need. The Omnisoul is an option. The Omnisoul has the potential to do it, but the Omnisoul is kind of a, can the Omnisoul learn things type question. Like you have to conceptualize the Omnisoul in a certain way to answer that question. Can someone know more than me? Absolutely. Does someone know more than me? That's a tough one. That would be really hard. I could not think of a way that someone would, not because of like level of intellect or anything like that. It's just access to information, right? And that's kind of part of the goal. That's kind of like the underlying goal behind the content that's created about the Mirror Myth and S-X and everything like that, is to build that level of information that people have. You know, people will outsmart me. People will be smarter than me. People will be able to recollect and record information better than I can. And they will outdo me at some point. It's borderline destined. Curious Cat, I'll leave it a surprise for later, I think.
Wait, why are we coughing at me?
Discord server, what's that? I need to look more into Utopia, honestly. How would I do that when ads are over?
Mirror Myth website has the prototype version for free that you can do to look more into the gameplay of it. There's also videos on the YouTube channel that go over how to play and different parts of it. And the Discord server has a lot of different people and channels that you can talk to about it.
All that was during ads.
Oh, lovely.
Sorry. Thank you, Crow, for the 50 biddies and the Discord ping that made me second guess my life. Don't worry, Ty. We're just ignoring blues and greens. Marriage isn't necessarily romantic. It isn't necessarily. I have very non-traditional views on marriage and things and relationships and stuff like that. And again, it's just one of those things I don't talk about, not because I'm not comfortable with talking about it. And I talk about things around it all the time, right? But when something has the potential to be political, I usually don't conversate too much about it unless I'm in a space to be political about something. And I feel like I have the personal knowledge to accreditate something to that, right? If I feel like I'm too inexperienced in things, I will only ask questions. I will usually avoid making statements. People can keep track of things better than me or along those lines. God, Ori, my like perception of you just did a Mario 64 style painting warp, not in a bad way, just, oh wait, I didn't expect that. Oh, why? That's kind of I was having this conversation the other day about this idea that like people are kind of like act like doorways, and not like in the like fantasy sense necessarily, but in the sense that when you look at a house, right, and you look at a front door, it looks like a front door. You know what I mean? You just imagine a front door. If you were to picture that house, you imagine a door, what color it is, what shape it is, what style it is, how much glass it has in it, whatever. When you live in that house for 10 years, that single door represents something else now. It represents all of the experience you've had within that house, right? And that's a big part of this. Is getting really meta, chat. And now it's 1 minute of Saw Speak, so hold on. This is getting a little bit meta, but like when it comes to like especially like content creation and dare I say, you know, like parasocial relationships and things like that, it becomes interesting as you learn more about people, because when it comes to content, you know, you see two walls. You always see two walls, both literally and figuratively, right? Like if you imagine a sitcom being recorded, they only build two walls because you only need two walls. But if you expand out, you know, it kind of breaks that immersion in a sense. And not to get even more meta, but that's actually like the entire point behind Mirror Myth, right? It's meta narratives. It means that the whole idea is building up this narrative so that we can pull back and break it and build the experience off of that. One of the videos on my YouTube channels that got deleted, mostly because it was just like not the same style, it was, you know, completely different way of recording and everything like that, was narrative augmentation, which is basically the idea of becoming a part of the narrative, of becoming more meta aware of it and knowing that the narrative is aware of you as well. And meta narrative is what I tell people I do. Like when people ask me like what type of media do you do, I say meta narrative. But that's all getting way tangential about things. The point of the thing is to say is that surprisingly, I am just a person who lives life. I do not think probably the same way that most people do. I do not act and live the same way that most people do. Just because I'm a fucking weirdo. But I guess. But yeah, no, I have very non-traditional lifestyle. Parasocial? No, I think it's straight social, depending on who you are. No, yeah, 100%. I try my best to keep, you know, a two-way flow of communication. But you guys can see my face, and I can see none of your faces. You know what I mean? So that's usually the idea behind parasocial, is that you can know virtually as much as you want to know about me, but I can't know very much about you, logistically. That's not to say that I can't and never will, and to each person their own, right? Like, I always try to keep the communication open, you know, flowing two ways the best that I can. But there's an amount of... I'm not going to say safety necessarily, but there's amount of taxation that comes with that, right? Like, I can only talk to so many people in my life, and I still have all the things that I have to do in my life, and yada yada blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Is Mirrormancy more than time magic? Can you do other things with it? Yes, you can, but most Mirrormancy is not tapped that way. Most Mirrormancy that's known and can be casted is basically just time magic. There is more outside of that, but I can't think of a single person who's cast a spell that's done more than that. You can't... in the US instead of part-time something back to Canada in the first place. I think you'll never see the day of a face live when I'm not pretty enough. Day-to-day basis. Diamond, shut up. Don't even talk to me. Unless I'm American Canada. I don't think much about how all that stuff works, but I think that is correct. I've had a monologue in the back pocket for a while that's supposed to break down the screen between the players and the characters the GM is playing. And that's exactly it. You know, that was like, to give an example of meta narrative in the way that I see it, at least, is at the beginning of a session. I've said this before, and this is an example of a mirror, right? But it's a perfect example of meta narrative. It's taking a selfie at the beginning of a session, right? And at the end of a session, your players pick up a picture that is the selfie that you took, right? It's you guys at a table. It was Evie spinning the other way. It's the black box. It's where these worlds begin to collide, because the mirror myth is the barrier between reality and the narrative, which is why it's the name of the company, right? Because it's the meta narrative. It's designed to begin to fissure those worlds together and interconnect them. What can you do with Mirrormancy other than time magic? Mostly, I mean, it's still arguably time magic, but in a sense you can move between timelines and go to other places and things like that, and, you know, move entire other realities and things of that nature. I assume that the Hyperion pretty much used the core of the Fexathon as a battery, essentially. The Hyperion core was made out of the Fexathon. Ability to just straight up talk to people inside the narrative is like my favorite part. And that's, I mean, there's facilitations to that, right? And there's an amount of work and translation that needs to be done in order to make things like that real. But a lot of the belief behind it, right, is that a narrative, something that is fictional but still impacts the world. And that is what meta narrative is kind of built off of, right? Is that you are still going to be impacted by fictional characters in some way or another. The goal is just facilitating that interaction in more and more meaningful ways. Sometimes that's why S-X doesn't work, or why 6 points doesn't work. It's just because there's no meaningful way to facilitate that interaction. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily because nobody wants to. It's just because there's no good way to. You know what I mean? So Mirrormancy is how Frisk would work. Yeah, no, I think that's actually a really good example of that, honestly. Undertale has actually a really strong chromatic similarity to Mirrormancy, which was not on purpose, but I thought it was kind of cool when it happened. My D&D table has actually created something awesome entirely devoid of my control. Basically, you know how when you're playing, everyone makes jokes and chats between plot points? Well, I, as a DM, don't have a character, so the party has given themselves something called the voice in the sky, which is just the characters hearing my comments. Yeah, it gets crazy. And that's the cool thing, is meta-narrative. It's, in my opinion, a place to facilitate actually learning something meaningful from a narrative environment, which we will do naturally, but we also sometimes won't do naturally. You know what I mean? What's up, Derp? Chat, there's LoRE! Just a normal language barrier? Yeah. Usually the voice in the sky doesn't actually impact the story much, but it will come up soon. They've made it canon, now it's canon. Exactly. Everything is canon. One day I kind of want to make a meta-narrative where communication with the characters is the main way the story is driven. Crazy, right? It's a box of untold potential. You know what I mean? Welcome to Here Again. Drug the clones, god damn it. This guy being the main character is canon. Everything's canon. Because while I may want to see them succeed, the voice in the sky definitely doesn't. An old friend had a falling out, not going into there. Has instances where the gods directly address the players on multiple occasions. No, 100%. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's kind of designed to be the expansive mirror myth, right? Like I said, that the goal is to make everything unique in some way. Every IP, every instance of anything should be unique in some way. And that's what mirror myth's design feature is, right? Is that it's unique because it's a meta narrative. Not that meta narrative it's not the first time meta narrative has ever happened, but I don't see a lot of places that are so hinged on it, if that makes sense. I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Just checking in. I love you, Dirk. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Is the Iker a sort of a solidified concept of the mirror myth? Rain seemed to say this is probable. In a way, kind of. I think that the Iker is more so a mirror than more than anything. And that's what makes it so insanely powerful, right? Is that bridge gap between narrative and reality is very, very potent. It's very powerful and has profounding effects beyond anything that we've ever talked about. The reason why Eldritch Matter is so powerful is not because of anything it can do on its own. It's just because it's a mirror. And it's a mirror that spreads, which is untold consequences. Like, imagine live chats SP style and just hearing the story from their eyes and helping through communication. It was so cool. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Are there avatars of gods? Yes, there are. It happens all the time. There are champions, there are avatars, and they all kind of mean different things. An avatar usually is more so dealing with the abstracts than they are with the divines, like we were talking about earlier. The abstracts are just fundamental forces, right? So like the force of death exists as long as there is death in the world. If you were to somehow prevent all death from happening, death would reincarnate the moment that there's more death. That is an abstract force. There can be avatars of that, but those are less comprehensible. The line blurring makes it magical. It really does. I like the meta narrative in one shot. Oh, yeah. What do you mean, wink? Rain just winking at people? Real. Or do you have any advice for doing something like what I was saying? Oh, absolutely. I will chat with you later. What is the most powerful character chat has heard of so far? Probably the Omnisoul. Like, I know that's probably a very anticlimactic answer, but probably the Omnisoul. The Omnisoul and all of the Omnisoul carriers are all extremely ridiculously powerful people. If you want a more grounded answer, I can give you that, but might be puzzle coin territory. A champion is just a fancy cleric. An avatar, in my eyes, is the transposed image of a superdimensional being on our dimension. Precisely. Yes. Yes, that is exactly how I would describe that. So we can have cameras in their eyes? Absolutely. So how do psychopomps work for that system? What is a psychopomp? As a second, nope, it's the same chat, Sky. It all loops back into itself. Orisoul, what is the Omnisoul? The Omnisoul is the conglomerate of all the conduits, essentially. It's what spawns all the conduits. It's a conglomerate soul of, well, you guys, right? It is the everlasting movement of the way that the audience perceives the narrative. I mean, the Omnisoul can just say, no, not canon, and then it doesn't happen. Yeah, and that's why Unraveling exists, right? Unraveling exists because of that. Sounds like something that would happen to the main character. Wait, it's the same chat? Wait a second, crazy, right? Iker is sporadic, and Iker persists in the world. Iker is everywhere. Iker, okay, let me rephrase that. Iker is in every timeline. It's just been sanctified in different ways. Just all the Omnisoul would need to agree. I may or may not have a prediction as to what the chat is going to be. Crazy. Puzzle coins. Depends sometimes. I don't know if I could actually puzzle coin that one because I think there's too many spoilers in that. I don't think I could relinquish that information for content purposes. Depends sometimes just one conduit can change something. Oh yeah, one conduit can change everything. I don't know enough that I can say. Because if I deflect importance onto other people, then they're less likely to look at me. I think you've kind of reached a threshold, Ty, where you are in the opposite of that. And how much you have a conduit, how much you as a conduit know. And that's a big thing, right? Is information is power. Is knowing what you're dealing with and how you transpose and how your words translate in a narrative world changes so much, right? A psychocomp is an animal usually that ferries the soul of a dead from one life to the next. Interesting. That's very interesting. Unsure, very important robot. Ty, yours Beyonder. You literally can't deny your significance at that point. That is true, like by definition. So the Omnisoul is in charge of the conduits. Essentially, every conduit spawns back to the Omnisoul in some way. And is Eevee a conduit? Yes, Eevee is a conduit. Any player character is a conduit. Yeah, you've tried very hard to be entirely without character, but accidentally gave yourself a bunch of character. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So the Omnisoul gave Eevee the Iker. The Omnisoul speaks to Eevee through Iker, right? Eevee was not a conduit always. Eevee was a conduit once Pious Redemption started. Anyone who gets to level 100 is the same thing. The trait isn't important. What makes it not important? Just because anybody can do it doesn't mean it's not important. And also the question is how many people have done it. There's importance in scarcity, right? Or ask again, am I a Beyonder? I wonder if anything has changed, because until the day I'm not, I can live in denial. There's a traditional Beyonder and there's a more metaphysical Beyonder, right? In the narrative sense, yes, you are Beyonder. In the literal sense, as in like Discord level, you are not. That is to say that every Discord Beyonder is a Beyonder, but not every Beyonder is level 100 in Discord, I guess I should say. What the Omnisoul says that Eve doesn't have Iker anymore, it depends on how they say it, right? It depends on how you choose to impact the world. Just saying something doesn't always do something, right? It needs to modify something. It needs to do something in some way, if that makes sense. Because you can just say Iker's gone to Eevee and it wouldn't do anything. However, there are methods that you can put in place to prevent Iker from being there. However, I assure you that if you knew the consequences of that, you would never want to do it. Anubis, Karen, Pushin, Hermes, / Mercury, etc. are all psychopomps. Ah, that makes sense. Something every square, but not every rectangle. Exactly. It's kind of comfortable knowing that as far as players of Utopia go, I'm sitting at the bottom of the barrel in importance. That is to say, people like me have technically canon stories, but are effectively isolated from the main lore. That is not as true as you think, I think. Oh, that's cat ears. But that's talk for another day. Hey, how's it going? Is Oracle's SMP still canonically in the Perfection timeline? I've constantly been curious about this. It is what's called a Crux event. Or it's not a Crux event. It's a timeline spawning from Perfection. And the name of the timeline is Oracle's. And that's exactly what it is. So it shares history with Perfection. And it spawned from Perfection. But it is not literally Perfection. What's up, Reinhardt? Welcome in. What's up? What's up? Welcome in, guys. If I'm not safe, nobody is. A crux? So basically, when there's a timeline, so when I say S-X is the main timeline that all of the narrative that we've talked about so far spawns from, right? That is called S-X. There was a previous crux event a long time ago called C-X, and that cost S-X.0, S-X.1, and S-X.2. That period where it broke from one timeline into three is called a crux event. So prior to that crux event, all three of those timelines share the same history. Post that point, they become independent of one another. Welcome in, Wanderlust! Welcome in, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate you. Make yourself at home. Think about this, Ori has had multiple chats with you and stated a few times over different streams, alongside the likes of Sherb, Rain, and Elf. I've yet to hear the same thing about myself, and it doesn't count if Ori reads this message and then proceeds to say the thing. We all know what I'm thinking, so... By the way, speaking of oracles, how does Oracle's conduiting system work? Because that clearly is different to the Utopia system of conduiting. It is and it isn't. It is in a sense, and we kind of get into simulation theory at that point, and simulation theory is a big topic. But they're both forms of simulation theory, just different forms of simulation theory, if that makes sense. I actually have a video on my channel about simulation theory, but it's just about RuneScape. But the truth be told, it actually exists everywhere. It's a main component of a lot of what I do. That's just the nature of it, right? It's not necessarily how the story went, it's how the story is told. So, to put a very, very quick pin in simulation theory, that is to say that when you play a video game, the NPCs don't actually say the same thing every single time that you talk to them. It is a simulated environment to give you the experience of what actually happened, right? So you playing the game, it's not necessarily true that your character is doing the same thing every time. It's a series of inputs to tell you what's happening in the story in a more touchable way rather than a cohesive way. With that in mind, Oracles and Utopia are both forms of that, right? They're both different forms of simulation. systems are limitations of Oracle versus Utopia conduiting system. You act as if Ori has never played games or spoken with you, which is far from truth. It's an obvious outcome, says Ty, intuitively. Ty is such an interesting specimen to me. Your uniqueness drives you apart. And even in countering or attempting to counter your importance, you become important by your uniqueness. And your counter arguments often make you unique. So you're kind of in a catch-22 here. Where's Okifon in the Oracle timeline? Same question with perfection. That's puzzle coin territory. Oh wait, so we may not be seeing what exactly we're doing as conduits. For oracles, that's kind of scary because with the knowledge of what we have, we're actually doing is less known. Oh yeah, no, 100%. It's very hard to put a hard stamp on what's actually happening. And that was one of the hard conversations that I had to have with like things like the old vault, right? Is that the old vault is still an example of simulation theory, right? It's the best recreation that we can create of something that actually hypothetically happened, right? We are simulating the environment. The reality vault does not necessarily, in perfect way, actually record what is happening in the narrative vault. However, it is the best simulation that we can come up with to give you the augmented experience of it, if that makes sense. The counter-arguments, despite your protests, define the rule we are arguing. Yeah. He's being unique again. That makes you unique as well. We are down the rabbit hole. Yes, we are very far down the rabbit hole. That's why you need to jump entirely out of the timeline Ori knows of. In a home game, you are far enough away to not shake things up. Probably. Good luck avoiding me. I'll find you. I'll find a way out of this. There's always an option of non-communication. Then you would just have a legacy. And then you'd be important forever. Is it worth to use the question to ask for the location of Oki and perfection? I mean, depends on your opinion. I would say it would be a fun answer.
In my opinion, the question of is it worth it to ask this question is completely up to what the person itself is interested in. And that's what I keep trying to tell people, because everyone keeps being like, I don't know, is this a good enough question? Like, I don't know, and being so yellow about it. And it's like, anything that you're interested in is a good question.
Honestly, if it's a question unanswered, ask it. These puzzle coins are not in scarcity, right? They are in abundance for a reason. Ask all the questions. Purple my question then. For about a week, nobody spoke of it. More proof that I'm unimportant as nobody noticed I was gone. Well, then you didn't give it time to facilitate. A lot of people don't reach conversation about their loss until they've been lost for a while. And also, I did talk about you. What's up? I'm freaking out right now. Why are you freaking out right now?
Being nice to your yellow. What you think is being nice to your yellow is being all like, oh, you should be anxious. You should overthink it. And I'm saying, no.
No.
Stop. No. Stop. You're overthinking too hard. I will gently slap the shit out of your yellow because your yellow doesn't actually deserve to be slapped the shit out of.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct. So I guess you're aware that I'm shiny hunting for Zubat and I haven't gotten it yet. I've heard something about that. I'm interested in the progress of it. You know what? Fuck it. Okay. Red brain go burp. If you disappeared, they may not talk about you for a day, a week, or a month, but I promise you will be remembered, Ty. How the things I'm working on is going to impact this.
Of no return, Ty. I hate to break it to you.
Interesting, Ty. Interesting choice of words. Shall we have a conversation in some time? Okay, full steam ahead it is. Next time I'll ask a silly question. Do it, dude. Ask silly questions. Like I said, they're currently an infinite supply. But I assume that you're not aware of a couple days ago I got a Pokerus on my Black 2 game. I did not know that. I'm intrigued. Zubat's fire, to be honest. I love pink and green fella. Dude, honestly, so real. Some of the shiny color schemes make me sad, and some of them just make me so happy. Just scratch the brain right where you need it. I already said I can't tell you until the 5th. Oh, well, I have a completely separate thing in mind. If only there was some message, some group of people that were so impactful, I would have a conversation with them. Check Ori General. Ooh, this is fun. Where's the past, present, and future locations of Okifon and perfection in the Oracle's timeline? That's a really hard one to answer. Yeah, that is a lot of question in one. So I'm going to spread out the information to cover as much ground as I can. Past locations. Do you want me to answer here or do you want me to answer in Discord? When is the conversation going to happen? When there's time. That's the big thing. That's realistically just a logistical issue more than anything. I was playing White 2 right now, doing Metal Rally stuff, which basically are the achievement system. And I got Pokers again. What? That's getting Pokers is like 1 in 20,000. That's fucking disgusting, dude. That's insane. No, it's not never. Discord, please. Okay. You guys are gonna have to give me a second. Give me just a second, chat. I'm gonna have to type for a second.
Why?
Because I'm answering the question that was sent in Origin.
Sorry, I was Petroglass asked a question. I'm pretty sure you can do that, right?
No, I think it got eroded out because of talents like Conductive that gave you boons for taking certain types of damage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think so.
Huh?
So Conductive gives you stamina whenever you take energy damage.
I understand. You're saying that the damage that you take is energy damage.
Yeah.
I got it. Yeah.
But Thorns currently is typeless, and that is on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Got it twice in less than a week. That's fucking insane, Zoppy. That's absolutely ridiculous.
I will be here to entertain the masses.
Thank you.
Tell me, LoRE. I know LoRE, guys. Do you want me to tell you all about Surreal? I will not sing to you. I don't have a good singing voice. What do you want me to answer? So Surreal. I actually don't know how much I can tell you about Surreal, but Surreal, he's a guy, and I think he's cool. And did you know that he's definitely a cryomancer? I am the lore master. I am the one who lores. We were talking about it the other day, and based on the archetypes that are currently slated for the Adventurer's Guide, Surreal is a oh no, what was the name for the cryomancy one? I don't remember. Frost? He's a frost control warlock, I think, is what he would be, which is cool. I think that's a cool combination. Like 100 hours? I don't know. I don't want to say anything because if you guys actually do it, I don't want to have to do it. Does Surreal like flying? I think he finds it useful. I think he thinks it's very useful to him. It makes things good. It allows him to do a lot of things. Yes, he's an executive. I don't think he necessarily finds like wonder and enjoyment out of flying, but it's like a natural benefit that he was born with, and he's like, this is good. It's
10 seconds until ads.
That's okay, I'm just bullshitting anyways. It's spelled like that, but it's pronounced like the word surreal.
Why is Max able to see the layers of existence? That is a very interesting question. I would say realistically circumstance. That gets into a story that I've never told called Comatose. And that was a huge like idea project that was an old passion project of mine that never really got realized, but it would dip a lot into Max's story. I reject your reality and substitute my own.
His name is not Cereal, and if you see anyone calling him Cereal, you should freeze them. It's what Cereal would want.
Sage, I did respond to your question. I don't know if you've seen it yet. Cereal is a guy that Rain thinks is cool, and did you know that they are definitely a cryomancer based on the archetype slated for the AG1? They would be a frost control warlock. Cereal finds flying useful, but not necessarily full of wonder or enjoyment. Rain, upon being asked about Cereal. I love Cereal. He's so cool. Good luck getting the ice to freeze us all. I mean, if anyone could do it.
If anyone could do it.
Cereal gets frozen in a block of ice. Serial killer? Oh no! Oh, that's terrible.
I'm upset right now.
Would type self-damage be -0 or a plus N RP cost for conductive shenanigans? Like, what do you mean? Self-damage? What do you mean by self-damage? More fire than ice. Cry. What is Surreal's favorite cereal?
Probably Frosty Flakes.
Jesus Christ.
Don't ever use that against me.
Oh my god. Did I transcribe that properly?
Ty. I'm proud of you. Clap, clap.
Like Thorn that is typed.
Oh, Frosted Mini Wheats is actually
true.
smart. I actually love Frosted Mini Wheats.
I mean what I said, Sage. You can look all day. I don't think that there's anywhere you haven't searched yet. Do note that there is a reason behind every name color. There's always a reason behind it. I imagine having a character of mine called Cereal, and then immediately having to defend themselves from ice. Where? Huh? He likes Frost Mini Wheats to drench in Glacier Freeze Gatorade instead of milk. Oh my god.
That sounds terrible.
Item names, obviously you know, there's a meaning behind their color. NPC names, there's a reason behind their color. Surreal is a guy that Rain thinks is cool, and did you know that they are definitely a cryomancer? Based on the archetype slated for the AG1, they would be a frost control warlock. Surreal finds flying useful, but not necessarily full of wonder or enjoyment. Their most likely favorite cereal is between Frosted Flakes or Frosted Mini Wheats. Updated. Wonderful.
You can use the original one. It's okay. You didn't have to include that. Thank you for going above and beyond, but stop.
We can force summon him to the government? I do not think that works, actually, for reasons I cannot describe. It could work. I don't know. Would that work? I'd have to think about that. We can summon him! That's also assuming that he'd listen.
I was gonna say, you think Oki listens to the government?
That's like his favorite thing to not do. You should honestly change music into 200, 300 Oreo thing, to be honest. I mean, there's only a few sand tracks to move through, and one of the reasons why I don't do that is because I'd have to toggle it on and off in very specific circumstances, because there's times where it's, you know, a certain music on purpose, and I don't want people to just be throwing it out there. And there's no easy way to just toggle on and off things, and I'll forget to all the time, and it just becomes really messy. A lot of the time. I miss Pigstep. Okay. You guys can usually just ask me. If I'm able to, I will. Will there be space magic? Can one become smaller by curving the space? Yes, that is alteration. Greater alteration in most cases, but greater alteration kind of gets into spatial magic. Look in the answering chamber? Interesting. Or would I be able to make a deal to get Oki to talk to me? Good luck. Oki likes to maneuver around things that he has control over. You are probably the least controllable thing that Oki is aware of.
I don't think Ari is that uncontrollable. I feel like realistically, Ari is probably extremely predictable.
It can change size within very big limitations. Within very strong limitations, I should say. Ari is probably one of the harder ones to control. But you can definitely circumnavigate Ari's abilities. In order to be uncontrollable, you need to have concealed motivations. Yeah.
I mean,
Is that
okay.
all about keeping his autonomy? Yes.
My thought process is that, like, purples are very predictable in my experience because they like to plan things. They're very non-chaotic. So if you know how someone is going to react to something, all you have to do is put the things into place to make them react that way, you know?
Yeah. I think that's actually a really good way to put it.
So it's not that, like, if you try to just brute force against Ari, it's never gonna work. But if you want to get Ari to do something, all you have to do is shape the circumstance in the way you know she's going to react to it in that way.
Yes. It's not shaping Ari, it's shaping Ari's environment.
Yeah.
Which is like Oki's favorite thing to do. And yes, conductors are scary for a reason. That's kind of the idea behind the Warden, right? Is that you say no you, and then you do whatever you want. Seems hard to control Orion based on how Ori describes them. Orion is elusive, I would say. It's not necessarily hard to control Orion. It's hard to tell what Orion would want, if that makes sense. As an executive, I'm officially the most predictable person. I wouldn't say Reds are the most predictable.
I think Inquisitors are probably more predictable than executives.
I wasn't gonna say it, but what if I just ask Ari very nicely and bring her a Choco milkshake? I'm gonna be so real with you, that might actually work. Orion is too good at controlling other people to be controlled. It's not impossible. It's just hard, right? In order to control someone or to influence someone, you need to know what their deeper motivations are. You need to know what they want. At least, even if you're not tending to it or pandering to it, you need to at least know, or at least in most cases. So the exocoil has a horseshoe theory for lawful/chaotic. I don't know about lawful chaotic. I think lawful chaotic is a very limiting term, in my opinion. So they already know the outcome to any interaction around them. How do you plan to control them if they essentially know your thoughts? You just have to overpower them at that point. That's one of the big things about the clones, is that one of the things that makes the clones powerful is not any single clone. It's that together they cover so much ground, right? They together can do so many things that they feel impenetrable. But if you tear them apart, it's really easy to just counter one of them at a time, if that makes sense. Is there an evil version of Ori called Iroh? I don't know. People have told me that there is. Or you need to know what they don't want, which is a lot easier to figure out. I think that knowing what they don't want can help. I think any amount of information can help, right? Control, a lot of control is about information. It isn't if you define it my way. No, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. Horseshoe is kind of a weird way because, like I said, it goes on a coil, but you are kind of right about the horseshoe shape, in a sense. It's kind of circular from a top-down perspective, but it wraps that way. You have to pick them apart one by one. That sounds like an insane plot. I can't lie. It'd be peak anxiety plot. Oh, trust me. It is. Something groups thrive. All roots are even across everyone. It's usually the most ground covered. It's also the hardest to communicate, though. Any info helps, which is why Shrouded is 20 fucking RP. Yeah. Or you forgot the future locations of Oki and Perfection, because it's the same as the present. I mean, I can't tell the future, so I can only know as far as I know. But I don't see any movement from them. Foresee, at least at this moment. Sounds honestly fun. I think you would have like 3 different law books, and every time you interact with a person, you swap to a different law book. That's actually interesting. What are the doctor's plans concerning clones, if there are any? That... It's at the very least puzzle coin territory. At the very most, I'm not 100% positive how to answer that. I could give you my best answer, but I don't think it would be a very clear answer. Yeah. No, I could think of an answer to it, but like I said, it would not be a concise answer. It would answer the question. Social contracts change between people. Yes. I want to bet it. I want to bet it gonna be about his recarn plans. Orion might be in trouble. Wild. I'm very intrigued to know why you think that. I don't want to say it's a bad question. I think it's good information to have, absolutely. It tells you a lot about the Doctor. However, it's gonna feel like it meanders a little bit, I would say. It feels tangential, but tangential is not a bad thing. Like I said, if there's a question unanswered, you might as well ask it. Lawful, it's chaotic within the bounds of said lawfulness. Actually, the campaign is still going, then did not go where expected to go. That's exactly how I describe executives, right? It's like chaos and neat shelves. Is usually the way that I describe that. So like you have this shelf that's like organized with stuff, but within each quadrant of that shelf, it is extremely disorganized seeming. It looks disorganized, but it's all compartmentalized still. In Spider we trust. Evie is the plan of the Doctor. Interesting concept. Complete all redeems. Oh no! Now I'm obsessed with the concept of a single smaller group of people, less than 6, slowly picking apart the clones and then fight to keep everything together. I should not suggest because it might happen. This can easily be tracked back to me. It's not the first time that concept has come up, Sky. You're okay. Campaigns never go as planned. It's just a rule of life, real. What anime do you guys watch? I haven't watched an anime in a long time. What was the last one I watched? I don't even remember. One of my favorite animes personally is Assassination Classroom, if that means anything.
The
Conductor, exactly. What's it? Mashal! God, no! Okay, no, never mind. At least in the top 3 is Mashal, Magic and Muscle. Fucking love that anime so much, dude. It's so stupid. So it's probably gonna happen at some point. Fun. Mashal! The ending. Yeah, no, 100% chill spree. On both accounts, actually. I describe my executives more like an organized grocery store, but every aisle is just a fucking incomprehensible, and wherever you walk, somewhere you usually end up somewhere you didn't intend to. Yeah. So like the vice versa. A chaotic mess of organized things. Or have you heard of the Figura mod? I don't know if I've mentioned it before. I don't think I've heard of that. Maybe I have. He was the PC BBEG, and a party is an evil campaign. They started to Apocalypse by session 4, and it simultaneously made my job far easier and harder. It kind of be like that. It'd be like that a lot of the time. But a dynamic plotline is the best plotline, in my opinion. If a party vote succeeds before a vote, a third-party individual who will be invited to speak and discuss topics related to the vote. Chosen third-party individuals are legally offered no more than 2 minutes. Faction leaders that do not represent a faction seat with a yellow attribute may not speak to or intervene during this time. Are invited to. Mashal is the most Lelo show. It's such a Lelo show. You will not tear apart the clones. If you do, you die. If you watch Hajime no Ippo, The Fighting, it's my favorite. I've never seen that, but that sounds interesting. Yo, what's up, Clucker? How's it going? Welcome in. Do you have Opera GX? I do. I do, in fact, have Opera GX. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Make yourself at home. Omega Mart Executive. Real. I want to point out that Impact Team sounds like a strike squad or something. Not that I would know what that is in the first place. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm very intrigued by what that means. Which reminds me, I need to talk to the DM about what the plan is. Ooh. Yes, walk to the bakery aisle and oops, toy aisle. Crazy shit. Don't worry, what do you think Oki's opinion of the cult? Great question. Watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I have not seen that either, but I've heard a lot of things about it. That's kind of wild, actually. That's really interesting. That's a really fun mechanic of opera. How do I become a conductor? I don't know if it's that simple, dog. You can act conductor if you want. My party session 2 completely altered the plot in a way that I find remarkable. Truth be told, if you found the way to become a conductor, you would probably no longer want to be anymore. Not because of anything about conductors, just because that's the nature of things like that. How does one know their colors? It's this little thing. This chart is a lot of time what we're talking about. It's a huge topic that goes over a slew of things, and it's a whole heckin' ramble unto itself. There's a YouTube video that goes over it, at least in a very simplified version of it, but I will shoot over a YouTube video that you can look at if you're interested in it. There is a link to that video if you would like it. Wonder if Okifon would actually talk to us if I, the cult, could convince him. Interesting. More confident, less predictable, better at socials, harder to manipulate. 100% success rate, but of course. But you're already cool though. Pat, real. Made an interactive presentation and still need to work on an extended version that I've been putting off. Real. That sounds cool as fuck. Also, the host of the channel is pretty cool. Yo, what's up, RB? How's it going? I love you. Posted mine at Oracle's SMP chat if you want to see. I think it looks pretty good. Posted your what? Oh, Figure is a Minecraft mod that allows you to import models into Minecraft as replacements for the base skins. Other people with Figure can see your models, so you will see theirs, which is pretty neat. That's cool as fuck, actually. That's really cool. Whoa, what's up, Barbie? Then get more Urple, easy. The problem is that Sky is too low. I've tried to think of new divination spells. My favorite I've placed in the campaign that nobody's used is past tense, letting you see stuff that's already happened. Interesting. Have a good one, Chill Spree. I appreciate you. Poor skies. All of the different skies in the Discord probably get accidentally pinged all the time. Sky would like some red instead. Red is cool. Laughs in red. True. Or do you think I could act like an executive? Not saying I want to become one. Just mechanically, do you think I could pull it off? Executive was the first one that came to mind. But what do you think I could most convincingly act like? Well, I mean, the unfortunate part is that you could probably most convincingly act like a genius. However, if you were trying to act like someone else, I think it would probably be pretty easy to act. It wouldn't be too hard to portray an inquisitor. I think it wouldn't be hard to portray a maestro or a mastermind. I think executive is possible. It would probably take practice. I think you could portray anything with practice, right? But I think that those are going to be the easiest ones. I think executive exists in kind of a middle ground. It's not a link like that. It's more me asking you questions, trying to figure out your colors like that. Interesting. Premonition, real. Give me a ping whenever you want. Tyke and maestro pretty easily. No, 100%. Anything that just swaps an exo or swaps an endo between your archetype and your sub-archetype is usually going to be pretty easy. Harry, what archetypes other than my own do you think I'd be best at portraying? Same deal. That would be lover and conductor, I would assume. Apparently I can act like a lover archetype. Oh, but of course. Don't you love masterminds being able to mimic every and all archetypes? Anybody can, really. I feel like masterminds just do it more often because they're jackasses. No exceptions. I think the easiest thing for me to portray that I don't already have both pieces of would be like a lover. No, that's fair. That's fair. And a lot of, like I said, a lot of it is practice. A lot of it's practice or being pushed into it and pushed into doing it through circumstance, things like that. But more often than not, if you're pushed into it, through circumstance, then it's probably your sub-archetype. Or can I genius? Yes, you can, Rain. Hey, wait. How hard can you Lilo Orange? Do I genius sometimes? I would say Rain geniuses sometimes, yeah. Absolutely. My options are very limited. This is Cry. The masterminds, the shapeshifters of Utopia. Interesting. Funny enough, actually, blues are the shapeshifters of Utopia. I'll be right back. Now canonically a mastermind? I don't think that makes sense. Guys, ask the chair something. It's too late. It's too late. The chair is already gone. Nom nom chair. Interesting question. They know the secrets. Danjit. Here's the question I was trying to ask. What could you see me as that doesn't feature components that I might already show? That you don't already show? Executive would probably be the easiest, I would say. Nope, but you have components of an exec. There's only one archetype that you don't have the components of, is the problem. And that's Captain. No offense, Ty, but I think that would in fact be the hardest one. Probably because you don't have any of the components for it. I don't know your compass though, but probably something green. No, I had such a pressing question to ask the chair. This is so unfortunate. Hold it tight to your chest. Never forget, for the chair may return. Main feature, I mean? Like, what do you mean? Can't performer, makes sense. What? Let's see, red, yellow, orange. What am I missing? Conductors and performers. God damn it. Fuck typing. Ty acting like he has an archetype. What a silly goose. My hardest sell would be Maestro, I think it's called. The social course. The social course is performer. Yep, that checks out. Same boat as Rain. All balanced roses have only one archetype that it doesn't share a root with. I'm coining it. One's null archetype. Interesting. Well, to be fair, some people have multiple null archetypes. So, for instance, if your XO and your perspective match specifically, you will have multiple null archetypes. I think it'll give you 4. Is it only 2? No, it'll only give you 2. It'll give you 2 null archetypes. I'm just browsing the options. Ty Guy's just at the grocery store, just shopping archetypes right now. I think you can pull anything you off. You really try. Yep, Inquisitor and Lover. Oh yeah, so they are actually. Interesting. Oh wow, that's actually kind of wild. That's really interesting actually. Wait a second. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Rain, get on the call.
I'm still here.
That has to be an interaction of some type, right?
What?
The null archetypes? Inquisitor and Lover for me, example performer for you.
Yeah.
That has to be an interaction. Hold on, I feel like there's so many. Oh my god, my head is full of ideas.
What do you mean interaction?
I don't know. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Oh goodness, this is gonna take me a while. We're too close to the end of stream for me to open this can of worms, but I feel like it's gotta be something. There's something about that just pings my brain some weird way. Like, it reminds me of like a series of interactions that I've been questioning for a while.
I mean, it can't just be it's the ones that you don't get along with well, because...
No, I think it's almost the opposite. Like I think it's realistically just a more radical case of that, and it depends, right? Because in your specific example, yours shares no pressure with you, whereas my null archetypes do share pressures with me.
Yes.
You know what I mean? In fact, specifically, one of my null archetypes, in this case, coined by Ashton, one of my null archetypes is actually just my inverse pressure, which is perfect. Like, that is like a perfect nurturing ground for a positive relationship with somebody, because they don't share any of my archetypes in common, yet they're the perfect pressures for me to make chemistry with, right?
I wonder if it just, like, enhances whatever would be there before. So if it's an archetype that works well for you, it's going to like blow that up more. If it's an archetype that doesn't work well for you, it's going to blow that up more.
I think a lot of times it's going to feel exotic, right? Like, they're going to feel very nonsensical to you, whether that be in a good way or a bad way.
Do I feel nonsensical to you? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No, but I definitely question, like, you definitely do a lot of things that I would never do. Like, you know, like, think about things before you do it. That's ridiculous.
Yes.
Null archetype is an archetype created out of the roots that are not in your super nor sub archetype. So, for instance, okay, compass image. Let's pop this up permanently for a second. So, for instance, if we were to take, I'm going to use Rain as an example again. Rain is an Inquisitor sub-mastermind, so we have yellow, purple, red, and orange. The null archetype is the one that's comprised of roots that are not those, right? In which case is Performer, because nowhere in his spread does he have blue nor green, so Performer is his only null archetype, which means he shares absolutely no roots in common with. I am a mastermind sub-maestro, so this one sub this one, which means I have 2 null archetypes. My 2 null archetypes are Lover, because I have no yellow and blue, and Inquisitor, because I have no yellow nor purple. That's kind of what we're referring to here. Performer and Maestro. Interesting. So theoretically, based on what Ori said, my null archetype would be Captain. Correct. That's exactly it. Yep. Have a good one, Keiki. I appreciate you. Log off and rewatch your video about Utopia. I appreciate you. And how would you say you have no lean off of orange? What do you mean by that? Like no lean off of orange? Like you mean like your exo and your perspective match? So all rose types have 2, except balance types, which only have 1. There's some nomenclature that I don't fully understand, and nomenclature that may change depending on other advancements and things like that. But I understand what you're saying at the very least, or understand the concept. Interesting. This is wildly interesting to me. Oh, why is the orange same between sub and super? It's just exo and perspective. Some people do, some people don't. Your exo can match your perspective. It doesn't mean it does. It just means it can, right? Some people may have an orange super exo and a purple perspective, or sub exo. Some may have an orange exo and a blue perspective. Some people may have a blue exo and a blue perspective. It just depends on the mapping. Ori has only called me red. I've decided I have no second because I'm too lazy to figure one out. I think Headless is a mastermind. Using turns I developed, so there's gonna be a disconnect. No, that's okay. Balance has 4 roots across their. Oh, okay, I understand. So a rose is 3, balance is 4. What's your archetype? Welcome to the party, Headless. Welcome to the party, Headless. Masterminds. Masterminds everywhere.
I swear for the longest time we had no masterminds. And now they're just popping up.
Every archetype comes in waves, dog. Every archetype comes in waves, I swear to God. You'll go, man, I haven't seen any lovers in a minute, and then comes the dump truck of lovers. Rinse and repeat for every archetype. Watch the second part of the compass video, you get the lean and all that. Yeah. Which are archetypes made off of the super/subs roots? Yeah. I want to do some listing now. It's time for some listing.
Lists? Did I hear lists?
Oh no, chat, be careful. The purples are communicating again. Everyone get down. Not calling myself a mastermind, not unless I say it with a lisp. Otherwise, it sounds too much like a compliment. That's a mastermind! I'm not saying it unless I say it with a lisp. That's so funny. If you want an easier way to say it, just say red-orange. That's usually what I say. The only reason I say mastermind is for cohesive sakes and for explanatory sakes. I don't like saying it. But regardless. I think this masterminds are very hard to figure out due to the fact that I think you need a mastermind to diagnose a mastermind. I don't think that's always true. I think that it's very circumstantial and dependent. I think that orange exos, a lot of times, you are absolutely a genius, Ty. Or at the very least, the yellow-orange. Oh no, I've triggered Rain's purple. I think that oranges can be very difficult to deduce if you're not orange, right? Or sometimes they're easier in that sense because they're just so much different from you. You can, okay, the way that I would say it, if they are missing, if they're a different endo from you, then it's easier to deduce if their exo does not match. If they are the same archetype as you, it's easier. If that made any sense. I don't think that made any sense. Ignore me. If you are
I find masterminds by going, it's oddly nice being around you. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And you don't like little guys? Okay, you're a mastermind.
I'm weird in my purple because I write nothing down, which is like anti-purple. I think it's just sub-performer. I mean, not all purples write everything down necessarily. It's also circumstantial based on, like, you know, it's not necessarily the actual act of writing things down. It's more the act of organizing information in some way. And different people have different methods of doing that. You know what I mean? And it's also, again, bordered by your sub-archetype. Sure, I'll call myself red orange, even if someone misunderstands me. I'm also a fruit, so it works. That makes me so fucking happy. Headless, you are phenomenal. You're a blood orange now. I never write anything down. Everything lives in my brain. As long as you categorize it. Sounds goth, I'm in. Realest shit I've ever heard, dude. I used to not particularly like spreadsheets the way I was taught them. Then I began to make TTRPG character sheets. Then I fell in love with them. That's the realest shit I've ever heard. Yes. Stop! Compliments are illegal. Oh yeah? Well, Headless, you're amazing. You're wonderful to be around. You're an absolutely astonishing creature. You're extremely unique. I like your vibes. Take that. Emu! My aunt has an emu. That was a tangent. My bard is performer sub-lover. He's also very responsibility averse, which is hard to get into without spoilers. No, 100%. That's fair. Sounds like a bard. I'm leaving forever, and you're never getting made redeems. No, wait, come back. Wait, no, please. You're not supposed to leverage back at me. No. This is supposed to be completely one-sided. You are not allowed. I love bards because everyone underestimates them. Everyone underestimates me, and then they turn their back, and I'm like... Then what is someone who doesn't like little guys that you don't necessarily get along with? Interesting. Then insult me, I'll come back. I wanted to say something really dumb, but it's just gonna sound like cheesy pickup lines, and I don't want to do that. I was trying to make like a backhanded insult. Or like a front-handed insult. It's like a backhanded compliment, but secretly complimenting with an insult. I think that'll be the only way I ever communicate with you from this point on. It's only gonna be backhanded compliments or front-handed insults. That's all you're getting. Front-footed insult? Yes, exactly. According to Rain, I am a performer. I don't think that's true. We can't do that. This is our manner of bullying. Exactly. It's called speedrunning character intros to not flood exposition. Dude, honestly, real. I personally think that Ty has just repressed his little guy love. That's my belief. Somewhere in my heart, I believe that Ty has his people and he has his little guys, but he's just repressed that. That's my headcanon, chat. I know you like little guys somewhere in their Ty. Outnumbered. And according to Rain, I'm a fuck ass. Don't listen to Rain. I love this shit so much. How can I talk specifically to the Oracle's Okian perfection? I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be an easy way to do that. Also, guys, it's going to be circumstantial and opportunistic. Also, Sky, sing all the time. You'll catch it one day. Accurate. I love Headless's singing. No, listen to Rain. Everyone either has a little guy love or has it repressed. Everyone loves little guys or has it repressed. I don't think so, but also I can't really stop you from thinking untrue thoughts. So you do you, I guess. We've breached a barrier. That was not a direct counter. We've breached a barrier with Ty. I'm intrigued. The weird thing about liking little guys is sometimes you are also a little guy sometimes. True. I'll take the hard way if I need to. What do I need to do? Watch. Be aware and observe. You're lying to yourself and others. How can you not like little guys? They're just little guys. They're literally just little guys. I mean, there wasn't really anything to counter. There wasn't anything directly stated against me. Yeah, but I say things that aren't directly stated against you all the time, and you still counter them. It doesn't have to be logically done or rationally done. It just happens all the time. Tee-hee. Ooh-woo. I found Ty sounding human a long time ago, and my screenshot files moves wild. I have a recording of it. I'm a rebel, not a viewer. I shall rebel against that. Bonk! Little guy. Little guy. All the emotes are just going now. Riding the high of Ty feeling emotions during golf with friends when he got stuck in a bounce panel. Dude, I literally... Oh my god, I have that clip. That clip is in the video, and it makes me so happy. Ty is intensely defensive. It's part of his personality. I mean, it's a genius subconductor. What do you expect? Sorry, theoretically. Chat, I hereby declare boodaloo. Take that as you will. It's in the video, apparently. You'll love it. He is so much his archetype. That's like not the right word, but vertigo when I hear that. Dude, I love it so much. It makes me sad that you don't like it. It makes me really sad that you don't like it because it's so good on like such like an empathetic level that I don't normally like have that I don't normally see in real life. Like, I'm not that empathetic of a person. I'm gonna be so real with you, chat. I'm not a very empathetic person, but something about that just made me go, oh. Maestro sub-exec, is that Ashton? Crazy. Oh, Ashton, I totally thought, oh no, okay, yeah, that's right. Maestro sub-exec, yeah. Oh, that's right, I remember now. I was saying that you should talk to Forager. I think you two would like each other. I think you guys would have a very interesting interaction. I remember when Ty and someone else roleplayed as the other person's super archetype and they nailed it so well. I'm so intrigued, and I feel like it was probably Rain. Rain, did you have a super archetype swap with Ty at some point?
What happened?
Did you have a super archetype swap with Ty at some point where you guys impersonated each other's super archetypes?
No. Ty was the captain, and I was a performer.
That was the most awful set of words I've ever heard in that sequence.
But when we played golf with friends, I became an executive because of Ty. If that changes anything.
Okay, chat. I think we've breached the barrier. It is time. I'm pausing the timer. I'm searching for a raid. Do you have any final words, chat?
Ari is our queen and the best, and we must all bow down to her.
And with that, you die.
Oh. Bleh.
In Spider we trust. Alrighty, chat. I hope you guys like Cuphead. Chat, make sure to copy that raid message. The one that's in the pin message if you are not subscribed. The one above that with all the emotes in it if you are not. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. We're going to post that raid message in their chat. Let them know who sent you. Show them some love when you get there. Tell them hello, hi from Ori Don't. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys have been absolutely amazing. We are streaming tomorrow as well. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow's Blood on the Clock Tower. Tomorrow's Blood on the Clock Tower. Let's go. I do not remember what's happening the next day until like 4 minutes prior. Oh no, it's already the next day. Okay, well next stream we'll be doing Blood on the Clock Tower. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. You guys are absolutely amazing. This man really refused to insult me to keep his maid redeems. Wait, I fucking forgot. Headless, you're... Fuck! Rain, help! Rain! Help! Insult Headless. If you had a head, it would suck. Okay, bye, chat. I love you. Bye.
They are fine.
I want you to know I tried and I unmuted and it literally just didn't work.
And slugs, and I'm like,
Oh,